Section 28 of 24 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The Impossible Enchantment by the Count de Caylus. Translated by James PLANCHÉ. Part 2. A few days after this first adventure, Bonnette and Galantine were attracted to one of the windows of the tower by what appeared to them a singular sort of music, and which indeed proved to be so. There was the same merman that they had already seen, who, always up to his waist in the water and his head covered with reeds, blew with all his might a species of conch shell, the sound of which was something like that of our ancient goat's horns. The Princess again descended to the gate of the tower, and courteously accepted the coral and other marine curiosities which he presented to her. After this second visit he came every day under the windows of the Princess, diving and grimacing, or playing on the charming instrument I have described to you. Galantine contented herself with curtsying to him in the balcony, but no longer came downstairs, notwithstanding the signs by which the merman implored her. Some days afterwards the Princess saw him appear in company with another of his species of the other sex. Her hair was dressed with much taste, and her voice was charming. This addition to the company induced Galantine and Bonnette to descend again to the gate of the tower. They were much surprised when the lady, whom they now saw for the first time, after having tried several languages, spoke to them in their own, and complimented Galantine on her beauty. She perceived that the basement story or bathroom of which I have spoken was open and full of water. Here, said she, is a place made expressly for our reception, for it is impossible for us to live entirely out of our element. She immediately entered and reclined as one does in a bath, and her brother, for she was the sister of the merman, placed himself beside her in a similar attitude. The Princess and her governess sat down on the steps which were continued round the apartment. "I suspect, madam," said the Siren, "that you have abandoned your residence on the earth in consequence of being beset by crowds of lovers. If that be really the cause of your retirement, you will not obtain your object here, for my brother is already dying for love of you, and when the inhabitants of our great city have perceived you, he will certainly have them all for his rivals." The brother, who imagined she was speaking of him, at that moment made signs of assent with his head and his hands, and continued to do so when she was not speaking of him at all. The Siren expressed to her the regret of her brother at not being able to make himself understood. "I am his interpreter," she continued, "thanks to the languages which I was taught by a fairy." "You have fairies then also amongst you?" said Galantine, accompanying the question with a heavy sigh. "Yes, madam," replied the Siren, "we have a few, but, if I am not deceived, you have suffered some injuries from those who inhabit the earth. At least, the sigh which escaped you would justify me in so believing." The Princess, who had not been enjoined secrecy on the subject, recounted to the Siren all that Bonnette had told her. "You are much to be pitied," said the Siren, when Galantine had finished her story. "Nevertheless, your misfortunes may not be without a remedy, but it is time to terminate my first visit." The Princess, delighted at the hope she held out to her, said 1,000 kind things to her, and they separated with a promise to see one another frequently. The Princess appeared charmed with this adventure. Independently of the hope the Siren had inspired her with, it was much to have found some one with whom it was possible to enjoy a little society. "We shall make the acquaintance," said she to her governess, "of several of these mermen, and they may not all be as hideous as the first we have seen. At any rate, we shall not be always alone." "Good heavens!" said Bonnette, "how easily young people do flatter themselves. I tell you I am afraid of these folks. But what say you," continued she, "to the handsome lover of whom you have made a conquest?" "I say that I shall never love him," replied the Princess, "and that he is exceedingly disagreeable to me. But," pursued she, "I would fain discover if he cannot, by means of his relative the Fairy Marine, contrive to do me some service." "I repeat to you," insisted Bonnette, "that those odd-coloured faces and great fish tails are alarming." But Galantine, being younger, was consequently bolder and less prudent. The Siren came to see her several times, and always talked to her of her brother's affection. The Princess, constantly occupied by her ideas of escaping from prison, encouraged the conversation, and at length induced the Siren to promise she would bring the Fairy Marine to pay her an early visit, and that she would instruct her what to do. The Fairy came with the Siren the very next morning. The Princess received her as her liberator. Some short time after her arrival, she requested Galantine to show her over the tower, and to take a turn with her in the garden, for, with the assistance of 2 crutches, she could manage to walk about, and as she was a fairy, she was able to remain out of the water as long as she pleased. Only it was necessary for her to moisten her forehead occasionally, for which purpose she always carried a little silver fountain suspended from her girdle. Galantine acceded to the request of the Fairy, and Bonnette remained in the hall to entertain the rest of the company. When the Fairy and the Princess had entered the garden, the former said, "Let us lose no time. Let us see if there is anything I can do to serve you." Galantine told her all her history, not omitting the smallest details, and the Fairy then said to her, "I can do nothing for you, my dear Princess, on the land. My power does not extend beyond my own element. But you have a resource, and one in which I can assist you with all the art I possess. If you will do Bleuette the honour to marry him, an honour which he most ardently aspires to, you can come and live with us. I will teach you in a moment to dive and to swim as well as we do. I will harden your skin without blemishing its whiteness, and so prepare it that the coldness of the water, in lieu of inconveniencing you, shall give you the greatest pleasure. My cousin," added she, "is, as you may suppose, one of the best matches in the ocean, and I will do so much for him in consideration of your alliance, that nothing shall have ever equalled your mutual happiness." The Fairy spoke with so much fervour that the Princess hesitated to refuse, and requested a few days to consider. As they were about to rejoin the company, they perceived a vessel in the distance. The Princess had never before seen one so distinctly, as none had ever ventured to come so near the tower. They could easily distinguish on the deck of this ship a young man reclining under a magnificent pavilion, and who appeared to be very attentively surveying the tower by means of a telescope, but the distance was still too great for them to see anything more. The vessel beginning to recede, Galantine and the Fairy returned to the company, the latter much pleased at the progress of her negotiation. She told the Princess on leaving her that she should shortly come again to know her answer. As soon as the Fairy was gone, Galantine related to her governess all that had passed between them. She was very sorry to see that her pupil was half inclined to yield to the Fairy's persuasions. She was dreadfully afraid of being compelled in her declining years to become an old siren herself. To avert all the misfortunes she foresaw, she hit upon the following idea. As she could paint miniatures to perfection, she set to work, and by the next morning produced one of a young man with fair hair, dressed in large curls, the finest complexion in the world, blue eyes, and his nose slightly retroussé. In fact, presenting an assemblage of all the features that could compose a charming portrait, and we shall see in the end that some supernatural power must have assisted her in a work which she had undertaken solely to show Galantine the difference between a man of the world and her marine adorer, and so dissuade her from a marriage which was not at all to her taste. When she presented her work to her, the Princess was struck with admiration, and asked her if it were possible that any man on earth could resemble that portrait. Bonnette assured her that there were many such, and some even handsomer. "I can scarcely believe it," replied Galantine, "but alas! neither the original of this portrait nor any one like him can ever be my husband. They will never see me, nor I them, as long as I live. Oh, how miserable is my fate!" Nevertheless, Galantine passed the whole day in gazing on this miniature. It had the effect Bonnette anticipated. It ruined Bleuette's affairs, which had previously been put in pretty good train. But the governess almost repented having painted so handsome a face, as the Princess gave up eating and drinking in order to have more time to gaze upon it. If ever a portrait was capable of inspiring a real passion, it was assuredly in this case, and under the circumstances here related. The Fairy Marine returned a few days after the visit we have described, to ascertain what were the intentions of Galantine. But this young creature, engrossed by her new passion, for she was positively in love with the portrait, could not control herself as prudence would have suggested. She not only broke off with the Fairy abruptly, but, what was worse, she exhibited so much contempt and aversion for Bleuette that the Fairy, indignant at the style of her refusal, left the Princess with a determination to be revenged. In the meanwhile the Princess had made a conquest she was unconscious of. The vessel she had seen so near her residence had on board the handsomest Prince in the world. He had heard of the enchanted tower, and determined to go nearer to it than any one had yet done. He possessed such excellent glasses that in surveying the tower simply from a motive of curiosity, he caught sight of the Princess, and the best proof of the goodness of his glass, and that he must have seen her distinctly, is, that he fell desperately in love with her. Like a young man and a new lover, two conditions in which nothing is thought too hazardous, he was eager to cast anchor near the tower, lower a boat, and encounter all the dangers that the enchantment could threaten him with. But all his crew upon their knees implored him not to venture. His equerry, who was more frightened than any, or whose knowledge of the circumstances rendered him more competent to form an opinion, was most eloquent. "You would lead us all to certain death, my lord," said he. "Deign to return on shore, and I promise you to go in search of the Fairy Commode. She is a relation of mine, and has always been very fond of me. I will answer for her zeal and her skill. I am perfectly sure she will do you good service." The Prince yielded, but very reluctantly, to so many good arguments. He landed therefore on the nearest point of land, and despatched his equerry to find his relative, and implore her protection and assistance. In the meanwhile he ordered a tent to be pitched on the seashore, and, glass in hand, sat incessantly looking either at the Princess or at her prison, and his imagination becoming more and more excited, often presented to him its own creations for realities. At the end of a few days the equerry returned with the Fairy Commode. The Prince received her with the greatest demonstrations of affection. The equerry had informed her, during their journey, of the state of the case. "In order to lose no time," said she to the Prince, "I will send a white pigeon, in which I place implicit confidence, to examine the enchantment. If he finds a flaw in it anywhere, he shall enter the garden that crowns the tower, and I will order him to bring back some flowers, as a proof that he succeeded in finding an entrance. If he can get in, I will soon find a way to introduce you." "But," said the Prince, "can I not, by means of your pigeon, send a note to the Princess, declaring the passion with which she has inspired me?" "Certainly you can," said Commode, "and I advise you to do so." The Prince immediately wrote the following letter: "Prince Blondin to Princess Galantine. I adore you, and I am aware of your destiny. If, beautiful Princess, you will deign to accept the homage of my heart, there is nothing I will not undertake to render myself the happiest of men by terminating your misfortunes. Blondin." When this note was written, they tied it round the neck of the pigeon, who only awaited his despatches, for he had already received his instructions. He rose gracefully into the air, and flew off as fast as his wings would carry him. But when he approached the tower, there issued from it a furious wind that repelled him violently. He was not, however, to be disheartened by such an obstacle, and after making many circles round and round about the building, he discovered the weak point, which the Fairy Rêveuse had left in the enchantment. He slipped through it instantly, and flew down into the garden to wait for the Princess and to rest himself. The Princess generally took her walk alone, from inclination because a passion engrossed her heart, from necessity because the governess could no longer ascend to that height without great fatigue. As soon as the pigeon saw her appear, he flew to her in the most flattering manner. Galantine caressed him, and seeing a rose-coloured ribbon round his neck, she wondered what it was put there for. How great was her surprise when she perceived the note. She read it, and this was the answer she returned by the pigeon: "Princess Galantine to Prince Blondin. You say that you have seen me, and that you love me. I cannot love you, nor promise to love you, without having seen you. Send me your portrait by the same courier. If I return it to you, hope nothing, but if I keep it, be assured that in working for me you work for yourself. Galantine." She fastened this letter in the same manner as they had done that which she had just received, and dismissed the pigeon, who did not forget that he was ordered to bring back a flower from the garden. But as he was well aware of the importance lovers often attach to trifles, he stole one from a bouquet the Princess wore in her bosom, and flew away. The return of this bird gave the Prince such extreme delight that, but for the anxiety he was still under, he might perhaps have lost his senses. He wanted to send the pigeon back instantly, with a miniature of himself, which, by the greatest chance in the world, he happened to have amongst his baggage. But the Fairy insisted on an hour's rest for her courier, which the Prince employed in writing verses to send with his portrait. The pigeon, duly furnished with miniature and verses, set out once more for the tower. The Princess was not certain he would return so soon, but she was looking out for him notwithstanding. She was in the garden, and had said nothing of this last adventure to her governess, for she began to feel that love of mystery and reserve with which a first passion usually inspires one. She eagerly detached the miniature from the pigeon's neck, and her surprise was infinite when, on opening the case, she discovered that the portrait of Prince Blondin perfectly resembled that which Bonnette had painted from fancy. It was one of those fortunate accidents which it is impossible to account for. The delight of Galantine was extreme at making this agreeable discovery, and to express in the prettiest possible way her own sentiments, she took the Prince's miniature out of its case, put in its place the one she thought best of the many which Bonnette had painted of her, and immediately sent the pigeon back with it, who began to be rather fatigued, and would not long have been able to serve two lovers who kept up a correspondence so uncommonly active. Prince Blondin had kept his eyes constantly turned in the direction of the tower, awaiting the return of his courier. At length he saw the blessed pigeon approaching, but what were his feelings as soon as he could discern that the bird had fastened round his neck the same case that he had taken away with him. He was nearly dying with grief. The Fairy, who had never left him, consoled him as well as she could, and took herself from the pigeon's neck the case which he even refused to look at. She opened it and pointed out to him his error. In an instant he went into a transport of joy that could only be compared for its intensity to that which he had just endured of affliction. "We will lose no time," said Commode. "I can only make you happy by changing you into a bird, but I will take care that you shall be retransformed at the right moment." The Prince, without hesitation, consented to the transformation, and to anything else which could assist him to approach the person he adored. The good Commode thereupon touched him with her wand, and he became in an instant the prettiest little humming bird in the world, joining to the attractions which nature has bestowed on that charming bird that of being able to speak in the most agreeable way possible. The pigeon received fresh orders to conduct him to the garden. Galantine was astonished to see the bird she had no knowledge of, but his being accompanied by the pigeon put her heart in a flutter, and the humming bird, flying to her, said, "Good morning, beautiful Princess." She had never before heard a bird speak, and this novelty increased the gratification with which she received this one. She took him on her finger, and he immediately said to her, "Kiss, kiss Colibri." She did so with great pleasure, over and over again. I leave you to imagine if the Prince was delighted, and if he was not at the same time very much vexed that he was only a humming bird, for lovers are the only persons in the world who are happy and miserable at the same time. Commode, however, knew by her art that this was exactly the moment to restore the Prince to his natural form, which she did so quickly that the Princess, in the twinkling of an eye, found herself pressed to the heart of a lover whom she loved. The spell was broken. That instant the tower trembled and rocked to its foundations. Its walls even began to open. Bonnette, who was below stairs in the greatest alarm, ascended to the terrace, at least to perish with the Princess. The rocking of the tower increased as she mounted the staircase, and when she arrived at the top she saw the whole building lean over and on the verge of falling into the sea. She fainted outright. At the same moment the two fairies, Commode and Paisible, arrived in a chariot of Venetian glass, drawn by 6 eagles of the largest size. "Save yourselves quickly," they cried to the two lovers. "The tower is falling, and you will perish with it." They leapt into the fairy car without having had time to say a word to each other, but the Prince managed at the same moment to fling the governess, still in her swoon, into the bottom of the car. Scarcely had they begun to rise in the air when the tower toppled over, and with a horrible noise fell, a mass of ruins, into the sea. The Fairy Marine, Bleuette and his friends, in order to be revenged on the Princess, had sapped the foundations. Marine, perceiving that her designs were foiled by the intervention of the two fairies, determined to try if she could not by open war obtain possession of Galantine. She suddenly formed an immense chariot out of some exhalations, and entering it with all her family, filled every available space in it with oysters in their shells, fragments of rock, stones, and other trifles of that description. With this chariot and this ammunition, she caused herself to be wafted by a high wind to the seashore, to intercept the car of glass. She did even more, she commanded all the wild ducks and sea fowl of every sort for 10 leagues round to come in flocks to darken the air, and oppose the landing of the fairies. This order was executed with a quacking and squalling that was insupportable. Our two lovers thought themselves lost, but as they had a taste for the destruction of enchantments, they wished to try what they could do against this. The fairies, however, did not consider it necessary. Commode produced from the box seat of the car a great quantity of petards and rockets, which she had provided apparently for the purpose of making a display of fireworks. But whatever might have been her reason for bringing them, she now used them with much effect, for she directed so many against these troublesome fowl that they were compelled to disperse. The enemy in the chariot then had recourse to their last weapons. Not one of the marine party doubted that, with the oysters and stones, they should shatter the glass car to fragments in a few moments. It was not a bad idea, and we may even presume that they would have achieved their object if the Fairy Paisible had not taken out of her pocket a burning glass which she always carried about with her. It is best to be candid. I frankly admit that I never very clearly understood for what purpose she constantly carried that particular utensil. But she placed it, however, on this occasion in such a position that it speedily warmed her enemies after a fashion as new as it was disagreeable. They uttered the most fearful shrieks, and the exhalations being dispelled by the power of the sun, all the marine family, with the Fairy herself, were precipitated pell-mell into the ocean, leaving our two victorious fairies to continue their journey to the dominions of Queen Moutine. On arriving in them, they found she was dead. She had endeavoured, partly from fear of some new punishment, partly from conviction, to control her temper. In this attempt she had swallowed so many violent expressions and stifled so many wicked impulses, that these prodigious and continued efforts, after causing her several severe fits of illness, at length terminated fatally. She had been dead indeed some years. The good King who had married her quietly enjoyed the sweets of his widowhood, and though he had no other children than the daughter whom he never expected to see again, nothing in the world could have induced him to marry a second time. He governed his estates very peacefully, and the good King Prudent, Galantine's grandfather, had just arrived, notwithstanding his great age, to pass the holidays with him. What joy for these two worthy sovereigns! The whole court soon participated in it, as the news spread of the arrival of the fairies with a charming princess, who was their king's daughter. The marriage of the two lovers was fixed for the next morning. Couriers were instantly dispatched in all directions, to beg the fairies generally to honour the nuptials with their presence. You may believe that Fairy Grave was not forgotten. In short, they arrived from all quarters. Festivities, balls, tournaments, grand banquets succeeded each other for many days. They bantered, and at the same time thanked, Fairy Rèveuse for the blunder she had made in her enchantments. She defended herself by observing that lovers were always more ingenious than magicians were skilful, and that to prevent their success it would require an enchantment that was impossible. I forgot to tell you that the governess recovered from her swoon immediately on her arriving at the palace. In short, everybody was satisfied, and the fairies, after sharing in the festivities for several days, departed, each to manage her own affairs or to enjoy new pleasures. Our lovers were always constant, and became the happiest sovereigns on the face of the earth. End of Part 2. End of The Impossible Enchantment. End of Section 28.
Section 29 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janette Edwards. Bleuette and Coquelicot by Conte Quelus, translated by James PLANCHÉ. There was once upon a time a fairy named Bonbon, who became weary of the great offices in fairyland to which her character and talents had elevated her. She retired from state affairs and chose for her retreat an island situated in the midst of a very beautiful lake, bordered by the most rich, smiling, and luxuriant scenery. This charming retreat was called the Island of Happiness. It is known to have existed. It is even believed by some to be always in the country adjoining their own. But the geographers have not yet laid it down in any map, and I have never read of any traveler fortunate enough to land on it. It is sufficient for us, however, that we have a full account of it in the annals of the fairies. Bonbon, as we have already stated, weary of the world and not caring to pay court to it, demanded of the Queen of the Fairies permission to withdraw from it altogether, and went to reside in the Island of Happiness. It was there that, with the finest library and all the knowledge she had acquired in the world, she became the most clever of all the fairies. She made all her neighbors happy, and gratitude was the foundation of her authority. Independently of a natural inclination to oblige, a sentiment which retirement from the great world by no means tends to diminish, there is a great satisfaction in seeing those around us happy. In order to enjoy this real pleasure, and at the same time to avoid being overwhelmed with foolish petitions, she had placed at short distances from each other columns of white marble, to which those addressed themselves who had either requests or complaints to make. These columns were constructed in such a manner that, on speaking in a whisper to them, they repeated every word distinctly and in the same tone of voice in a cabinet of the castle. Bonbon had lodged in this cabinet a niece whom she had brought up as a fairy, and who gave her an account every evening of all that the columns had reported, and the fairy then pronounced her decisions. The principal occupation of Bonbon was to educate and make children happy. She gave them for breakfast as well as for luncheon everything they could wish for in sweetmeats and pastry. But when they had been a fortnight in this happy dwelling, they cared no more for sugar plums, but passed the day in running on the grass, gathering nuts in the woods, or flowers in the gardens. They went on the lake in pretty boats, which they rowed themselves. In short, they did all day just whatever they liked, and happiness consists principally in liberty. It is true that they had nurses and tutors, but they were generally invisible. They informed Bonbon of anything their pupils had done that was wrong, and for this she reprimanded the offender, but always with mildness, for she was the most kind-hearted woman in the world. Sometimes the nurses and preceptors made themselves visible, and on these occasions they might be seen supping all together on the turf, or dancing and singing, or amusing themselves in making toys and dolls. In short, nothing had an air of severity in this happy abode, and no one left it without the greatest regret. But as all must submit to fate, and the fairies themselves are obliged to obey it, when the young people had attained a certain age, that is to say 12 or 15 years, and when the lessons of the fairy had made a sort of impression on the minds of her pupils, and she considered them sufficiently well informed to enter into the world, she was obliged to send them home, which she always did laden with caresses and presents, and assurances of a friendship, the proof of which she frequently gave them in the after course of their lives. Amongst the number of children confided to her care by her parents, there was a little girl named Bleuette, so pretty and so good that Bonbon preferred her to all the rest, and loved her to distraction. She was affectionate without being troublesome, and lively without being fatiguing. Her face expressed the sweetness of her character. Her beauty increased with her age, and possessed that peculiar brilliancy which is so dazzling. It is to her rare beauty that we owe the familiar saying, still in use amongst us, when we speak of anything which has dazzled us, J'ai vu des Bleuettes. A boy about 2 years older than Bleuette also inhabited the island of happiness. He was called Coquelicot. His face was charming. It was as bright as his mind, and his pretty little graceful ways were equally pleasing to Bonbon. That which rendered both more charming was that in their infancy they became inseparable, and that the vivacity of the one was tempered by the mildness and tenderness of the other. Bonbon daily enjoyed observing the impression and progress which true love makes upon innocence and ingenuousness. She was constantly occupied in the study of it, and felt that all other happiness, which she knew so well how to procure, could not be compared to it. Indeed, what felicity can be placed in the balance with that of two hearts which love has united by similarity of taste and temper? Coquelicot, quick as he was, perhaps indeed too soon excited, was moderate and even mild in all that regarded Bleuette, who on her part was only animated and vivacious in matters which concerned Coquelicot. The birth and progress of these sentiments had been their delight. The sweet emotions which they exhibited were the charm of Bonbon's existence, for she said to herself 100 times, "Good heavens, how pretty are these poor children! How they love each other! How happy they are! They never think of leaving my island. Never have more happy subjects inhabited my empire." On an evening of one of the most beautiful of summer days, all the lovely children were playing and amusing themselves in different parts of this enchanted residence, when all at once there appeared in the air a car drawn by 6 flame-colored griffins. The car was of the same color, relieved with black ornaments. It bore the fairy Arganto. Her hair was powdered brown with a slight sprinkle of red. Her dress was the same color as the car. Her griffins alighted at the portico of the castle, whither Bonbon and her niece had repaired to do the honors to the fairy, and assist her to descend. After the first compliments, Arganto confessed to Bonbon that, not being able to understand the pleasures of retirement, and disgusted by some disagreements at court, she had wished to judge for herself of the pleasures and cares of a life like hers, and that, in order to be perfectly enlightened on the subject, she had come to the resolution of passing some days with her. Bonbon kindly replied that she would willingly satisfy her, and hide nothing from her. "The beauties of nature," added she, "are the pictures which I study. Its fruits are my treasures, its secrets the object of my researches, and my pleasures are solely dependent on the happiness of others. Infancy is the state of humanity which can be made the most happy. You will find me, therefore, only surrounded by the prettiest children nature has produced." So saying, she led Arganto further into the island, at each step encountering troops of little children of both sexes and all ages, whose natural manners inspired true gaiety. Some danced, others played at blindman's buff, some amused themselves playing at ladies and gentlemen. In short, they passed quickly from one fancy to another. Their characters were thus developed, and it was easy to imagine what each would become at a more advanced age. Arganto thought this recreation of Bonbon very poor. She judged of it as a person of fashion, that is to say, with contempt. She told her companion that she could not conceive the pleasure of such amusements, unless some ingenuity was employed to improve them. It was in vain that Bonbon eulogized them. She would not be persuaded. At length, continuing their walk, they met Bleuette and Coquelicot conversing together, who saw nothing but themselves in nature, and who had no pleasure, no wish, no occupation nor will but in common. Bonbon called them, and they ran towards her with that confidence and affection which her goodness and their gratitude had inspired them with. Arganto was struck with the charms of their countenances, and said as much to them. They blushed and thanked the fairy for each other. "I agree," she said to Bonbon, "that nature could not present a more agreeable picture than that of these lovely children, but," continued she, "are they as intelligent as their features would seem to denote?" "Most assuredly," replied Bonbon. "It may not be perhaps the kind of intelligence to please you, for it is quite natural. Besides this, they love each other more than they choose to acknowledge, especially to a stranger." The fairies then embraced them 1,000 times, and left them together. Bonbon agreed with Arganto not to trouble herself about her during her stay, but to occupy herself as usual with her studies. But the latter could not help speaking of the impression which Bleuette and Coquelicot had made on her, and she requested they might keep her company. Arganto was born wicked, and wickedness looks with impatience on the happiness of others, and is always at work to destroy it, even if with no other motive than that of doing mischief. Upon these fearful principles, she employed the time of her visit in pointing out to her young companions the poverty and insipidity of the place they inhabited. They whom nature had formed for the delight and ornament of the most brilliant court. And then she gave them a glowing description of the abodes of kings. "You are enchanted," said she continually, "with the life which you lead, but do you know any other? The splendor of the world, the fetes which are given to beauty alone, the preference which is at all times accorded to it, are the real triumphs of a pretty girl." It was thus she spoke to Bleuette. "And you," addressing herself to Coquelicot, "with the spirit you possess, what would you not do at court? You certainly must be brave. And of what are you not capable?" This wicked discourse made by degrees the impression which Arganto wished upon the minds of these amiable children. They sought each other's company as usual, but they found each other no longer occupied with themselves alone. They began by self-reproaches, and at length made reciprocal confessions, for they could no longer talk of anything else but the opinions of the fairy. Love and the hope of not being separated, it is true, were the foundation of their projects. But curiosity and the novelty of all which Arganto had told them, and above all self-love, the poison of life, perverted at length their innocent minds. They abandoned themselves to the wicked fairy, who, in order to make them fall more easily into the snare she had laid for them, did not neglect to destroy the respect and gratitude they entertained for Bonbon by telling them, "She is a provincial fairy whose taste is not at all refined. Her character not suiting the court, she is too happy to be able to keep you with her. She sacrifices your fortunes to the pleasure and use which you are of to her." It was by such discourse as this that she induced these children to become ungrateful. She promised them not to forsake them, and she assured them that, being a more powerful fairy than Bonbon, they need not be anxious about anything. She did even more. She warned them of all that the good fairy would say to them when she should learn the resolution they had taken. In short, they promised to follow her after she had given them her word that they should not be separated. When Arganto was well assured of the part they had taken, she said to Bonbon that it was time she should cease to trouble her in her retreat, and begged her at the same time to allow her to take with her Bleuette and Coquelicot. The good fairy, who had perceived nothing, and who had no suspicion of the designs of Arganto, as she had herself ordered them to pay court to and obey the fairy while she was occupied in her cabinet, and above all because a good heart cannot imagine ingratitude. Bonbon, as I said before, consented to Arganto's request, with the understanding, however, that the proposition should please the young couple, feeling quite convinced that they would never wish to leave her. The question was put to them on the spot. What was the astonishment of Bonbon when they accepted the proposal to abandon her and follow the fairy! They set at naught all her reasonings, so full of friendship and good advice. They were too deeply prejudiced against her. Bonbon then said to them with mildness, "It is conviction which makes happiness. You would cease to be happy in this abode, because you imagine greater felicity awaits you in another country. Depart, let nothing detain you," said she with tears in her eyes. "May you be contented." Bleuette and Coquelicot were moved by this tender discourse, and on the point of falling at the feet of this adorable fairy, and conjuring her to forget that they had ever had the idea of separating from her. But the emotion they felt at the moment made them both faint away, so that the wickedness of Arganto was not required to counteract this return of good feeling. She herself was touched by so tender a scene, and at the moment almost repented having caused so much sorrow to 3 persons, who were only to blame for placing too much confidence in her. Not knowing exactly what to do, she prepared to set out alone when Bonbon said, "I might complain of the manner in which you have abused the reception I have given you, but the great fruit of study and of solitude is forgiveness of injuries. I am not, therefore, at all affected by it myself, but I feel for the misfortune of these young people. I love them both."
"I will not take them away, then," replied Arganto. "You see, they have refused me, and you cannot doubt the attachment they feel for you."
"No," replied Bonbon. "I feel myself compelled to beg you to take with you those I loved best in my retreat. You have perverted them. Their hearts are no longer what they were. They would henceforth only live with me out of compliment. If they had sufficient art to disguise it from me, could I be ignorant of their thoughts? Take them, then, I conjure you, and at least protect them amongst the dangers to which you expose them."
"As you absolutely wish it," replied Arganto. "I will do so."
She then carried them, fainting as they were, both into her car, and her griffins, flying at a rapid pace, speedily landed them in the kingdom of airs. The king who governed it at that time thought himself the greatest of princes. Flattery had persuaded him that he was descended from the gods. In consequence of this idea, he caused himself to be worshipped by his subjects. His throne of gold and precious stones, upon which he only appeared once a month, was surrounded by tigers and elephants, bound with chains of the same precious materials, and covered with superb embroidery. Without entering into further details of the ceremonies of this court, suffice it to say, the king exhibited upon every occasion all the ostentation with which a crown could inspire him. Arganto was his best friend, the partaker of his pleasures, and it was into the superb palace which she possessed at his court that she conducted Bleuette and Coquelicot. The moment they recovered from their swoon, they had the pleasure of seeing each other. The magnificence of the place in which they found themselves astonished them. Their uncertainty did not last long. Arganto entered to dissipate it. They immediately asked her to give them some news of Bonbon. The fairy informed them that Bonbon had consented to their advancement, and had herself conjured her to take them away. Bleuette and Coquelicot were comforted by this account, for they had been afraid of displeasing her. Arganto then said to them,
"Here, Bleuette, is the apartment prepared for you. Your household shall be formed tonight. Meanwhile, here are your waiting women. Let me present them to you."
At these words there appeared a dozen handsome young persons, carrying all the innumerable trifles which have become so necessary to a lady's toilet. They were followed by an equal number of valets de chambre, bearing boxes and caskets, and who in a few moments fitted up and set out a most superb dressing table. Garments adapted to the season then appeared in such great profusion that they covered all the chairs, beds, and couches in this large apartment. When everything was arranged according to the fairy's pleasure, she said to Bleuette, "This all belongs to you, and you have nothing to study but how to avail yourself of it." She then showed her a basket full of ornaments, and a jewel case crammed with precious stones as perfect in themselves as they were tastefully set, saying to her, "Beautiful Bleuette, this little jewel box will amuse you. But let us now proceed to the apartment I destine for Coquelicot." Bleuette followed the fairy without being able to reply. Her surprise and astonishment appeared to her like a beautiful dream. They all three passed into another apartment. It was plain but neat. 4 valets de chambre, who were in the second room, stepped forward and presented him with clothes as tasteful as they were superb, in order that he might select those in which he wished to appear that day. They then opened the door of a sort of large cabinet, containing all kinds of musical instruments, also a library well stocked with historical works, but more particularly with romance and fairy tales. "Behold," said Arganto, "what will amuse you when you are weary of the pleasures of society, or require rest after exercise." She then commanded the person she had chosen for his equerry to appear. "You may," said she to Coquelicot, "take his advice. He is a man to be depended on, and a good companion. Show," continued she to this gentleman, "the things of which you have the charge." There then appeared servants in livery, who carried the most magnificent and perfect arms of war in the chase. And even this was not all. "Let us," said Arganto, "look out the window." They obeyed her, and perceived 50 saddled horses, led by 25 grooms, superbly clothed and well mounted. "There," said she, "are your horses for hunting and riding." She then ordered out the carriages. Berlins, berlingots, vis-a-vis, calèches of all kind, defiled under the windows, drawn by the prettiest and best-groomed horses in the world, with their manes tastefully plaited. Coquelicot, as much astonished as Bleuette, observed also the same silence. "Learn, both of you," said Arganto, "to make good use of what I have just given you. You are both charming, but believe me, dress is necessary to beauty." She then left them in their separate apartments, questioning their new domestics on the particular use of all the novelties that surrounded them, for they dared not yet give any orders. They at length dressed themselves, and Coquelicot proceeding to the apartment of Bleuette, they were mutually astonished at the agreeable effect of their attire, and uttering 100 praises of the good taste of Arganto, they became more than ever convinced of the truth of what she had told them respecting Bonbon, for whose simplicity they began to blush. All the court, learning of the arrival of Bleuette and Coquelicot, either from curiosity or the desire to please the fairy, came with great eagerness to pay her a visit. The king himself did her this honor. The praises of the men of Bleuette and those of the women of Coquelicot gratified both exceedingly. They found that the language spoken in this country had an agreeable style hitherto quite unknown to them. They were struck by it, and thought of nothing but imitating it. Bleuette, from the first day, perceived that Coquelicot was not made for his fine clothes, and that he had a borrowed air which the other men who surrounded her had not. In short, both were occupied by 1,000 new fancies. They saw each other every day, it is true, but they sought each other less, and the tender conversations in which simplicity, ingenuousness, candor, and truth had formerly so large a share, no longer took place between them. They were only anxious now to place their words and turn their phrases according to the style which they had been so much struck with in their new residence. The dress, the magnificence, and the brilliancy with which they dazzled the whole court caused every one to give them the titles of prince and princess. They knew well that they did not deserve them from their low birth, but the mistake of others gratified their vanity. They agreed between them to keep their real condition secret, and hoped privately that their beauty and merit would in time really raise them to that dignity. Coquelicot had perfectly handsome features and a charming figure. He performed all kinds of feats with marvelous success. Almost all the ladies were pulling caps for him. Bleuette was not in the least jealous of his conquests, and although in such situations one is not always just, she had at least the generosity not to reproach him in any way. In fact, she deserved reproaching equally herself, for the court and its grand airs had changed her heart and mind as much as his. Bleuette, on her part, thinking of nothing but how to attract admiration and to outvie all the other beauties of the court, became a practised coquette. You may easily judge, knowing what I have told you, how long she was in availing herself of all the presents of the fairy. She very soon invented fashions, which all the other ladies, handsome or ugly, were in spite of themselves obliged to follow. During some time, this gratification of her vanity only presented to her view jealous rivals. Men captivated and admiring, flattered or plunged into despair by her glances and her deceptive and provoking speeches. But Bleuette was so beautiful, she had so much wit and grace, that even when making them most miserable, she was the theme of their praises and the object of attraction to all the finest people of the court. She also conducted herself with so much prudence that no one could cast the least slur on her. Coquelicot, on his part, fickle adorer of 1,000 different objects, flattered his vanity without ever satisfying his heart. Such was the true and unhappy situation in which these two persons, formerly the most loving and amiable possible, found themselves, when this same vanity, the shoal on which so much happiness has been wrecked, was itself violently offended. It must be remembered that, dazzled by the splendor which surrounded them, they had both received with pleasure the titles of princes. But nothing is unknown to the world, and such vanity would awaken a contempt for falsehood in those who have no higher motive for despising it. A youth, brought up as they had been by Bonbon in the Island of Happiness, having wandered from it, as many others had done, in passing through several countries, had been attracted to the court inhabited by Bleuette and Coquelicot. He was astonished to hear the grand titles of Prince and Princess added to their well-known names. He ran, however, to the fairy's palace to embrace them. But far from receiving him kindly, they did not condescend even to recognize him. He complained to everybody who would listen to him, and all the court were very soon informed that Princess Bleuette and Prince Coquelicot were the children of, 'twas true, very honest people, but who were nothing but poor shepherds. The court is a region in which nothing is forgiven, and where anything ridiculous is sought for with the greatest eagerness. Therefore it profited by this affair. Songs and epigrams were circulated in a moment, and the objects of their attack could not pretend ignorance of them, for according to the praiseworthy custom of the authors of such works, the first copies were addressed to the persons most interested. Coquelicot was bantered by one of the wits of the court, but he demanded very prompt satisfaction, and the combat in which he killed his adversary brought him honor in a place where truth is so rare, notwithstanding that a falsehood is never pardoned. They rendered justice to his valor, but they no longer paid him the same attentions. For, in short, although riches can obtain everything, the ridicule attached to low birth, combined with vanity, is rarely overlooked at court. As for Bleuette, whom wounded pride rendered still more haughty than ever, and who hoped by her beauty and accomplishments to stifle the disagreeable reports which had been spread about her former pastoral condition. Bleuette, I must tell you, had in addition the mortification to see some letters which she had had the imprudence to write handed round amongst her acquaintances. Her attraction diminished, and her reputation tarnished, however unjustly, hurt her deeply, and induced her to reflect seriously. Recalling then the remembrance of her former happiness, the words of Bonbon presented themselves to her mind. Bleuette, being thus agitated by all the recollections which led her back to her first sentiments for Coquelicot, looked only with regret upon the conduct she had pursued towards him since she had been at court. She was ashamed of it, but it was not possible for her to speak to him openly on the subject.
"You will consider," said she, "my most sincere repentance to be caused either by coquetry or jealousy. And I cannot complain, or he will believe that my birth, being known and made public in this country, has deranged my projects of advancement, and that I am brought back to him only by a feeling of shame and necessity. No," continued she, "I will not betray to him all the weakness of my heart, or all the pain which the false friendship of Arganto has caused me."
Similar ideas tormented Coquelicot. He thought all those who treated him as formerly like a prince did so in mockery and to ridicule him, and felt satisfied that those whose conduct was changed by the reports which had been spread respecting him would give him continual annoyance. This situation, distressing as it really could well be, was not the sole evil which oppressed him. The remembrance of Bleuette, tender, faithful, simple, and innocent, the recollection of the residence of Bonbon, and that of the charm and peace that pervaded it, awoke in his soul so great a disgust for all that the world calls pleasure, and which he had himself taken for happiness, that he determined to fly from the court. They had but to speak to one another, and they would have been convinced and consoled. But still young and inexperienced, they determined on the thing of all others to be avoided in love and friendship: silence. For want of confidence increases and envenoms the wound we have received, as well as that which we have inflicted on others. Thus, therefore, not daring to look at each other, so much had the shame of their proceedings made an impression on their hearts, they each separately, and without communicating their intentions to anyone, made up their minds to quit the court. Solitude appeared to offer them the only chance of consolation. They departed the same morning, just as if they had been acting in concert. They chose the plainest dresses they could find, not without regretting those they had brought with them to the court. They would have felt still nearer approaching their former innocence, in habits so vividly recalling the scenes of their past felicity. They took nothing away with them but the portraits which Arganto had had painted of them in miniature, representing them as they were when they left the island of happiness. They set out by very different roads, but in proportion as they left the court behind them, nature spoke to their hearts. The song of the birds, the serenity of the air, the view of the country, that sweet freedom which it inspires, all recalled their former happiness, all softened them, and drew them towards each other.
"But how shall we ever find each other again?"
said they unceasingly to themselves.
"I should have convinced him,"
thought Bleuette.
"She would have pardoned me,"
sighed Coquelicot.
"I will return to the court. But how can I reappear there?"
For each thought the other had remained in the palace.
"In this miserable condition."
The remembrance of Bonbon again presented itself to their mind. It is friendship we invoke in adversity. They resolved then to have recourse to her kindness. If they had not themselves known the delights of the island of happiness, if they had not been anxious to revisit the scenes of their former felicity. It is so natural to desire a similar habitation, that we often set out in search of it on the description of others. Each, therefore, turned their steps in the direction of the island. It was very easy for them to find the way, they who had once so worthily inhabited it. They intended to address themselves to one of the columns of which I have spoken, and which conveyed to the ears of the fairy all the requests of her petitioners. What was their surprise, or rather, what was their delight to meet each other again on a spot and in a dress which explained everything. After the first transports, in which the eye hardly sufficed to satisfy the soul, the first words they uttered were, "Pardon me, I cannot live without you." The pardon which is mutually sought is soon granted, and it was no longer necessary to employ the aid of the fairy. The unison of their desires had already transported them into the most beautiful spot in the island. They were anxious to excuse themselves and request the forgiveness of Bonbon, but she prevented them. "I know all that has happened to you," said she. "I have shared your troubles, although they were deserved. Enjoy the happiness of my empire. You are now better able to appreciate its delights." They lived happily because they never ceased to love each other, and they died at the same moment. Bonbon bestowed their names upon 2 wild flowers in order to immortalize their memory. End of section 29.
Section 30 of 24 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Robinson. The Princess Camion, Part 1, by Mademoiselle de Lubert. Translated by James Planchet. There was once upon a time a king and queen who had but one son, who was their only hope. 14 years had elapsed from the time of his birth, and the queen had had no other children. The prince was marvelously handsome, and learnt with faculty everything they wished him to know. The king and queen loved him to distraction, and their subjects placed all their affections on him, for he was affable to everybody, and yet he knew well how to distinguish between the people who approached him. His name was Zirphil. As he was an only son, the king and queen resolved he should marry as early as possible, in order to secure the succession to the crown should they unhappily be deprived of Zirphil. They therefore sought on foot and on horseback a princess worthy of their heir apparent, but none was found suitable. At length, after a most diligent inquiry, the queen was informed that a veiled lady desired a private audience of her majesty on business of importance. The queen immediately ascended her throne in the audience chamber and ordered the lady to be admitted. The lady approached, without removing her white crape veil, which reached to the ground. When she arrived at the foot of the throne, "Queen," said she, "I am astonished that, without consulting me, you have thought of marrying your son. I am the Fairy Marmotte, and my name is sufficiently celebrated to have reached your ears." "Ah, madame," said the queen, quickly descending from her throne in order to embrace the fairy, "you will easily pardon me my fault when you learn that I have only listened to all the wonders which have been told about me to you as a nursery tale. But now that you do me the favor to come to my palace, I no longer doubt your power, and beg you will honor me with your advice." "That it is not a sufficient answer to a fairy," replied Marmotte. "Such an excuse might perhaps satisfy a common person, but I am mortally offended, and to begin your punishment, I command you to marry your Zirphil to the person I have brought with me." At these words she felt in her pocket, and, drawing out a toothpick case, she opened it, and out of it came a little ivory doll, so pretty and so well made that the queen, despite her grief, could not help admiring it. "This is my goddaughter," said the fairy.
"And I have always destined her for Zirphil."
The queen was bathed in tears. She conjured Marmot, in the most touching words, not to expose her to the ridicule of her people, who would laugh at her if she announced to them such a marriage.
"Laugh indeed will they, madame," said the fairy. "Ah, we shall see if they have reason to laugh, madame. Ah, we shall see if they will laugh at my goddaughter, and if your son ought not to adore her. I can tell you that she deserves to be adored. She is small, it is true, but she has more sense than there is in all your kingdom put together. When you hear her talk, you will be surprised yourself, for she can talk, I promise you. Now then, little Princess Camion," said she to the doll, "speak a little to your mother-in-law, and show her what you can do."
Then the pretty Camion jumped upon the queen's pateline, and paid her a little compliment so tender and so sensible that her majesty suspended her tears to give the Princess Camion a hearty kiss.
"Here, queen," said the fairy, "is my toothpick case. Replace your daughter-in-law in it. I wish your son to get well accustomed to her before marrying her. I think it will not be long first. Your obedience may soften my anger, but if you act contrary to my orders, you, your husband, your son, and your kingdom shall all feel the effects of my wrath. Above all, take care to replace her in her case early in the evening, for it is important that she should not be out late."
At these words she raised her veil, and the queen fainted with fright when she perceived an actual live marmot, black, sleek, and as large as a human creature. Her women came to her assistance, and when she recovered from her swoon, she saw nothing but the case that Marmot had left with her. They put her to bed, and went to inform the king of the accident. He arrived in a great fright. The queen sent everyone away, and, with a torrent of tears, she related her adventure to the king, who would not believe it till he saw the doll that the queen drew from the case.
"Just heaven!"
cried he, after having meditated a little.
"Is it possible that kings should be exposed to such great misfortunes? Ah, we are only placed above other men in order to feel more accurately the cares and afflictions attached to our existence."
"And in order to give the greater example of fortitude, sire,"
added the doll, in a small, sweet, and distinct voice.
"My dear Camion," said the queen, "you speak like an oracle."
At length, after a conversation of an hour between these three persons, it was decided that they should not yet divulge the contemplated marriage, and that they should wait until Zirphil, who had gone hunting for 3 days, should have returned and consented to obey the command of the fairy, which the queen undertook to communicate to him. In the interim, the queen and even the king shut themselves up in order to converse with the little Camion. She had a highly cultivated intellect, she spoke well, and with a singular turn of thought which was very pleasing. But although she was animated, her eyes had a fixed expression which was not agreeable, and the queen was annoyed by it, as she began to love Camion and feared that the prince might take a dislike to her. More than a month had elapsed since Marmot had appeared, but the queen had not yet dared to show Zirphil his intended. One day he entered her room whilst she was in bed.
"Madame," said he, "the most singular thing in the world occurred to me some days since whilst I was hunting. I had wished to conceal it from you, but at length it has become so extraordinary that I must positively tell you of it. I followed a wild boar with great ardour, and had pursued it into the midst of a forest without observing that I was alone, when I saw him throw himself into a hole which opened in the ground. My horse having plunged in after it, I continued falling for half an hour, and at length found myself at the bottom without any hurt. There, instead of a boar, which I confess I feared to find, I saw a very ugly woman, who begged me to dismount from my horse and follow her. I did not hesitate, and, giving her my hand, she opened a little door, which had previously been hidden from my view, and I entered with her a saloon of green marble, where there was a golden bath, covered with a curtain of very rich stuff. The curtain rose, and I saw in the bath a person of such marvelous beauty that I thought I should have fallen to the ground.
"Prince Zirphil,"
said the lady, who was bathing,
"the fairy Marmot has enchanted me, and it is by your assistance alone that I can be released.
"Speak, madam," said I to her. "What must I do to help you?"
"You must either," said she, "marry me instantly or skin me alive."
I was as much surprised at the first proposition as alarmed at the second. She read in my eyes my embarrassment and said,
"Do not imagine that I jest, or that I propose to you an act of which you may repent. No, Zirphil, dismiss your fears. I am an unfortunate princess to whom the fairy has taken an aversion. She has made me half woman, half whale, because I would not marry her nephew, the king of the whiting, who is frightful, and even more wicked than he is hideous. She has condemned me to remain in my present state until a prince named Zirphil shall fulfill one of the conditions that I have just proposed to you. To expedite this matter, I caused my maid of honor to take the form of a wild boar, and it is she who has led you hither. I must now tell you that you cannot leave this spot until you shall have fulfilled my desire in one manner or the other. I am not mistress here, and Citronette, whom you see with me, will tell you that it cannot be arranged otherwise."
"Imagine, madam," said the prince to the queen, who listened attentively, "in what a state the discourse left me. Although the face of the whale princess pleased me excessively, and her charms and misfortunes rendered her extremely interesting, her being half a fish horrified me exceedingly, and the idea of skinning her alive threw me into utter despair. But, madam," said I to her at length, for my silence became as stupid as insulting, "is there not a third way?" I had hardly uttered those unlucky words than the whale princess and her attendant uttered shrieks and lamentations which were enough to pierce the vaulted roof of the saloon.
"Ungrateful wretch, cruel tiger, and everything that is most ferocious and most inhumane!" exclaimed the former. "Thou wouldst, then, that I should also be condemned to the torture of seeing you expire. For if thou dost not resolve to grant my request, the fairy has assured me thou wilt perish, and I shall remain a whale all my life."
Her reproaches pierced my heart, and she raised her beautiful arms out of the water and joined her charming hands to implore me to decide quickly. Citronette was at my knees, which she embraced, screaming loud enough to deafen me. "But how can I marry you?" said I. "What sort of ceremony can be performed?"
"Skin me," she said tenderly, "and do not marry me. I prefer that."
"Skin her," screamed the other, "and fear nothing." I was in a state of perplexity which I cannot describe, and while I considered what I ought to do, their shrieks and tears were redoubled, till I knew not what would become of me. At length, after 1,001 struggles, I cast my eyes once more on the beautiful whale, and I confess that I found in her features an inexpressible charm. I threw myself on my knees close to the bath, and taking her hand, "No, divine princess," said I to her, "I will not skin you. I would rather marry you." At these words, joy lightened up the countenance of the princess, but a modest joy, for she colored, and casting down her beautiful eyes, "I shall never forget," said she, "the service that you render me. I am so penetrated with gratitude that you may expect anything of me after this generous resolution." "Do not lose time," cried the insupportable Citronette. "Tell him quickly all that he must do."
"It is sufficient," said the whale princess, blushing again, "that you give me your ring, and that you should take mine. There is my hand. Receive it as a pledge of my faith."
I had hardly made this tender exchange, and kissed the beautiful hand which she presented to me, when I found myself again upon my horse in the midst of the forest. Having called my people, they came to me, and I returned home without being able to utter a word. I was so completely astonished. Since then, I am transported every night, without knowing how, into the beautiful green saloon, where I pass the night near an invisible person. She speaks to me, and tells me that the time is not yet come for me to know who she is.
"Ah, my son," interrupted the queen, "is it possible, then, that you are really married to her?"
"I am, madame," replied the prince. "But although I love my wife infinitely, I would have sacrificed this affection if I could have escaped from the saloon without resorting to that alternative." At these words, a little voice, proceeding from the queen's pocket, said,
"Prince Zirphil, you should have flayed her. Perhaps your pity may be fatal to you."
The prince, surprised at this voice, remained speechless. The queen in vain tried to conceal from him the cause of his astonishment. He felt quickly in her pocket, which was hanging open upon the armchair near the bed, and drew from it the toothpick case, which the queen took from his hand and opened. The Princess Camion immediately came out of it, and the astonished prince threw himself on his knees by the bedside of the queen to inspect her nearer.
"I vow, madam," cried he, "that this is my dear whale in miniature. Is this some pleasantry, and have you only wished to frighten me by allowing me so long to believe that you would not approve of my marriage?"
"No, my son," at length the queen replied. "My grief is real, and you have exposed us to the most cruel misfortunes by marrying that whale, for, in fact, you were promised to the Princess Camion, who you see in my hands."
She then related to him what had passed between her and the fairy Marmotte, and the prince allowed her to say all she wished without interruption. So much was he astonished to find that she and his father had agreed to a proposition which was, on the face of it, so ridiculous.
"Heaven forbid, madame,"
said he at length, when the queen was finished,
"that I should ever oppose the designs of your majesty, or that I should act contrary to the wish of the king, my father, even when he commands me to do anything as impossible as this appears to me to be. But, had I consented, could I even have fallen in love with this pretty princess? Would your subjects ever have—"
"Time is a great teacher, Prince Zirphil," interrupted Camion. "But it is done. You cannot now marry me, and my godmother appears to me a person who will not patiently suffer anyone to break their word with her. Diminutive as I am, I feel as acutely as the largest woman would the disagreeable nature of this adventure. But as you are not so much to blame, except perhaps for having been a little too hasty, I may persuade the fairy to mitigate the punishment."
After these words, Camion was silent, for she was exhausted with having said so much.
"My dear darling," said the queen, "I implore you to take some repose, for fear you should be ill, and not in a condition to speak to the fairy when she comes to afflict us. You are our consolation, and however she may punish us, I shall not feel it so deeply if Marmotte does not take you from us."
The Princess Camion felt her little heart beat at these words of the queen, but, being quite overcome, she could only kiss her hand and let it fall upon some tiny tears. Zirphil was moved at this incident, and begged Camion to permit him to kiss her hand in his turn. She gave it to him with much grace and dignity, and then re-entered her case. After this tender scene, the queen rose, in order to go and tell the king what had passed, and take every rational precaution against the anger of the fairy. The following night, Zirphil, in spite of the guard which they had doubled in his apartment, was carried off at midnight and found himself, as usual, in the company of his invisible wife. But, instead of hearing any of those sweet and touching things which she was accustomed to say to him, he heard her weep, and found she kept aloof from him.
"What have I done?"
said he at last, when quite tired of pursuing her.
"You weep, dear princess, when you ought to console me for all the peril I may have incurred, and the effect of my tenderness."
"I know all," said the princess, with a voice interrupted by sobs. "I know all the misery that may happen to me, but, ungrateful man, it is of you I have most to complain."
"Oh, heavens!" cried Zirphil. "What have you to reproach me with?"
"The love which Camion bears to you," replied the voice, "and the tenderness with which you have kissed her hand."
"The tenderness?" replied the prince quickly. "Oh, divine princess, do you know so little of that I feel for you as to accuse me so lightly? Besides, even if Camion could love me, which is impossible, as she only saw me for a moment, can you be alarmed, knowing my love for you, and after the proofs which I have given you of my attachment? It is you whom I should accuse of injustice, for if I have looked at her with any attention, it is because her features reminded me of yours, and that being deprived of the pleasure of beholding you, anything which resembled you gave me the greatest gratification. Be visible again, my dear princess, and I will never look on any other woman."
The invisible lady appeared to be consoled by these words, and approaching the prince, said,
"Pardon me in this little movement of jealousy. I have too much reason to fear they will separate me from you, not to feel afflicted by a circumstance which appeared to me to announce the commencement of that misfortune."
"But," said the prince, May I not know why you are no longer permitted to show yourself? For if I have delivered you from the tyranny of Marmotte, how is it possible that you should be again subjected to it?"
"Alas," said the invisible princess, "if you had decided to flay me, we should have been very happy. But you had such a horror of that proposition that I did not dare press you further on the subject."
"By what chance," interrupted the prince, "was Camion informed of this adventure? For she told me nearly the same thing."
Hardly had he finished these words when the princess uttered a frightful shriek. The prince, in surprise, rose hastily. But what was his alarm when, in the middle of the apartment, he perceived the hideous Marmotte, who held by the hair the beautiful princess, now no longer either half a whale or invisible. He was about to seize his sword when the princess, in tears, begged him to moderate his anger, for it would be of no avail against the power of the fairy, and the horrible Marmotte, grinding her teeth, emitted through them a blue flame which scorched his beard.
"Prince Zirphil," she said to him, "a fairy who protects thee prevents me from exterminating thee, thy father, thy mother, and all that belong to thee. But thou shalt suffer at least in all that is most dear to thee, for having married without having consulted me, and thy torment shall never finish, nor that of thy princess, until thou shalt have obeyed my commands."
In finishing these words, the fairy, the princess, the chamber, and the palace all disappeared together, and he found himself in his own apartment, in his nightdress, and his sword in his hand. He was so astonished and so transported with rage that he did not feel the severity of the cold, though it was in the depth of winter. At the noise which he made, his guards entered the room and begged him to go to bed, or to allow them to dress him. He took the latter course, and went to the queen's chamber, who, on her part, had passed the night in the most cruel state of anxiety. She had not been able to sleep after going to bed, and, in order to induce slumber, she had wished to talk over her grief with little Camion, but she sought in vain for her in her case. Camion was no longer there. She feared she might have lost her in the garden. She rose, and having ordered flambeaux to be lighted, went in search of her, but without success. She had entirely disappeared, and the queen retired to bed again in an alarming state of affliction. She gave fresh vent to it as her son entered. He was so distressed himself that he did not perceive the tears of the queen. She, on her part, observing his agitation, exclaimed, "Ah, without doubt you have come to announce to me some dreadful tidings."
"Yes, madam," replied the prince. "I come to tell you that I shall die if I do not find my princess."
"How," said the queen, "do you already, my dear son, love that unhappy princess?"
"What, your Camion?" said the prince. "Can you suspect me, madame, of such a thing? I speak of my dear whale princess, who has been torn from me. It is for her alone that I live, and it is Marmotte, the cruel Marmotte, who has carried her away."
"Oh, my son," said the queen, "I am far more unhappy than you, for if they have taken your princess away from you, they have robbed me of my Camion. Since last evening she has disappeared from her case." They then related to each other their respective adventures, and wept together over their common misfortunes. The king was informed of the cries and despair of the queen, and the grief of his son. He entered the apartment in which this tragic scene was passing, and he was an exceedingly clever man. The thought occurred to him immediately of advertising Camion, with the offer of a large reward to whoever should bring her back. Everybody agreed this was a capital idea, and even the queen, in spite of her great grief, was obliged to confess that no one of ordinary capacity could have imagined so singular an expedient. The handbills were printed and distributed, and the queen became rather calm in the hope of soon hearing some tidings of her little princess. As for Zirphil, the loss of Camion interested him no more than her presence. He resolved to seek a fairy of whom he had heard speak. He asked permission of the king and queen, and departed with a single equerry in attendance on him. It was a great distance from that country to the one inhabited by the fairy, but neither time nor obstacles could check the fond impatience of the youthful Zirphil. He passed through states and kingdoms without number. Nothing particular happened to him because he did not desire it, for being handsome as Cupid and brave as his own sword, he would have had no lack of adventures had he sought for them. At length, after a year's traveling, he arrived at the commencement of the desert wherein the fairy had fixed her abode. He dismounted from his horse and left his equerry in the little cottage, with orders to await him there and not to be impatient. He entered the desert, which was frightful from its solitude. Screech owls alone inhabited it, but their cries did not alarm the valiant spirit of our prince. One evening he perceived at a distance a light which made him think he was approaching the grotto, for who but a fairy could live in such a horrible desert? He walked all night long. At length, at break of day, he discovered the famous grotto. But a lake of fire separated him from it, and all his valor could not protect him from the flames, which spread right and left. He looked about for a long time to see what he could do, and his courage nearly failed him when he found that there was not even a bridge. Despair proved his best friend, for in a frenzy of love and anguish he resolved to end his days in the lake, if he could not traverse it. No sooner had he taken this strange resolution than he put it in execution, and throwing himself bodily into the flames, he felt a little gentle warmth which did not even inconvenience him, and passed without the least trouble to the other side. Hardly had he landed, when a young and beautiful salamander regarded him from the lake, and said,
Prince Zirphil, if your love be as great as your courage, you may hope for everything from the fairy Luminesse. She favors you, but she wishes to prove you.
Zirphil made a profound bow to the salamander in acknowledgment, for she did not give him time to speak. She plunged again into the flames, and he pursued his way. He arrived at length at the foot of a rock of prodigious height, from which its great brilliancy appeared all on fire. It was a carbuncle so large that the fairy was very commodiously lodged in the inside. As soon as the prince approached, Luminesse came out of the rock. He prostrated himself before her. She raised him and made him enter the grotto.
Prince Zirphil, said she, a power equal to mine has neutralized the benefits I bestowed on you at your birth, but you may hope for everything from my care. It requires as much patience as courage to foil the wickedness of Marmotte. I can tell you nothing more.
At least, madame, replied the prince, do me the favor to inform me if my beautiful princess is unhappy, and if I may hope to see her again soon.
She is not unhappy, replied the fairy, but you cannot see her till you have pounded her in the mortar of the King of Whiting.
Oh, heavens, cried the prince, is she in his power? And have I to dread not only the consequences of his passion, but the still greater horror of pounding her with my own hands?
Summon up your courage, replied the fairy, and do not hesitate to obey. Upon that depends all your happiness, and that of your wife.
But she will die if I pound her, said the prince, and I would rather die myself.
Away, said the fairy, and do not argue. Each moment that you lose adds to the fury of Marmotte. Go and seek the King of Whiting, and tell him you are the page I promised to send him, and rely on my protection.
She then pointed out to him on a map the road he must take to reach the dominions of the King of the Whiting, and took her leave of him. After having informed him that the ring which the princess had given him would show him all he had to do whenever the king commanded him to execute a difficult task. He departed, and after some days' traveling arrived in a meadow which stretched down to the sea, to the shore of which was moored a small sailing vessel of mother of pearl and gold. He looked at his ruby, and saw himself in it going on board the vessel. He therefore stepped into it, and after having cast off, the wind took it out to sea. After some hours' sail, the vessel brought up at the foot of a crystal castle built upon wooden piles. He jumped ashore and entered a courtyard which led through a magnificent vestibule to apartments without number, the walls of which were of rock crystal, admirably cut, and which produced the most beautiful effect in the world. The castle appeared to be inhabited only by men with fishes' heads of all species. He felt convinced this was the dwelling of the King of the Whiting, and shuddered with rage. But he restrained himself so far as to inquire of a turbot, who had the air of being a captain of the guard, how he could imagine to see the King of the Whiting. The man turbot very gravely made him a signal to advance, and he entered the guard chamber, where he saw under arms 1,000 men with pikes' heads, who formed in line for him to pass. At length, after making his way through an infinite crowd of men-fish, he came to the throne room. There was not much noise, for the courtiers were all dumb, the greater part having Whiting's heads. He saw several who appeared of more consequence than the rest, from the crowd which surrounded them, and by the air which they assumed with the others. They arrived at the king's cabinet, out of which he saw the council issue, composed of 12 men who had sharks' heads. The king at length appeared himself. He had a whiting's head, like many of the others, but he had fins on his shoulders, and from his waist downwards he was a veritable whiting. He could speak. He wore only a scarf made of the skin of goldfish, which was very brilliant, and a helmet in the form of a crown, out of which arose a codfish's tail, which formed the plume. 4 whiting carried him in a bowl of Japanese porcelain, as large as a bath, full of sea-water. His greatest pride consisted in causing it to be filled twice a day by the dukes and peers of his kingdom. This office was extremely sought after. The king of the whiting was very large, and had more the air of a monster than anything else. When he had spoken to some of those who had presented him with petitions, he perceived the prince.
"Who are you, my friend?" said he to him. "By what chance do I see a man here?"
"My lord," said Zirphil, "I am the page the fairy Luminess had promised you."
"I know what she means,"
said the king, laughing, showing his teeth like those of a saw.
"Lead him into my seraglio, and let him teach my crayfish to talk."
Immediately a troop of whiting surrounded him, and conducted him according to the king's orders. In returning through the apartments, all the fish, even those the highest in favor, professed by various signs a great deal of friendship for him. They led him through a delicious garden, at the end of which was a charming pavilion, built entirely of mother-of-pearl and ornamented with great branches of coral. The favorite whiting introduced him into an apartment similarly adorned, the windows of which overlooked a magnificent piece of water. They made him understand that that was to be his residence, and after having shown him a little chamber at one corner of the saloon, which he understood was to be his bedroom, they retired, and he remained alone, very much astonished to find himself very like a prisoner in the palace of his rival. He was meditating on this position of affairs when he saw the doors of the chamber open, and 10 or 12,000 crayfish, conducted by one larger than the rest, entered and placed themselves in straight lines which nearly filled the apartment. The one which marched at the head mounted upon a table near him and said,
"Prince, I know you, and you owe much to my care. But as it is rare to find gratitude in men, I would not tell you what I have done for you, for fear you should destroy the sentiments with which you have inspired me. I have only, therefore, to inform you that these are the crayfish of the king of the whiting, and that they alone speak in this empire, and that you are chosen to teach them a refined language, the customs of the world, and the means of pleasing their sovereign. You will find them intelligent, but you must every morning choose 10 to pound in the king's mortar to make his broth."
The crayfish having ceased speaking, the prince replied,
"I had no idea, madam, that you had interested yourself in my concerns. The gratitude I already feel towards you should induce you to abandon the bad opinion you have conceived of men in general, since, on the bare assurance which you have given me of your friendship, I feel deeply obligated to you. But what I am very anxious to learn is the course I should take in reasoning with the persons whose education you would confide to me. If I were sure that they had as much intellect as you, I should have no trouble, and I should feel a pride in the task. But the more difficult I should find them to teach, the less should I have the courage to punish them for faults for which they are not responsible. And having lived with them, how can I have the heart to deliver them to a torture?" "You are obstinate and a great talker," interrupted the crayfish, "but we know how to subdue you."
So saying, she rose from the table, and jumping to the ground, took her real form of Marmette, for she was that wicked fairy.
"Oh, heavens!" cried the prince. "So this is the person who boasts of the interest she takes in my affairs, she who has done nothing but make me miserable. Ah, Luminess," continued he, "you abandon me."
He had hardly finished these words when Marmette precipitated herself by the window into the reservoir and disappeared, and he remained alone with the 12,000 crayfish. After having meditated a little on how he should proceed to educate them, during which time they waited in complete silence, it occurred to him that he might very probably find amongst them his beautiful and unfortunate princess, because the hideous Marmette had ordered him to pound 10 of them every morning.
"And why should I be selected to pound them," said he, "if it not be to drive me distracted? Never mind, let us look for her," continued he, rising. "Let us at least try to recognize her, even if I die of grief before her eyes."
Then he asked the crayfish if they would kindly permit him to search amongst them for one of his acquaintance.
"We know nothing about it, my lord," said the first who spoke. "But you can make what inquiry you please up to the time of your return to the reservoir, for we must positively pass the night there."
Zirphil commenced his inspection. The more he sought, the less he discovered, but he surmised, from the few words which he drew from those he interrogated, that they were all princesses transformed by the wickedness of Marmotte. This caused him inconsolable grief, for he had to choose 10 for the king's broth. End of section 30. Recording by Robert Robinson.
Section 31 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janette Edwards. Princess Camion by Mademoiselle de Loubert. Translated by James PLANCHÉ. Part 2. When evening came, they repeated that they must retire to the reservoir, and it was not without pain that he relinquished the sweet occupation of seeking the princess. He had only been able in the whole day to interrogate 150, but as he was certain at least that she was not amongst them, he determined to take 10 from that number. He had no sooner chosen them than he proceeded to carry them to the king's offices. But he was arrested by the most astonishing peals of laughter from the victims he was about to immolate. He was so surprised by it that he was some time without speaking. At length he interrupted them to inquire what it was they found so amusing in their present circumstances. They renewed their shouts of laughter so heartily that he could not help, in spite of his own sorrows, partaking in their mirth. They wanted to speak, but could not for laughing. They could only ejaculate, "Oh, I can say no more! Oh, I shall die of it! No, there is nothing in the world so amusing!" And then roared again. At length he reached the palace with them, all laughing together, and having shown them to a pike-headed man, who seemed to be the principal cook. A mortar of green porphyry, ornamented with gold, was set before him, into which he put his 10 crayfish, and prepared to pound them. At that moment the bottom of the mortar opened, emitted a brilliant flame which dazzled the prince, and then closing up again, appeared perfectly empty. Even the crayfish had vanished. This astonished, but at the same time gratified him, for he was very reluctant to pound such merry creatures. The man-pike, on the contrary, seemed sadly distressed at this adventure, and wept bitterly. The prince was as much surprised at this as he was at the laughter of the crayfish, and he could not ascertain the cause, as the pike's head was dumb. He returned, much disturbed by his adventure, to his pretty apartment, where he no longer found the crayfish, for they had returned to the reservoir. The following morning they re-entered without Marmotte. He sought for his princess, and still not discovering her, he again chose 10 of the finest for pounding. The same adventure occurred. They laughed, and the pikemen wept when they disappeared in the flame. For 3 months this extraordinary scene was daily repeated. He heard nothing of the King of the Whiting, and he was only uneasy at not discovering his beautiful princess. One evening, returning from the kitchen to his own apartments, he traversed the king's gardens, and passing near a palisade which surrounded a charming plantation, in the midst of which was a little sparkling fountain, he heard someone speaking. This surprised him, for he believed all those inhabitants of that kingdom to be as dumb as those he had seen. He advanced gently, and heard a voice which said, "But, princess, if you do not discover yourself, your husband will never find you." "What can I do?" said the other voice, which he recognized as that he had so often heard. "The cruelty of Marmotte compels me to remain silent, and I cannot discover myself without risking his life as well as my own. The wise Lumineuse, who aids him, conceals my features from him in order to preserve us to each other. He must absolutely pound me. It is an irrevocable sentence." "But why should he pound you?" inquired the other.
You have never yet told me your history. Citronette, your confidant, would have related it to me had she not last week been chosen for the king's broth."
"Alas," replied the princess, "that unfortunate has already undergone the torture which I await. Would that I were in her place, for assuredly by this time she is in her grotto."
"But," rejoined the other voice, "as it is such a beautiful night, tell me now why you are subjected to the vengeance of Marmotte. I have already told you who I am, and I burn with impatience to know more about you."
"Although it will renew my grief," replied the princess, "I cannot refuse to satisfy you, especially as I must speak of Zirphil, and I take pleasure in all that relates to him." One may easily judge of the delight which the prince felt at this fortunate moment. He glided gently into the plantation, but as it was very dark he saw nothing. He listened, however, with all his ears, and this is word for word what he heard. "My father was king of a country near Mount Caucasus. He reigned to the best of his ability over a people of incredible wickedness. There were perpetual revolts, and often the windows of his palace were broken by the stones which they hurled against them. The queen, my mother, who was a very accomplished woman, composed speeches for him to make to the disaffected. But if he succeeded in appeasing them one day, the next produced a new trouble. The judges were tired of condemning to death, and the executioners of hanging. At length things arrived at such a pitch that my father, seeing all our provinces were uniting against us, resolved to withdraw from the capital, that he might no longer witness so many disagreeable scenes. He took the queen with him, and left the kingdom to the government of one of his ministers, who was very wise and less timid than the king, my father. My mother was expecting my birth, and travelled with some difficulty to the foot of Mount Caucasus, where my father had chosen his habitation. Our wicked subjects fired the guns for joy at their departure, and next day strangled our minister, saying that he wished to carry matters with too high a hand, and that they much preferred their old sovereign. My father was not at all flattered by their preference, and remained concealed in his little retreat, where very soon I saw the light. They named me Camion, because I was so very diminutive. Moreover, the king and queen, tired of the honours which had cost them so dear, and wishing to conceal my high birth from me, brought me up as a shepherdess. At the end of 10 years, which appeared to them like 10 minutes, so happy were they in their retreat, the fairies of the Caucasus, indignant at the wickedness of the people who inhabited our kingdom, resolved to restore order in it. One day that I was tending my sheep in the meadow which adjoined our garden, 2 old shepherdesses accosted me, and begged me to give them shelter for the night. They had such a sad, dejected air that my soul was moved with compassion. "Follow me," said I. "My father, who is a farmer, will receive you willingly." I ran to the cottage to announce their arrival to him. He came to meet them and received them with much kindness, as did my mother also. I then brought in my sheep and set milk before our guests. Meanwhile my father prepared them a nice little supper, and the queen, who, as I before told you, was a clever woman, entertained them wonderfully. I had a little lamb which I loved excessively. My father called me to bring it to him that he might kill it and roast it. I was not accustomed to dispute his will, and therefore took it to him. But I was so distressed at having to do so that I went and sat down weeping beside my mother, who was so occupied in talking to these good women that she took no notice of me. "What is the matter with little Camion?" said one of them, who saw me in tears.
"Alas, madame," said I to her, My father is roasting my pet lamb for your suppers." "How?" said the one who had not yet spoken. "Is it on our account that pretty Camion is thus distressed?" Then rising and striking the ground with her stick, a table rose out of it, magnificently covered, and the two old women became two beautiful ladies, in dresses so dazzling with precious stones that I was struck motionless, so much so indeed that I paid no attention when my little lamb bounded into the room and made 1,000 leaps, which much amused the company. I ran at length to him, after having kissed the hands of the beautiful ladies. But I was quite amazed to find his wool all of silver pearl, and covered with knots of rose-colored ribbon. My father and mother paid every attention to the fairies, for such I need not tell you they were both. They raised the king and queen who had fallen at their feet. "King and queen," said she who was the most majestic, "we have known you for a long time past, and your misfortunes have excited our pity. Do not imagine that greatness exempts anyone from the ills attached to humanity. You must know by experience that the more elevated the rank, the more keenly are they felt. Your patience and virtue have raised you above your misfortunes. It is time to give you your reward. I am the fairy Lumineuse, and I come to ask what would be most agreeable to your majesties. Speak, and do not fear to put our power to the proof. Consult together, your wishes shall be accomplished. But say nothing respecting Camion. Her destiny is apart from yours. The fairy Marmotte, envious of the brilliant fate which has been promised her, has obscured it for a time. But Camion will better know the value of her happiness when she shall have experienced the ills of life. We will protect her by softening them. That is all we are permitted to tell you. Speak. With that exception, we can do anything for you." The fairies after this harangue were silent. The queen turned to the king that he might reply, for she wept to find I was doomed to be unhappy. But my father was no better able than herself to speak. He uttered piteous exclamations, and I, seeing them in tears, left my lamb to come and weep with them. The fairies waited with much impatience and in perfect silence till our tears were ended. At length my mother pushed the king gently to let him know they were expecting his reply. He took his handkerchief from his eyes and said that as it was decided that I should be miserable, nothing they could offer him could be agreeable to him, and that he refused the happiness which they promised him, as he should always find it embittered by the idea of what I had to dread. The queen added, seeing that the poor man could say no more, that she begged the fairies to take their lives on the day when my sad destiny was to be fulfilled, for that her only wish was not to be compelled to witness my misery. The good fairies, affected by the extreme grief which reigned in the royal family, spoke together in a whisper. At length Lumineuse, who had already addressed us, said to the queen, "Be consoled, madam. The misfortunes which threaten Camion are not so great but that they may terminate happily. For from the moment that the husband destined for her shall have obeyed the commands of fate, she will be happy with him, and the malignity of our sister can have no further power over either. The prince we have selected is one worthy of her, and all that we can tell you is that you must absolutely lower your daughter every morning into the well, and that she must bathe in it for half an hour. If you strictly observe this rule, perhaps she may escape the evil with which she is threatened. At 12 years old, the critical period of her fate will commence. If she reach the age of 13 in safety, there will be nothing more to fear. That is all which regards her. Now wish for yourselves, and we can gratify your desires."
The king and queen looked at each other, and after a short silence, the king asked to become a statue until after I should have completed my 13th year. And the queen limited her request to the modest one that the temperature of the well in which I was to be dipped should always be according to the season. The fairies, charmed at this excess of paternal tenderness, added that the water should be orange-flower water, and that the king, whenever the queen should throw this water over him, should resume his natural form, and again become a statue when he pleased. At length they took leave of us, after having lauded the king and queen for their moderation, and promised to assist them whenever they should require it, by burning a bit of the silver pearl with which my lamb was covered. They vanished, and I felt real anguish for the first time in my life, at seeing my father become a great statue of black marble. The queen burst into tears, and I also. But at length, as everything has an end, I ceased to cry, and occupied myself in consoling my mother, for I felt a sudden increase both of sense and sensibility. The queen passed her life at the feet of the statue, and I, after having bathed as they had ordered me, went to milk my ewes. Upon that food we lived, for the queen would not take anything else, and it was only from love to me that she could be prevailed on to preserve an existence, which to her was so full of bitterness. "Alas, my daughter," said she sometimes, "of what use to us have been our grandeur and our high birth?" For she no longer concealed from me my rank. "Would it not have been better to have been born in a lower sphere, since a crown draws down on us such great misfortunes? Virtue and my affection for you, my dear Camion, alone enable me to support them, but there are moments when my soul seems impatient to leave me, and I confess I feel pleasure in imagining that I shall soon die. It is not for me you should weep," added she, "but for your father, whose grief, still greater than mine, has carried him so far as to make him desire a worse fate than ceasing to live. Never forget, my dear, the gratitude you owe him." "Alas, madame," said I am not capable of ever forgetting it, and still less can I forget that you have wished to live in order to assist me. I was bathed regularly every day, and my mother was sadly distressed to see the king always an inanimate statue. She dared not, however, recall him to life, fearing to inflict on him the pain of witnessing the misfortune with which I was threatened. The fairies not having specified what it was, we were in mortal fear. The queen especially fancied no end of frightful things, because her imagination had an unlimited field to range over. As for me, I did not trouble myself much about it. So true is it that youth is the only time when we enjoy the present. My mother told me repeatedly that she felt a great desire to bring my father to life again, and I had the same inclination. At length, after 6 months, finding that the fairy's bath had greatly embellished both my person and mind, she resolved to gratify this longing, if but to give the king the pleasure of seeing my improvement. She therefore desired me to bring her some water from the well. Accordingly, after my bath, I drew up a vase of this marvellous water, and the statue was no sooner sprinkled with it than my father became a man again. The queen threw herself at his feet to ask pardon for having troubled his repose. He raised her, and embracing her tenderly, forgave her readily, and she presented me to him. I am ashamed to tell you that he was both delighted and surprised. "For how can you believe me, beautiful princess?" said the voice hesitatingly. "Me, the most hideous of crayfish?"
"Alas, I can well believe you," replied the one to whom she spoke. "I also might boast of being handsome, but is it possible to appear so in these frightful shells? Pray continue, however, for I am eager to hear the rest of your history." "Well then," said the other voice, "the king was enchanted with me, loaded me with caresses, and asked the queen if she had any news to tell him." "Alas," said she, "who in this desert should come to tell me any? Besides, being occupied solely in lamenting your transformation, I have taken little interest in the world, which is nothing to me without you."
"Well," said the king, "I will tell you some news then, for do not think that I have been always asleep. The fairies who protect us have disclosed to me the punishment of my subjects. They have made an immense pond of my kingdom, and all the inhabitants are men-fish. A nephew of the fairy Marmot, whom they have set up as their king, persecutes them with unequalled cruelty. He devours them for the least fault, and at the end of a certain time a prince will arrive who will dethrone him and reign in his stead. It is in this kingdom that Camion will be made perfectly happy. This is all that I know, and it was not a bad way of passing my time," said he laughingly, "to have discovered these things. The fairies came every night to inform me of what was doing, and I should perhaps have known much more if you had let me remain a statue a little longer. But, however, I am so delighted to see you once more that I do not think I shall very soon wish to become a statue again."
We passed some time in the happiest manner possible. The king and queen, notwithstanding, were rather anxious when they thought of my approaching the age of 13. As the queen bathed me with great care, she hoped that the prediction would not be fulfilled. But who can boast of escaping their destiny? One morning, that the queen had risen early and was gathering some flowers to decorate our cottage, because the king was fond of them, she saw come out from beneath the tuberose an ugly animal, something like a marmot. This beast threw itself on her and bit her nose. She fainted with the pain which this bite occasioned her, and my father, at the end of an hour, not seeing her return, went to seek her. Judge of his consternation at finding her nearly dead and covered with blood. He uttered fearful cries. I ran to his assistance, and we together carried the queen into the house and placed her in bed, where she was 2 hours without coming to herself. At length she began to give some signs of life, and we had the pleasure of seeing her very shortly recovered, except from the pain of the bite, which caused her much suffering. She asked directly if I had been to bathe, but we had quite forgotten it in our anxiety about her. She was much alarmed at hearing this. However, seeing that as yet no accident had happened to me, she became reassured, and related to us her adventure, which surprised us immensely. The day passed over without any other trouble. The king had taken his gun and sought in every direction for the horrid beast without finding it. The next day at sunrise the queen awoke, and came to fetch me, to repair the fault of the preceding morning. She lowered me into the well as usual, but alas, fatal and unlucky day! At this same instant, although the heavens were quite serene, a dreadful clap of thunder rent the air. The sky seemed suddenly all on fire, and from a burning cloud there issued a flaming dart which flew into the well. My mother, in her fright, let go the cord which held me, and I sank to the bottom, without hurting myself, it is true, but horrified at discovering that I was partially transformed into an enormous fish, which they call a whale. I rose to the surface again, and called the queen with all my power. She did not reply. I was sadly afflicted and wept bitterly, as much for her loss as at my metamorphosis, when I felt that invisible power force me to descend to the bottom of the well. Having reached it, I entered a grotto of crystal, where I found a species of nymph, ugly enough, for she was like an immensely fat frog. However, she smiled at my approach, and said to me, "Camion, I am the nymph of the bottomless well. I have orders to receive thee, and to make thee undergo the penance to which thou art sentenced for having failed to bathe. Follow me, and do not remonstrate." What, alas, could I do? I was so distressed and so faint at finding myself on dry ground that I had not the strength to speak. She dragged me, not without pain, into a saloon of green marble which was near the grotto. There she put me into an immense golden tub filled with water, and I then began to recover my senses. The good nymph appeared delighted at this. "I am called Citronette," said she to me. "I am appointed to wait on thee. Thou canst order me to do anything thou wilt. I know perfectly well both the past and the present. As for the future, it is not my province to penetrate it. Command me, and at least I can render the time of thy penance less irksome to thee." I embraced the good Citronette at these words, and related to her the events of my life. I then inquired of her what had become of the king and queen. She was about to reply, when a hideous marmot, as large as a human being, entered the saloon and froze me with horror. She walked upon her hind legs, and leant upon a golden wand, which gave her a dignified air. She approached the tub in which I would willingly have drowned myself, I was so frightened, and raising her wand, with which she touched me. "Camion," said she, "thou art in my power, and nothing can release thee but thy obedience, and that of the husband whom my sisters have destined for thee. Listen to me, and cast off this fear which does not befit a person of your rank. Since thine infancy, I wish to take care of thee, and to marry thee to my nephew, the King of the Whiting. Lumineuse and 2 or 3 other of my sisters combined to deprive me of this right. I was provoked, and not being able to revenge myself on them, I resolved to punish thee for their audacity. I doom thee, therefore, to be a whale for at least half the term of thy existence. My sisters protested so strongly against what they called my injustice that I diminished my vengeance for 3/4 and a half. But I reserved to myself the right of marrying thee to my nephew in return for my complaisance. Lumineuse, who is imperious, and unfortunately my superior, would not listen to this arrangement, because she had destined thee, before me, to a prince whom she protected. I was compelled then to consent to her plan in spite of my resentment. All that I could obtain was that the first who should deliver you from my claws should be thy husband. Here are their portraits," continued she, showing me 2 gold miniature cases, "which will enable thee to recognize them. But if one of them come to deliver thee, he must betroth himself to thee whilst thou art in the tub, and before thou canst leave it, he must tear off the skin of the whale. Without that, thou wilt always remain a fish. My nephew would not hesitate a moment to execute that order, but the favourite of Lumineuse will consider it a horrible task, for he has the air of a very delicate little gentleman. Set then thy wits to work to make him skin thee, and after that thou shalt be no longer unhappy, if to be a beautiful whale, very fat and well fed, and up to the neck in water, can be called unhappiness."
To these words I made no reply, but remained very dejected, as much at my present state as by the thought of scaling to which I must submit. Marmot disappeared, leaving with me the 2 miniature cases. I wept over my misfortunes and my situation, without dreaming of looking at the portraits, when the good and sympathizing Citronette said to me, "Come, we must not lament over ills which cannot be remedied. Let us see if I cannot help to console you. But first, try not to weep so much,
for I have a tender heart, and I cannot see your tears without feeling inclined to mingle mine with them. Let us chase them away by looking at these portraits." So saying, she opened the first case, and showing it to me, we both uttered shrieks like Melusines at seeing a hideous whiting's head, painted, it is true, with all the advantages which could be given to it. But in spite of that, never in the memory of man had anything been seen so ugly. "Take away that object," cried I to her. "I cannot bear the sight of it longer. I would rather be a whale all my life than marry that horrible whiting." She did not give me time to finish my imprecations on this monster, but said, "Behold this darling young man. Oh, as for him, would he but skin you, I should be delighted." I looked hastily to see if what she said was true. I was only too soon convinced. A noble and charming countenance presented itself to my view. Fine eyes, full of tenderness, embellished a face which was both mild and majestic. An air of intellectuality was spread over it, which complemented the fascination of this delightful painting. A profusion of black hair, curling naturally, gave an air to it which Citronette missed for indifference, but which I interpreted, and I think rightly, as conveying a precisely opposite sentiment. I contemplated this beautiful face with a pleasure of which I was scarcely conscious. Citronette remarked it first. "Without a doubt," cried she, "that is the one we will choose." This bantering roused me from my reverie, and colouring at my own ecstasy, "Why should I trouble myself?" said I. "Ah, my dear Citronette, this appears to me very like another trick of that cruel marmot. She has exhausted her art in endeavouring to make me regret the impossibility of finding a similar object in nature." "What?" said Citronette. "Already such tender reflections on this portrait?" "Ah, truly, I did not expect that so soon." I blushed again at this jest, and became quite embarrassed at finding that I had too innocently betrayed the effect which this beautiful painting had produced on my heart. Citronette again read my thoughts. "No, no," said she, embracing me. "Do not repent of this avowal. Your frankness charms me, and to console you, I will tell you that Marmotte does not deceive you, and that there is in the world a prince who is the veritable original of the picture." This assurance filled me with joy at the moment, but the next instant that feeling departed, when I remembered that this prince would never see me, as I was in the depths of the earth, and that Marmotte, by her power, would sooner enable her monster of a nephew to penetrate my abode than give the least assistance to a prince whom she hated, because they had destined me to him without her consent. I no longer concealed what I thought from Citronette. The attempt, indeed, would have been useless, for she read with surprising facility the utmost secret of my thoughts. I therefore preferred to take the credit of candour. She deserved my confidence for her attachment to me, and I found it a great consolation, for I have felt from that time that when the heart is filled with one object, there is much happiness in being able to speak of it. In fact, I loved from that moment, and Citronette dissipated, with much address and clear-sightedness, the confusion and trouble which the commencement of a violent passion produces in the mind. She soothed my grief, allowing me to speak of it, and when I had exhausted words, she gently changed the conversation, which almost always, however, bore upon my troubles or my affection. She had informed me that the king, my father, was transported to the abode of the king of the whiting, and that the queen, at the moment that she lost me, had become a crayfish. I could not understand this. "One cannot become a crayfish," said I. "Can you better understand how you have become a whale?" said she. She was right, but we are often surprised at things which happen to others, although we have in ourselves still greater subject for astonishment. My small experience was the cause of this. Citronette laughed frequently at my innocence, and was surprised to find me so eloquent in my affection, for truly I was so on that subject, and I found that love throws much light into the mind. I could not sleep. I woke the good-natured Citronette 100 times in the night to talk to her of my prince. She had told me his name, and that he hunted almost every day in the forest beneath which I was interred. She proposed to me to try to attract him to our dwelling, but I would not consent, although I was dying to do so. I was afraid that he would die for want of air. We were accustomed to it. That was a different thing. I feared also that it would be too great a freedom. Besides, I was in despair at appearing to him in the form of a whale, and I measured this aversion for me by that which the portrait of the King of the Whiting had inspired me with. Citronette reassured me, telling me that spite of the whale's body my face was charming. I believed it sometimes, but more often I was uneasy, and after having looked at myself, I could not imagine I was sufficiently handsome to inspire with love one who had made me so well acquainted with it. My self-love came to the support of my prudence. Alas, how rarely it is that our virtues can be traced to pure inspirations. I passed my time in forming projects for obtaining a sight of him and letting him see me, and rejected by turns each that occurred to me. Citronette was a great assistance to me at this time, for it must be confessed that she has plenty of sense, and still more gentleness and amiability. One day that I was even more sad than usual, for love has the peculiarity of infecting gentle souls with melancholy, I saw the frightful Marmotte enter, with 2 persons whom I did not at first recognize. I took it into my head that it was her wretched nephew whom she brought with her. I uttered frightful shrieks as they approached me hastily. "Why, she could not cry louder," said the horrid Marmotte, "if they were skinning her. Look what terrible harm is done to her."
"Good gracious, sister," said one of these persons who accompanied her, and whom I then remembered with joy, having formerly seen in our village. "A truce to your stories of skinning, and let us tell Camion what we have to tell her."
"Willingly," said Marmotte, "but on the conditions which you are aware of."
"Camion," said the good fairy, without replying to Marmotte, "we are too much distressed at your condition not to think of remedying it, more especially as you have not deserved it. My sisters and I have resolved to ameliorate it as much as lies in our power. This, therefore, is what we have determined on. You were about to be presented at the court of the prince to whom I have destined you from your infancy. But, my dear child, you will not appear there as you are, and you are commanded to return 3 nights a week and plunge again into your tub. For until you are married—"
"And skinned,"
interrupted the odious Marmotte, laughing violently. The good fairy merely turned towards her, shrugging her shoulders, and continued, "Until you are married, you will be a whale in this place. We can tell you no more. The rest you will be informed of by degrees. But above all, keep your secret, for if a word escape you which tends to discover it, neither I nor my sisters can do anything for you, and you will be delivered up to my sister Marmotte."
"That is what I expect,"
said the wicked fairy.
"And I already see her in my power, for a secret kept by a girl would be a phenomenon."
"That is her own affair," said Lumineuse, for it was she who had already spoken. "To proceed, my daughter," said she, "you will become a little doll made of ivory, but capable of thinking and speaking. We shall preserve all your features, and I give you a week to consider whether what I propose to you will suit you. We will then return, and you shall tell me if you consent to it. or if you would prefer awaiting here the event which must bring you one of the 2 husbands selected for you." I had not time to reply. The fairies departed after these words, and left me astounded by what I had just seen and heard. I remained with Citronette, who represented to me that it was a great treat for me to become an ivory doll. I sighed when I thought that my prince would never take a fancy to such a bauble. But at length the desire to see him and become acquainted with him overcame the anxiety to please him, and I resolved to accept the proposal which was made to me, and the more readily as Zirphil, for they had mentioned his name, might possibly be forestalled by the King of the Whiting, and this idea made me nearly die of grief. Citronette told me that Prince Zirphil hunted daily in the forest which was above us, and I made her take every day the form of a stag, a hound, or a wild boar, in order that she might bring me some news, which never failed to be in some way connected with the subject which occupied my heart. She described him to me as 100 times handsomer than his picture, and my imagination embellished him to such a degree that I resolved to see him or to die. But one more day had to elapse before the expected arrival of the fairies, and Citronette, in the form of a wild boar, was roaming the forest to find food for my curiosity, when suddenly I saw her return, followed by the too amiable Zirphil. I cannot describe to you my joy and astonishment. There are no terms which can express them to you. But what enchanted me most was that this charming prince appeared equally delighted with me. Perhaps I desired this too much, not to help to deceive myself. However, I thought I saw in his eyes that he felt the impression he had made. Citronette, more anxious for my happiness than mindful of our ecstasy, aroused us from it, by begging him either to skin or to marry me. Then coming to myself, and feeling the danger of my situation, I joined in her entreaties, and by our prayers and tears induced him to plight me his faith. I had hardly accepted it when he vanished, I know not how, and I found myself in my ordinary form lying on a good bed. I was no longer a whale, but I was still in the depths of the earth in the green saloon, and Citronette had lost the power of leaving it and of transforming herself. I expected the fairies in a state of the greatest trepidation. My love had redoubled since I had become personally acquainted with its object, and I feared that my charming husband might be included in the vengeance of the fairies for not having waited till they could witness my marriage. Citronette had enough to do to reassure me. I could not overcome my grief and fear. Marmotte appeared with the dawn of day, but I neither saw Lumineuse nor her companion. She did not seem more irritable than usual. She touched me with her wand without speaking to me, and I became a charming little doll, which she put in her toothpick case, and then transported herself into the presence of the Queen Mother of my betrothed. She gave me to her, with orders to marry me to her son, or to expect all the evil which she was capable of inflicting, telling her that I was her goddaughter, and was called the Princess Camion. I took, in fact, a great fancy to my mother-in-law. I considered her charming, as being the mother of Zirphil, whom I adored, and my caresses were returned by her. I was transported every night into the green saloon, and there enjoyed the pleasure of meeting my husband, for the same power acted on him, and transported him likewise into this subterraneous dwelling. I knew not why they forbade me to tell him my secret, as I was married, but I kept it in spite of his impatience to know it.
"You will see," continued the speaker with a sigh, "how impossible it is to avoid one's fate. But it begins to get light, and I feel I am quite tired with being so long out of the water. Let us return to the reservoir, and tomorrow at the same hour, if we are not selected for the soup of that worthless King of the Whiting, we will resume the thread of our discourse. Come, let us go."
Zirphil heard no more, and himself returned to his apartment, much concerned at not having made known to the princess his being so near. But the fear of increasing her misfortunes by this indiscretion consoled him for not having risked it. The misery of knowing she was likely to perish by his hand made him resolve to continue his diligent search among the crayfish. End of section 31. Recording by Janette Edwards. Section 32 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janette Edwards. Princess Camion by Mademoiselle de Loubert. Translated by James Planchet. Part 3. He retired to bed, but not to sleep, for he did not close his eyes all night. To have found his princess in the form of a crayfish, ready to be made into soup for the King of the Whiting, appeared to him a still more frightful torment than the death to which he had believed her destined. He was sighing and distressing himself cruelly when he was disturbed by a great noise in the garden. He at first heard it confusedly, but listening attentively, he distinguished flutes and conch shells. He rose and went to the window, when he saw the King of the Whiting, accompanied by the dozen sharks who composed his council, advancing towards the pavilion. He hastened to open the door, and the train having entered, the king first had his tub filled with sea-water by the peers of the realm who bore it, and after a short repose, and making the council take their places, he addressed the young prince. "Whoever you may be," he said, "you have resolved apparently to make me die of hunger. For you send me every day a broth which I cannot swallow. But, young man, I must tell you that if you are leagued with evil powers to poison me, you have taken a very foolish part. As nephew of the fairy Marmont, I am beyond all such attempts, and my life is safe." The prince, astonished at being suspected of so base an act, was about to reply with haughtiness, but by chance, as he raised his hand, he cast his eye upon his ring, and saw therein Lumineuse, who placed her finger on her mouth as a sign to him to be silent. He had not before thought of consulting his ring. He had been so engrossed by his grief. He accordingly held his tongue, but he betrayed his indignation in his countenance, which the sharks remarked, for they made signs of approbation, which appeared to say that they did not believe him capable of such a thing. "Huh!" said the king. "As this myrmidon appears so angry, we must make him work before us. Let them go to my kitchen. Let them bring the mortar for the crayfish. I shall give my council a treat." Immediately a pike's head went to execute the king's commands, and during this time the 12 sharks took a large net, which they threw into the reservoir from the window, and drew in 3,000 or 4,000 crayfish. During the interval that the council was employed in fishing, and the pike's head in fetching the king's mortar, Zirphil reflected, and felt that the most critical moment of his life approached, and that his happiness or misery would depend upon his present conduct. He armed himself with resolution for whatever might come to pass, and placing all his hopes in the fairy Lumineuse, he implored her to be favourable to him. At the same moment he looked at his ring, and saw in it the beautiful fairy, who made a sign to him to pound courageously. This revived him, and took from him some of the pain he felt at consenting to this cruelty. At length the horrid mortar was produced. Zirphil approached it boldly, and prepared to obey the king. The council put in the crayfish with great ceremony, and the prince tried to pound them, but the same thing happened to them as to the former ones in the kitchen. The bottom of the mortar opened, and the flames devoured them. The king and the odious sharks amused themselves for a long time with this spectacle, and were never tired of filling the mortar. At length there was but one left of the 4,000. It was surprisingly large and fine. The king commanded that it might be shelled, in order to see if he should like to eat some of them raw. They gave it to Zirphil to shell. He trembled all over at having to inflict this new torture, but still more when this poor fish joined her 2 claws, and with her eyes filled with tears said, "Alas, Zirphil, what have I done to you that you should wish to do me so much harm?" The prince, moved by these words, and his heart pierced with grief, looked at her sadly, and at length took it on himself to beg the king to allow her to be pounded. The king, jealous of his authority and firm in his resolution, was enraged at this humble request, and threatened to pound Zirphil himself if he did not shell it. The poor prince took it again from the hands of the shark to whom he had confided it, and with a little knife which they had given him, he tremblingly touched the crayfish. He looked at his ring, and saw Lumineuse laughing and talking to a veiled person whom she held by the hand. He could not understand this at all, and the king, who did not give him time to reflect, cried out to him so loudly to finish that the prince stuck the knife with such force under the shell of the crayfish that it cried piteously. He turned away his eyes from hers, and could not help shedding tears. At length he resumed his task, but to his great astonishment he had not finished the shelling when he found in his hands the wicked marmot, who jumped to the ground, uttering shrieks of laughter so loud and disagreeable in mockery of Zirphil that it prevented him from fainting, or he would have fallen on the floor. The king cried in astonishment, "Why, it is my aunt! And truly it is she," said this annoying animal. "But, my dear Whiting, I come to tell you a terrible piece of news." Whiting grew pale at these words, and the council assumed an air of satisfaction, which increased the ill humor of the king and his terrible aunt. "The fact is, my darling," continued Marmotte, "you must return to your watery dominions, for this rash boy whom you see here has chosen to display a constancy that nothing can shake, and has triumphed over all the traps I set for him to prevent him from carrying off the princess I had destined for you." At these words the king of the Whiting fell into such a rage that he could not contain himself. He committed extravagances which proved he was possessed of the most violent passions. Marmotte tried in vain to calm him. He broke his bowl into 1,000 pieces, and being on dry ground, he fainted. Marmotte, mad with rage, turned to Zirphil, who had remained a quiet spectator of this tragic scene, and said to him, "Thou hast conquered, Zirphil, by the power of a fairy whom I must obey. But thou art not yet at the end of thy troubles. Thou canst not be happy till thou shalt have given into my own hand the case which enclosed the accursed Camion. Even Lumineuse agrees to this, and I have obtained her consent for you to suffer until that time." At these words she took the king of the Whiting on her shoulders, and threw him into the reservoir, as well as the sharks, the palace, and all its inhabitants. Zirphil found himself alone at the foot of a great mountain, in a country which was as arid as the desert, without being able to perceive the vestige of a habitation or even of the great reservoir. All had disappeared at the same moment. The prince was even more distressed than astonished at so extraordinary an event. He was accustomed to wonders. He was only alive to the grief which the persecution of the fairy Marmotte occasioned him. "I cannot doubt," said he, "that I have pounded my princess. Yes, I must have pounded her. Yet I am none the happier for it. Ah, barbarous Marmotte, and you, Lumineuse, you leave me without help, after having obeyed you at the expense of all which a heart as sensitive as mine could suffer." His grief and the little repose which he had taken since the previous night threw him into such a state of weakness that he would have sunk altogether if he had not had the courage to wish to live. "If I could but find something to support me," said he. "But in this horrible desert I shall seek in vain a single fruit which can refresh me." He had not pronounced the word when his ring opened, and a little table covered with excellent viands came out of it. It became in a moment large enough to accommodate the person for whom it was intended. He found on it all that could tempt his eye and his appetite, for the repast was so beautifully arranged that in fact nothing was wanting, and the wine was delicious. He returned thanks to Lumineuse, for who else could have assisted him so opportunely? He ate, drank, and felt strong again. When he had finished, the table lost its form and re-entered the ring. As it was late, he did not make much progress in ascending the mountain, but stretched himself under a wretched tree, which had hardly enough leaves to protect him from the night air. "Alas," said he as he laid himself down, "such is the nature of man. He forgets the good that is past, and is only sensible of present evil. I would now willingly exchange my table for a couch a little less hard than this." A moment after, he felt that he was in a comfortable bed, but he could see nothing, for it appeared to him that the darkness was redoubled. He ascertained that this was caused by the ample curtains which surrounded his bed and protected him from the cold and dew, and having again thanked the good and attentive Lumineuse, he dropped off to sleep. On waking at daybreak, he found himself in an angel bed of yellow taffety and silver, which was placed in the middle of a tent of satin of the same color, embroidered all over with ciphers in bright silver, which formed the name of Zirphil, and all the ciphers were supported by whales formed of rubies. Everything that could possibly be required was to be found also in this beautiful tent. If the prince had been in a more tranquil state of mind, he would have admired this elegant habitation generally. But he only looked at the whales, dressed himself, and went out of the tent, which folded itself up, and re-entered the ring from which it had issued. He began to ascend the mountain, taking no longer any trouble in seeking food or lodging, for he was certain to have both as soon as he wished for them. His only anxiety was to find Lumineuse, for his ring was mute on that subject, and he found himself in a country so strange to him and so deserted that he was necessarily compelled to trust to chance. After having passed several days in ascending without discovering anything, he arrived at the brink of a well which was cut in the rock. He seated himself near it to rest, and began to exclaim as usual, "Lumineuse, can I not find you then?" The last time he pronounced these words, he heard a voice which proceeded from the well say, "Is it Zirphil who speaks to me?" His joy at hearing this voice was increased by recognizing her to whom it belonged. He rushed to the brink of the well and said, "Yes, it is Zirphil, and are you not Citronette?" "Yes," replied Citronette, emerging from the well and embracing the prince. It is impossible to express the pleasure which this sight gave him. He overwhelmed the nymph with questions about herself and about the princess. At length, after the excitement of their first meeting had subsided, they spoke more rationally together. "I am about to inform you," said she, "of all that you are ignorant of, for since the time you pounded us, we have enjoyed a happiness which was only alloyed by your absence, and I awaited your arrival here on the part of the fairy Lumineuse, to tell you what remains for you to do in order to obtain possession of a princess who loves you as much as you love her. But as some time must elapse before you can arrive at this happiness, I will relate to you the rest of the marvelous history of your amiable bride." Zirphil kissed the hand of Citronette 1,000 times, and followed her into the grotto, where he thought he should die of mingled pleasure and grief when he recognized the spot in which he had for the first time seen his divine princess. At length, after partaking of a repast which came out of the ring, he begged the good Citronette to have the kindness to resume the narrative of the princess from where she had herself left off in the palace garden. "As it is here," said Citronette, "that Lumineuse is to meet you, you shall, whilst waiting for her, learn all that you wish to know, for it is useless for you to run after her. She confides you to my care, and a lover is less impatient when one talks to him about her whom he loves. The fairy Marmotte was not ignorant of your marriage. She had transformed our friend into an ivory doll, believing that you would be disgusted at her. Lumineuse conducted this affair herself, knowing that nothing could deprive you of the princess if you married her, or if you destroyed her enchantment by skinning her. You chose the former alternative, and you know what followed. By night she resumed her proper form, and lamented at having to pass all her days in your royal mother's pocket, for Marmotte had been permitted by Lumineuse to torment the princess until you had fulfilled your destiny, which was to skin her. So enraged was she at finding that you had married her, and that the king of the Whiting, her nephew, could not become her husband. As the princess was no longer a whale, there was no fish to skin. But Marmotte, fertile in expedients, determined to make you pound her, and had forbidden the princess to tell you anything about it under pain of your life, promising her afterwards the greatest felicity. How will he ever resolve to pound me, said she, when expecting you? Ah, my dear Citronette, if it were only my life that Marmotte threatened, I would give it cheerfully to shield my husband from the torments they prepared for him. But they attack his life, that life which is so dear to me. Ah, Marmotte, barbarous Marmotte, is it possible that you can take pleasure in making me so miserable when I have never given you any cause for it? She knew the period prescribed for your separation from her, but she dared not tell you of it. The last time that you saw her, you know that you found her in tears. You asked her the cause. She pretended it was on account of your attentions to little Camion, and accused you of inconstancy. You appeased her apparent jealousy, and the fatal hour at which Marmotte was to fetch her arrived. You were transported into the palace of the king, your father. The princess and I were changed into crayfish, and placed in a little cane basket, which the fairy put under her arm, and ascending a car drawn by 2 adders, we arrived at the palace of the King of the Whiting. This palace was that of the royal father of the princess. The city, changed into a lake, formed the reservoir which we have inhabited, and all the men-fish that you have seen were the wicked subjects of the good king. I must tell you, my lord, said Citronette, interrupting herself, that unfortunate monarch and the queen his wife, being in despair at the moment when the princess sank to the bottom of the well, the fairies who had formerly come to their assistance appeared to console them for her loss. But the unhappy pair, knowing that it was to their kingdom that Camion would be exiled, chose to be there rather than at a distance from her, notwithstanding what they had to fear from the cruelty and ferocity of the King of the Whiting, whom his aunt had caused to be crowned by these men-fish. The fairies did not conceal from them the future fate of the princess, and the king, her father, begged to be the clerk of the kitchen and keeper of the King of the Whiting's mortar. The fairy immediately gave him a tap of her wand, and he became the pike-headed man you saw in that situation. And you need no longer be surprised at his having wept bitterly whenever you brought the crayfish to pound, for as he knew that his daughter must undergo this torture, he always thought she was amongst the number, and the miserable monarch had not a moment's rest, because his daughter had no means of making herself known to him. The queen had requested to be changed into a crayfish in order to be with the princess, and her wish was also granted. As soon as we arrived at the palace of the King of the Whiting, the fairy presented us to him, and ordered him to have crayfish soup made for his dinner every day. We were then thrown into the reservoir. My first care was to seek the queen, in order to soothe a little the grief of the princess, but either by the decree of fate or stupidity on my part, I found it impossible to discover her. We passed our days in this mournful search, and our pleasantest moments were those in which we recalled the circumstances of our unhappy lives. You arrived at length, and they presented us to you, but the fairy had forbidden us to make ourselves known before you should interrogate us, and we dared not infringe this rule. So continually were we compelled to submit to severities for trifles. The princess told me she thought she would have died of fright at observing you in conversation with the cruel marmot. We saw you searching amongst our companions with a mortal impatience, it being obvious that, by the direction you took, you had little chance of arriving at us. We knew that we must be pounded, but we had also learnt that immediately after we should be restored to our former condition, and that the wicked marmot would have no further power over us. On the eve of the day on which you were to commence the infliction of this torture on us, we were all assembled in a cavity of the reservoir, weeping over our destiny, when Lumineuse appeared. "Do not weep, my children," said the admirable fairy. "I come to inform you that you will escape the punishment they threaten you with, provided you go gaily to the mortar, and do not answer any questions that may be addressed to you. I can say no more at present. I am in haste. But do as I have told you, and you will not repent it. Let her whose fate appears the most cruel not lose hope. She will soon find relief." We all thanked the fairy, and appeared before you perfectly resolved to keep our secret. You spoke to some, who only made vague replies, and when you had chosen 10, we returned to the reservoir, where the assurance of our speedy deliverance inspired us with a natural gaiety which assisted the project of our protectress. The last words Lumineuse had spoken gave to the beautiful Camion a lightness of heart which rendered her charming in the eyes of her mother and me. For the Queen had at length recognized her, and we three were inseparable. At length your choice fell on the Queen and me, and we had not time to say adieu to the Princess. An unknown power acted on us at the moment, and inspired us with such gaiety that we thought we should die of laughter at the absurd things we said to each other. You carried us to the kitchen, and we had not touched the bottom of the fatal mortar before Lumineuse herself came to our assistance, and restoring me to my natural form, transported me to my customary abode. I had the consolation of seeing the Queen and our companions also resume theirs, but I know not what became of them. The fairy embraced me, and told me to await you, and relate to you everything when you should come to seek the Princess. I awaited this moment with impatience, as you will well believe, my lord, said Citronette to the Prince, who listened most eagerly to her. And yesterday I seated myself at the mouth of the well when Lumineuse appeared. Our children are about to be made happy, my dear Citronette, said she to me. Zirphil has only to recover the toothpick case of Marmotte to finish his labors, for at length he has skinned the Princess. Ah, great Queen, cried I, are we so happy as to be certain of this? Yes, replied she, it is quite true. He thought that he only skinned Marmotte, but it was in reality the Princess. Marmotte was concealed in the handle of the knife he used for that act, and the instant he had finished his task, she caused the Princess to vanish and appeared in her place, for the purpose of again intimidating him. What? Cried the Prince. Was it to my charming bride that I did that harm? Have I had the barbarity to inflict on her such a cruel torment? Ah, heavens! She will never pardon me, and I do not deserve she should. The unhappy Zirphil spoke so impetuously and distressed himself so greatly that poor Citronette was sorry she had told him this news. How, said she at last, seeing that he was quite overcome by his reflections, how did you not know it? No, I did not know that, said he. What determined me to take the shell off that unhappy and too charming crayfish was that I saw Lumineuse in my ring speaking to a veiled person who even laughed with her, and who, I flattered myself, was my princess, and I thought that she had passed through the mortar like the rest. Oh, I shall never forgive myself for this mistake. But, my lord, said Citronette, the charm depended on your skinning or pounding her, and you had done neither one nor the other. Besides, the person to whom Lumineuse spoke was the mother of the princess. They awaited the end of your adventure in order to seize on your bride and protect her for you. It was quite necessary that it should so happen. Nevertheless, said the prince, if I had known it, I would rather have pierced my own heart with that horrid knife. But consider, said Citronette, that in piercing your heart you would have left the princess forever in the power of your enemy and frightful rival, and that it is far better to have shelled her than to have died and left her in misery. Apparently this argument, so obviously founded on truth, appeased the grief of the prince, and he consented to take a little nourishment for his support. They had just finished when the roof of the saloon opened and Lumineuse appeared, seated upon a carbuncle drawn by 100 butterflies. She descended from it, assisted by the prince, who bathed the hem of her garment with a torrent of tears. The fairy raised him and said, Prince Zirphil, today you are about to reap the fruit of your heroic labors. Console yourself, and enjoy at length your happiness. I have vanquished the fury of Marmotte by my prayers, and your courage has disarmed her. Come with me to receive your princess from her hands and mine. Ah, madame, cried the prince, throwing himself at her feet. Am I not dreaming? Is it possible that my happiness is real? Do not doubt it, said the fairy. Come to your kingdom and console your queen, your mother, for your absence and for the death of the king, your father. Your subjects wait to crown you. The prince, in the midst of his joy, felt a pang at the tidings of the death of his father. But the fairy, to divert him from his affliction, made him place himself by her side, permitted Citronette to seat herself at their feet, and then the butterflies spread their brilliant wings and set out for the empire of King Zirphil. On the road, the fairy told him to open his ring, and he there found the toothpick case, which he had to return to Marmotte. The king thanked the generous fairy 1,000 times over, and they arrived at the capital of his dominions, where they were expected with the utmost impatience. Zirphil's mother advanced to receive the fairy as she descended from her car, and all the people, becoming aware of the return of Zirphil, uttered acclamations which diverted him a little from his grief. He tenderly embraced his mother, and all ascended to a magnificent apartment which the queen had prepared for the fairy. They had hardly entered when Marmotte arrived in a car lined with Spanish leather and drawn by 8 winged rats. She brought with her the beautiful Camion, with the king and queen, her father and mother. Lumineuse and the queen hastened to embrace Marmotte. Zirphil respectfully kissed her paw, which she extended to him laughing, and he returned her the toothpick case. She then permitted him to claim his bride, and presented her to the queen, who embraced her with 1,000 expressions of joy. This numerous and illustrious assemblage began speaking all together. Joy reigned supreme amongst them. Camion and her charming husband were the only persons who did not speak a word. They had so much to say. There was an eloquence in their silence which affected everyone present. The good Citronette wept with joy whilst kissing the hands of the divine princess. At length Lumineuse took them both by the hand, and advancing with them towards the queen, mother of Zirphil. "Behold, madame," said she, "2 young lovers who only wait your consent to be happy. Complete their felicity. My sister Marmotte, the king and queen here present, and I myself all request you to do so." The queen replied as she ought to this courteous speech, and tenderly embracing the happy pair said, "Yes, my children, live happily together, and permit me, in relinquishing my crown to you, to participate in that happiness." Zirphil and the princess threw themselves at her feet, from whence she raised them, and again embracing them, they conjured her not to abandon them, but to aid them by her counsels. Marmotte then touched the beautiful Camion with her wand, and her clothes, which were already sufficiently magnificent, became silver brocade, embroidered with carat diamonds, and her beautiful locks fell down and rearranged themselves so exquisitely that the kings and queens declared her appearance was perfectly dazzling. The toothpick case which the fairy held was changed into a crown formed entirely of brilliants, so beautiful and so well set that the room and the whole palace became illuminated by it. Marmotte placed it on the head of the princess. Zirphil, in his turn, appeared in a suit similar to that of Camion, and from the ring which she had given him came forth a crown exactly like hers. They were married on the spot, and proclaimed king and queen of that fine country. The fairies gave the royal wedding breakfast, at which nothing was wanting. After having spent a week with them, and having overwhelmed them with good things, they departed, and reconducted the king and queen, father and mother of Camion, into their kingdom, the old inhabitants of which they had punished, and repeopled it by a new race faithful to their master. As for Citronette, the fairies permitted her to come and pass some time with her beautiful queen, and consented to allow Camion by only wishing for her to see her whenever she pleased. The fairies at length departed, and never were people so happy as King Zirphil and Queen Camion. They found their greatest felicity in each other, and days seemed to them like moments. They had children who completed their happiness. They lived to an extreme old age, loving with the same intensity, and striving which should most please the other. On their decease their kingdom was divided, and after various changes it has become, under the dominion of one of their descendants, the flourishing empire of the Great Mogul. End of section 32. Recording by Janette Edwards.
Section 33 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Wysk. Princess Lionette and Prince Coquerico by Mademoiselle de Lebert. Translated by James PLANCHÉ. Part 1. In the Circassian mountains lived an old man and his wife who had retired from the world, weary of the caprices of fortune. They had found for themselves a convenient retreat in a cavern which extended far beneath one of the mountains, and the dread of seeing each other expire was the only anxiety that troubled them in their solitude. They had lived at courts and knew all the insincerity that prevailed in them, and far from regretting the brilliant positions they had occupied, they pitied those who, from ambition or want of experience, were desirous of them. They lived a happy and quiet life. Their food consisted of fruit and fish, the latter abounding in a large pond, wherein the old man amused himself by taking them, while a flock of sheep, which the old woman had the care of, produced the finest wool in the world to make their clothes with. The old man called himself Mulidor, and his wife was named Phila. They incessantly implored the gods to send somebody to console whichever might be left the last upon the earth, or to close their eyes, but their prayers had not yet been granted. It must not, however, be supposed that the gods rejected such pure and reasonable desires, but they wished to prove the constancy of these good people to recompense them afterwards with interest. The old man had just caught some fish, and after fastening his boat to the bank, he spread his net upon a rock to dry it in the sun, when a lion rushed out from one of the cavities of the rock and went to drink in the pond. Mulidor was afraid at first, but afterwards finding the proud beast was roaring because he could not reach the water, which was too far off from the edge at this spot, he re-entered his boat, and filling a bowl, offered it to the lion, who came and emptied it several times. After he had quenched his thirst, he raised his head and looked at his benefactor so mildly that the good man ventured to caress him. The lion appeared pleased at his doing so, and ate some bread and cheese which the old man took from a basket he had slung on his arm. As, however, this was not a very safe companion, Mulidor thought he had better return to his cavern, fearing that his wife, uneasy at his absence, might come in search of him, and that the lion, having less respect for her than for him, would devour her. This idea was beginning to agitate him, when the lion, after licking his hand, returned to his own home, leaving the old man at liberty to do so likewise. Upon reaching the cavern, he found his wife, as expected, alarmed at his delay. He related his adventure to her, which made her shudder. They continued to talk upon the subject, and drew this inference, that men might learn lessons of kindness and gratitude from animals. "Do not, however, place yourself again at the mercy of this fierce beast," said she affectionately, "or let me go with you, for I could not live under the fear I shall henceforth be in concerning you. You have restored me this time, but can I flatter myself that the gods will always be equally gracious to me?" The old man, touched by her affection, promised to avoid the lion in future. This conversation kept them up late, and consequently they did not awake till the golden rays of morning shone full upon them. On opening the door to go out and feed her sheep, Phila was greatly surprised to find at it a lion of prodigious size and strength, and a lioness of equal power and beauty, the latter carrying on her back a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, who, as soon as she saw the old woman, alighted, ran to her, and embraced her. The good woman stood motionless with fear and wonder, and the lions, after kissing the little girl, who returned their caresses, ran off and disappeared in an instant, leaving her in the good wife's hands. Recovering from her fright, she looked at the child, who never ceased kissing her, took her in her arms, and went into the cavern to show her to her husband. They both of them admired her beauty and gentleness. She was quite naked, her fair hair only falling over her shoulders, and upon her right breast she had a singular mark in the shape of a crown. The good people thanked the gods for this gift. They dressed the beautiful little child in a light snow-white robe and a rose-coloured girdle, and tied up her hair with ribbon of the same colour. She allowed them to do so quietly and without saying a word. They fondled her and gave her some ewe's milk quite fresh. She smiled at the sight of it, and looking at them, uttered a little cry resembling a roar of a lion. She soon became accustomed to them. However, she had no resemblance to a lion but in her voice, and from that circumstance they called her Lionette. She answered to this name, and her natural intelligence soon enabled her to understand what they said to her, and at length to speak and explain herself. She had been a year with these good people, who loved her dearly, and were equally loved by her, when Mulidor, to make her familiar with their way of life, in case she should lose them, took her out to fish with him. He had been there several times alone without meeting the lions, but little Lionette was no sooner at the foot of the rock, when the good man dried his fish, that she uttered a little roar, which awoke the lion and lioness, who ran out to her immediately, each vying with the other in fondling and caressing her. She embraced the lions affectionately, who allowed her freely to do so. At length she jumped upon her back, and the lions ran off with her in a moment. The poor old man was in consternation. He threw himself upon the ground and prayed to die, now that he had lost Lionette. After lying there a long time, finding his despair could be of no avail, he dragged himself to his cavern, and created fresh misery there in relating to Phila the accident that had happened to Lionette. "Lionette, my dear Lionette," cried the woman, "is it possible we can have lost you? Alas, why did the gods present you to us so cruelly to take you from us? Of all the goods we have lost, we but regret you." Their affliction was inconsolable, and poor Mulidor had scarcely spirit enough to bear up against this misfortune. The night was passed in lamentations and tears. At break of day they went in search of her, fearing neither the lions nor their fury. Their great love for Lionette made them wish to be devoured also, if she had undergone that frightful fate. They ran to the rock where the lions had chosen to establish themselves, when suddenly they saw little Lionette riding on the lioness towards them. As soon as the lovely child saw them, she jumped down and ran and threw her arms around their necks. Then taking from the back of the lioness a kid that she had killed in the chase, "There," she said, "see what Mother Lioness gives you. She took me hunting to get game for you." These good people were half crazed with delight at seeing her again. They could not help crying, and bathing her pretty face with their tears. "My dear daughter, oh, my dear daughter," they exclaimed, "you are restored to us again." Lionette was affected at this sight. "Do you then," said she, "forbid me from seeing the lioness, that you can say nothing to her, and that you shed tears in embracing me?" "No, no, my dear child," they both cried at once, "but we feared you had abandoned us." "Mother Lioness does not wish it," said the child. "She wishes me to be your daughter." She turned round for her to agree to what she said, but she was no longer there, and Lionette returned cheerfully with them to the cavern. Mulidor and Phila thought this was a very wonderful adventure. They had many private conversations about it, and determined they would not refuse the child to the lioness when she chose to come for her. At the same time, Mulidor obtained his wife's consent to consult Tigreline upon Lionette's destiny. She was a very learned fairy. "I had already thought of doing so," replied Phila, "and it had better be done directly." It was settled he should start the first thing in the morning. The good woman prepared a present for the fairy, to induce her to be more gracious. Nothing very precious, the fairies do not desire it. It was a piece of sky blue ribbon, and a little basket of nuts, which Tigreline was passionately fond of. Mulidor set out on his journey to her dwelling. She had fixed her habitation in the heart of an immense forest which was filled with tigers. It was from that circumstance she took her name. When anyone sought her for a good object, the tigers did them no harm, but if they went thither with any evil design, they tore them to pieces, and none such were ever known to reach the fairy's castle. The old man, having nothing to fear upon that subject, did not arm himself with any weapon of defence, and arrived without difficulty at the castle at the moment the fairy was getting up. He found her occupied in stringing large pearls on a golden thread. She received him very graciously, and taking her spectacles off her nose, "Approach, wise old man," said she. "I know what has brought you here, and I am very glad to see you." Mulidor bowed profoundly and kissed Tigreline's robe. He offered his little present, which she received very kindly. Then making him sit down, she told him she would consult Destiny in her large book, that she might answer correctly the questions he came to ask her. After reading for some time, She raised her eyes to heaven, then fixing them upon Mulidor, "Listen," said she, "to what I think of Lionette. She must be warned from loving one who is her direct opposite. Otherwise, great misfortune may happen to her, even to the loss of life. Should she arrive at 20 without this fate befalling her, I answer for her happiness." She then informed the old man that Lionette was a great princess, exposed to be eaten by lions almost immediately after she was born, through the wickedness of a certain queen, but she would not tell him anything more, and exhorted the old man to continue to cultivate in the child all those good feelings which he himself possessed, and left it to him to decide on telling her who she was, trusting to his prudence for securing her happiness. She then gave him for Lionette the string of pearls she had just finished. "If she do not lose it or give it away," said the Fairy, "it will preserve her from many dangers. It may indeed ensure her happiness, if she takes special care of it." The old man thanked the Fairy and returned home, where he arrived before nightfall. He found his wife and Lionette. The latter embraced him 1,000 times, and he tied the Fairy's pearls around her neck, earnestly entreating her to take great care of them. She was enchanted with this new ornament, and the old man related to Phila, as soon as they were alone, all that the Fairy had told him. They consulted together upon the course they should take, and resolved they would say nothing to Lionette of her birth, to prevent her feeling useless regret. "We can tell her at any time, should it be necessary to do so," added the prudent wife, "and we should be sorry for it, not having it in our power to give her more than the education of a simple shepherdess. If her disposition, sweet as it is now, should be changed by the knowledge of her rank, let us attend to her heart and mind. Princesses have not the time to do so. She will learn from her own experience that they are as subject as other mortals are to the caprices of fortune, and perhaps she may be the happier for it." Mulidor quite agreed with the truth of this, and they applied themselves more than ever to the education of this amiable child, whose natural excellence left them nothing to wish for. She was 12 years old, and continued to go hunting with the Lioness, very often carrying on her shoulder a little quiver, and skilfully shooting the wild beasts. One night, returning later than usual, the cavern resounded with the roars of the Lioness. Mulidor and Phila both went out, and found the Lioness at the door, having brought Lionette with her, who was seated on the ground, endeavouring to console the poor animal, that appeared in deep despair. "The lion is dead," cried the young child, "and my mother cannot be comforted. A hunter has killed him." The Lioness rolled upon the ground and shed torrents of tears. The old man, his wife, and Lionette did their best to soothe her grief, but after passing the whole night in the vain attempt, the Lioness expired herself in the morning. The sobs and grief of Lionette were excessive, and she could not leave the body of the poor beast. She embraced it and shed tears over it. At length they dragged her from this sad scene, and while the old man buried the Lioness, the kind Phila attended to Lionette, who was in the deepest affliction. When Mulidor came in, he was much moved by the child's grief, and was anxious to comfort her, but finding he only increased her sorrow, he said, "What would you have done then, my child, if this accident had happened to either of us? Is it not possible you could have felt it more keenly?" "Ah, my father!" cried she, holding her arms out to embrace him, fearing that he was offended at the little attention she paid to his consolations. "If the gods have reserved so much misfortune for me, I implore them to let me die instantly, for I shall not be able to support it." "The gods, my child," replied the old man, "do not always grant such rash petitions. It is offending Providence not to submit humbly to its decrees. Do you suppose you are the only one who suffers from affliction in this life? Is this the courage I thought you capable of?" Lionette cast down her eyes. The severity of his remonstrance had brought a slight colour into her cheeks, which made her more lovely. Mulidor felt he had said enough. He went out and left his wife to soften anything he might have said too harshly. And Phila, embracing Lionette, said, "Really, my child, you would make us believe you could have no greater grief. No doubt the friendship you show for these poor animals is highly laudable, but you must take comfort, and thank the gods that they have not inflicted on you greater misfortunes." "Ah, my mother," cried Lionette, embracing her, "how much obliged I am to you for speaking to me thus. Do not let my father be angry with me any more. I feel I could not bear it." Mulidor re-entered. Lionette, ran to embrace him. He returned her caresses with a fondness that consoled the charming child. They could not sufficiently admire the goodness of her heart, her sensibility, her gentleness and frankness, and she also loved them dearly. Lionette, however, continued to deplore the loss of the lions. A deep melancholy appeared to have taken possession of her. She dared not give way to it before Mulidor, but she felt less restraint with Phila. The worthy couple often conversed together upon this subject. They became alarmed at Lionette's condition. They tried to amuse her. They went out more frequently, took walks with her, allowed her to go hunting and fishing, gave her birds, flowers, shells, but she preferred hunting to all other amusements. The part of the country in which they lived was so wild a desert that persons must either have come there on purpose or have lost their way to be seen in it, so there was little danger of Lionette meeting with anybody. Still, the fact that the lion having been killed by a hunter was remembered by Mulidor. He never could understand how a man could get so far without having found out their retreat, or being more astonished at seeing a young girl mounted on a lioness and hunting in company with a lion. They did not dare ask Lionette any questions about it, fearing they should renew her grief, and yet they asked Lionette no questions about it, fearing they should renew her grief, and yet they feared to prohibit her from hunting, feeling, good souls, how cruel it would be to deprive her of her favourite amusement. They only entreated her therefore to take care she did not lose herself. At the end of some months Lionette regained her spirits a little. The old man and his wife were enchanted at this happy change. They congratulated themselves upon having promoted it by their indulgence, and trusted that she would in time forget the lions. She grew fast and began to evince character. She was wonderfully beautiful, even in the most simple of her dresses. Phila had made her garment of the finest tiger skins, and a little cap of the same material, and thus attired one might have taken her for Diana herself. She was so graceful and majestic. Her beautiful black eyes heightened the brilliancy and vivacity of her complexion, which neither the hottest sun nor the most scorching wind had any effect upon, nor could they injure the whiteness of her arms or neck. She was not at all aware of her beauty. Her strength of mind and her education made her above priding herself on her personal advantages. She spoke well, and her ideas were even superior to her language. The good people were astonished to see her at so early an age evincing so much talent and judgment. She was then just approaching her 15th birthday. For some days past Phila perceived that she had taken the trouble to put her hair in curls on going to bed, and that on going out she glanced at herself with a kind of satisfaction in a fountain adjoining the cavern. She mentioned this to Mulidor, who was as much surprised at it as herself. They, however, did not choose to speak to Lionette about it, but determined to watch her closely, that they might discover the motive of this unusual attention to her personal appearance, and they recollected that for some time past she had appeared thoughtful, uneasy, and indifferent to matters which had previously amused her. Lionette returned to the cavern rather earlier on that day. She brought with her a brace of partridges that she had killed. The good woman asked her if she felt too tired to help her with some spinning. She wished to finish. "If you could dispense with my assistance," said Lionette, "I should be very much obliged to you. I feel so inclined to sleep." Phila consented, and let her go into a little nook of the cavern which made a kind of room for her. She had decorated it with all the rarest things that she had found. The hangings were composed of the feathers of singular birds, and an abundance of flowers and shells, which she kept filled with fresh water, ornamented this pretty chamber. Mulidor had taught her to paint. She had finished some charming pictures, and with the wool she had found in the cavern she had embroidered some cushions, which she had arranged as a couch. Upon this she threw herself, looking more like a goddess than a mortal. The good woman, becoming easy at the length of time she slept, went to seek her. She found her, as I have just described, reclining on the cushions. Her eyes were shut, but a few tears that were struggling to escape through their long lashes convinced her that the lovely Lionette was in some distress. She stood looking at her for some time. She had never seen her look so beautiful. But at length, alarmed at her condition, she drew nearer, and taking her hands pressed them affectionately between her own. This action aroused Lionette, and turned her eyes toward Phila. "Ah, mother," said she, throwing herself upon her neck, "how ashamed I am to appear thus before you." "Why, my dear girl," said Phila, "why do you conceal your troubles from me? Do you not know how interested we both feel for you? What is the matter with you, my child? Do not hide your distress from me. Perhaps I could assuage it." Lionette was some time before she ventured to answer. She kept her head bent down in the old woman's hands. She kissed them passionately. At length she regained her courage, and raising herself, her cheeks suffused with blushes. "I am about to tell you something," said she, "which has tormented me for some time past. Let me hope this avowal at least will serve to obtain your forgiveness." "Speak, my dear girl," said Phila, "and fear nothing. I am more uneasy at your grief than angry at your having concealed it from me." Lionette, encouraged by this, told her that on her way to the forest about 3 months ago she had seen a young shepherd fast asleep, and that an arrow which she had shot at a bird, having missed it, fell and pierced the young man's hand, that attracted by the cry he uttered, she approached him and assisted in staunching the blood. "This wound," she added, "awoke in my heart a strange emotion. I trembled in applying to it the herbs I had gathered, the properties of which you had taught me. He, far from being angry with me, told me he should never complain of that wound, but eternally of the one my eyes had inflicted on him. This language, quite new to me, was so fascinating that I wished never to quit him. He wept as he gazed on me. He kissed my hands to detain me. I proposed he should follow me, that my father might assist in curing him. 'I cannot do so, beautiful Lionette,' said he, as I had told him my name. 'A most cruel fate has forced me to fly from the world, but promise me to come sometimes and cheer my solitude, and I shall ask nothing more from the gods. I shall believe their anger is appeased.' I did promise him. He asked me too tenderly to be refused. At length I felt you had been uneasy at my stay, and I left him with so much regret that I burst into tears and hurried away that he might not perceive it, for I was ashamed, I think, of my compassion for him. I returned restless and miserable. Next morning I went in search of him. I cannot tell what prevented me from making you acquainted with it, but I was on the point of telling you 100 times, and as often I felt it would be impossible to do so. Perhaps it was because he had begged me to keep it a secret. I ran to look for him, to ask his permission to tell you. Approaching the spot where we had seen each other the evening before, I stopped suddenly. A feeling of reproach came over me for having hidden this proceeding from you, and besides, I was so agitated, I fear I should be ill. What shall I do by myself there, thought I. I am without help, and that which I might find is perhaps dangerous to wait for. Unfortunate Lionette, what hast thou promised to do? Fly, return to thy duty, for it is clear that thou hast wandered from it, since thou art so much disturbed at taking this secret step. The gods warn thee, this state of mind is not natural." I had sat down to reflect. I got up. I retraced my steps when a grievous thought arrested me. "Alas," said I, "perhaps he is unable to come to meet me, from the wound I inflicted on him, and if so, what will be his despair at not seeing me? There is no one to help him in this desolate place but myself. To refuse him my assistance would be inhuman. Let me find out whether he wants me, and see him but for that." I proceeded therefore to the fatal place where I had wounded him the evening before. He was not there. I became alarmed. My limbs failed me. I fell upon the moss which covered the ground. I saw some traces of his blood still remaining on it. I was nearly suffocated by my grief. Happily my tears flowed, and that revealed me, but I felt the keenest affliction when I thought that perhaps I had been the cause of his death. I drew out my arrows and broke them deliberately as a punishment for my cruelty. I caught sight by chance of the one with which I had wounded him. It was still upon the ground and stained with his blood. My tears flowed faster at this frightful sight. I gave utterance to my agony in piercing shrieks. They were interrupted by the sight of the young shepherd himself running quickly towards me. I could not rise. He threw himself on his knees near me in so much terror that I was alarmed myself at his excessive paleness. He asked me what had happened. At the same time I put the question to him. We reassured each other. I told him the reason of my tears. Never was anyone thanked so tenderly. His words had a charm in them that went to my heart. I listened with pleasure I had never felt before. I nearly forgot his wound, so much I feared to interrupt him. I was astonished, however, to hear him say how much he loved me, he whom I had scarcely ever seen, and I was still more surprised to find how dear he had become to me, for he told me more than I dare tell him, and I believe he could read my heart, for I thought exactly as he did, only it appeared to me I could not so well have expressed myself. At last he told me he wished to be mine. And are you not so already? I said. Can you be more so than you are? That would enchant me. He smiled at my words. I thought I had said something wrong, and I blushed at my awkward manner of expressing myself. I know not what he thought, but he said 1,000 more affectionate things to me. He informed me he was the son of a great king, and would be my husband. I cannot be your wife, said I. They will not let me. Ah, who will oppose it? Exclaimed he. If you consent. I then told him that my father and mother had always said a crown would be an obstacle to the happiness of my life, and that they certainly would never consent to such a union. Wait for a few days, said he, and I will tell you how to soften their severity. If you love me, you will assist me in conquering it, but never refrain from coming to this place. My life depends upon your acquaintance. Fear nothing from me, lovely Lionette. Nothing can be purer than my affection, and I call all the divinities of the forest to witness that I shall ever respect as much as I love you. He gave me his hand, I gave him mine, and I vowed, as he had done, to love forever, if you consented to it. I examined his hand and found the wound had healed. I was delighted at this and left him, promising to return and not to say anything to you until he desired me. I returned, so absorbed by his image that I felt as though I only lived when he was present. I had no pleasure in anything but him. The more I saw him, the more I wished to see him. It was the same with him. He is charming, mother, and were you to see him, you could not do otherwise than love him. 3 months have passed in this sweet union, and now comes my misery. This morning he told me it was necessary that he should be absent for some days upon important business which tended much to our happiness. I had never known what it was to lose sight of him for more than a few hours. I was as wretched as he was. He told me, however, that he should soon return, and that he was even more anxious than myself to complete our happiness. I wept bitterly. At length the hour arrived for us to part. I unfastened my necklace and tied it around his arm.
"Oh, heavens, what have you done, my child?" exclaimed Ophelia. "We are lost beyond hope."
She threw herself upon the ground and filled the cavern with her cries. Lionette, alarmed at this sight, arose to assist the good woman. "What is the matter then, mother?" she cried. "Why should a necklace of such trifling consequence rouse you to so much grief?"
"It is for you that I weep, my daughter," said Ophelia. "Your happiness was linked with the preservation of that unfortunate necklace."
She then repeated what the fairy Tigreline had said to Mulidor, and did not conceal from her that she was a princess, but that she knew nothing more. Lionette, who possessed naturally an elevated mind, was not astonished at the news. "Very well, mother," said she. "The more you convince me of the probability of my high birth, the more courageously I ought to bear up against the sad events which are predicted of me. Though, to speak the truth, I do not believe them, and I see nothing unfortunate here but the absence of the shepherd, whom I love, and his unhappy name which made me fly from him without being able to control myself. These are the only misfortunes I know of."
"What say you, my daughter?"
exclaimed the old woman.
"His name caused you to fly from him? Explain this riddle. I do not understand it."
"Alas, this is the cause of my despair," replied Lionette. "I had scarcely tied the necklace round his arm when he kissed my hand with such transport that I forgot my grief for the moment. 'Yes, beautiful Lionette,' he said, 'it is for life that you have enchained the happy Prince Coquerico.' Hardly had he pronounced his name, which he had never told me, he preferred that I should always call him my shepherd, that I felt so horrified, without knowing wherefore, that I fled as swiftly as possible. He followed me, he called me. I had not the power to return. An invisible hand seemed to impel me forward. 'My dear Lionette,' he cried, 'where are you going? It is your shepherd, it is Coquerico who calls you.' I ran still faster. At last I lost sight of him, either that I had taken paths he knew not of, or that he was afraid of such displeasing me by following me any longer. I arrived here in such confusion I had some trouble hiding it from you. You know the rest, my mother, all that has happened to me, and I beg you 1,000 pardons for profiting so little from your good lessons, and although I owe my birth to apparently powerful princes, I shall always submit to your authority." Mulidor came in as Lionette finished speaking. They made him acquainted with this adventure. He was in great alarm at what might happen from the loss of the necklace, and did not dare go and consult Tigreline, from whom they had so decidedly disobeyed. There was nothing to be done but to wait and see what would befall the Princess. They entreated her to forget this young man. They succeeded by degrees in consoling her for his absence, and notwithstanding her melancholy, she took part occasionally in their cheerful conversation. 2 months passed in this manner. One night they were suddenly awakened out of a deep sleep by a clap of thunder, which made them think the cavern was crumbling to pieces. They started to their feet, and had no time to recover themselves before a hideous and very richly dressed fairy touched them with her wand, and they were transformed into 2 lionesses and a lion. She then transported them in an instant to the forest of tigers, where she vanished and left them. Who could express the consternation of the wise old man or his wife's distress? That of the Princess was still greater. She reproached herself as being the cause of these good people's misfortune, and what distressed her still more was not being able to speak. She had not the power of comforting them. This calamity for the moment made her forget Prince Coquerico, but when she thought she should never see him more, or that if she did he would fly in terror from her, or at least not recognize her, she uttered such frightful roars that the forest resounded with them, and her poor companions came near her to try to console her. Their grief was redoubled to find they could neither understand nor speak to her. They groaned despairingly. At length it occurred to all 3 of them to go to the fairy, but they had no power of communicating the idea to each other. The lion was the first to start. The 2 lionesses followed him, but the tiger stopped the way, without however doing them any harm. Finding their intentions were frustrated, they concluded it was by the fairy's orders. They buried themselves in the thickest part of the forest, and laid down very sorrowfully upon some beautiful green grass, which served as a bed for them. They passed some considerable time in this place without seeing the fairy. She took care, however, to send them food by one of the tigers regularly every day. It is now time to acquaint the reader who Prince Coquerico was. That young prince was the son of a king who had been very powerful, and who had reigned in the Fortunate Islands. This king was dead, and having left his son at a tender age, the queen became regent. The ambition of reigning, the pride of being sovereign mistress, had closed her heart against the feelings of nature. She had her son brought up in a castle upon the edge of the sea, in luxury and idleness unequalled, and her excuse for this sort of education was a prediction of the fairies at his birth, to the effect that his life would be endangered if he took up arms before he was 20 years old. Everything was interdicted that could give him any desire for military exercises, and the art of war was depicted in such frightful colours that however valiant the prince might have been born, he shuddered at even the picture of a sword. The king, his father, who had died in battle, was represented to him as so sanguinary a sovereign that he vowed he would never imitate him. They had named this prince Coquerico in derision from his having amused himself one day, contrary to the desire of his tutors, with looking at a fight between 2 gamecocks. He spent his life in walking, in hearing sentimental romances read to him, the heroes of which they represented in such a manner that he might not have a desire to become like them. He learned to play upon several instruments, to paint, and to work at tapestry. The queen went to see him very often, and pictured to him the fate of kings in such distressing colours that he dreaded the moment when he should ascend the throne. He was just 10 years old, the time appointed for the queen to resign the throne to him, when walking on the coast, apart from his followers, he was caught up by a whirlwind and disappeared in an instant. His tutors, surprised that he was so long a time in returning, went to seek him, but could find him nowhere. The most diligent search proved in vain, and they were compelled to apprise the queen of this mysterious circumstance. She would easily have been consoled for this accident if the people of the island, tired of her government and indignant at the education that had been given to their king, had not risen in rebellion. After having torn her ministers in pieces, they compelled her to fly to a neighbouring monarch, who granted her an asylum. This king had been a widower for 2 years, having but one daughter, in giving birth to whom the queen died. He married the fugitive queen, and the people of the Fortunate Islands elected a council to rule the kingdom until they could obtain news of their Prince Coquerico, whom they did not believe to be dead. They were right. The whirlwind had been caused by a fairy who, delighted at the sight of so beautiful a prince, and angry to find him brought up so badly, had resolved to purloin him from a mother who had proved herself unworthy of being blessed with such a son. End of section 33. Recording by Jennifer Wysk.
Section 34 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Wysk. Princess Lionette and Prince Coquerico by Mademoiselle de Lébert. Translated by James PLANCHÉ. Part 2. To cultivate a fine disposition spoiled by so wicked an education, the fairy was impelled by another feeling less generous and more natural. The beauty of this prince had touched her heart. She imagined that gratitude would make some impression upon that of the young Coquerico. The few charms she possessed, however, were not likely to do so. She was old and had a horn in the middle of her forehead, but she was very susceptible, and was always complaining that she had met with none but ungrateful beings. "By bringing up this young man," she thought, "he will become accustomed to my appearance, and perhaps my care and affection for him will inspire him with sentiments that may lead, in time, to that happy union of souls, that perfect mutual love which I have heard so much of and never experienced." Cornue, that was her name, reasoned thus in transporting the handsome prince to her dwelling, which was in the desert where the old man and his wife had brought up the young Lionette for the last 4 years. Cornue had built herself a charming palace upon the summit of one of the mountains, but it was inaccessible to all human beings, in consequence of the clouds which it was continually surrounded. The charms of life, its amusements, both rational and frivolous, were all united there. This palace was of immense extent, although formed of one single opal so transparent and so beautiful that through the walls one might see a grain of millet at the end of the garden, which was worthy of so magnificent a palace from its groves, terraces, parterres, and fountains. The tasteful Cornue had not spared anything, even in her dress, for when placing the prince in the vestibule of her palace, she made herself visible to him. She had enveloped her horn in a green velvet case covered with diamonds. Her hair, which was rather grey, was powdered white and tied with green moulinet bows, in the centre of each of which sparkled a large diamond, and her dress, of flesh colour and silver, showed her form so truly that one could perceive the graces had given among themselves which should give the finishing touch to it. The prince was surprised at this apparition. She kissed his hand and asked his forgiveness for taking him away from his retirement without permission. "If I can avoid being your king," said he, with an air which showed that he was not alarmed at the manner in which he had been conducted thither, "I should be very well contented, for the fear of ascending the throne made me desirous of leaving my kingdom, and you have done me a favour in taking me away from it. But I should like to know," he added quickly, "why you wear so pointed a headdress, and why your dress is of so peculiar a colour." "We excuse such childish questions at your age," said the fairy, slightly blushing. "You will be ashamed of them some day, but let us enter the palace, and you will find something to occupy your attention more agreeably." She then gave him her hand, and they passed into a saloon, in keeping with the beauty of the rest of the palace. 100 black slaves were arranged in 2 files, through which the prince and the fairy proceeded to the centre. It was sufficiently light to see the rarities which ornamented this beautiful place.
Statues, sculptured marbles, porcelain furniture were all admired with the taste of a connoisseur by the young prince. The slave opened the door of a magnificent gallery filled with charts, maps of the world, instruments of geometry, models of the most beautiful cities in Asia, Europe, and Africa, of palaces where the men and women of each nation were dressed in their national costumes, and by the fairy's skill they moved hither and thither, spoke in their own languages, and held conversations according to their position. This amused the prince for a considerable time. He requested the fairy to allow him to remain in that gallery a little longer than she seemed inclined to do. He made the slaves who accompanied him explain what this all meant. He bade them repeat it and was quite enchanted. He recognized the Fortunate Islands. He saw his tutors seeking for him and who appeared in despair at not finding him. That touched his heart with pity. The fairy at length withdrew him from the scene that he might not witness the catastrophe. She amused him with other objects. Some islands surrounded the sea. Upon another model afforded him great entertainment. Vessels filled with passengers executed some wonderful evolutions. Then there was a sea fight, followed by a storm which dispersed the ships and sank several of them. This terminated the diversions of this day. The fairy then proposed supper, after which an opera was represented. This was succeeded by a ball, and the prince danced with the fairy and with the nymphs in the fairy's train, and at last 6 slaves conducted him to a handsome apartment, in which he retired to rest. The next and following days were passed in conversations, sometimes serious, sometimes mirthful. The slaves had orders to cultivate his taste for the arts while amusing him, to which purpose he lent himself readily. He was already accustomed to walk in the second gallery, which formed a superb arsenal. He heard them talk of arms and of war with pleasure. He almost wished to witness a battle, and felt ashamed that he had ever thought otherwise. The slaves formed themselves into battalions. He placed himself at their head. He enjoyed his triumph in a sham fight. He invented stratagems. He sought for glory everywhere. He no longer feared to be king. The gallery of models had displayed to him the pleasures of royalty. He passed 3 hours each day in it, and took lessons from the ablest politicians. The cabinet secrets of all the courts in the universe were no secrets to him. There was a model of the whole globe in that gallery, and what art pervaded that grand work! Not only all the kingdoms and their various provinces, to the smallest habitation, were represented, but every mortal upon the face of the earth was seen in pursuit of his vocation. All spoke their own language. You heard them, you saw them. The most secret actions were displayed therein. The ocean and its vessels, rivers, lakes, streamlets, deserts, and even undiscovered countries. Nothing was hidden from the learned Cornu. All was to be found in her model. There was wherewithal to amuse one during the longest life that ever was known. The prince was fascinated by this wonderful work of art. He studied it for a long time. He could with difficulty tear himself from it, nor did he consent to do so, till the fairy assured him that this gallery, forming a portion of his suite of apartments, he might visit it whenever he wished. He left it at length to enjoy new pleasures, an opera, a supper, followed by a magnificent ball, in which the fairies of Cornu's court distinguished themselves in dancing, notwithstanding they were ugly and old, for their mistress took care not to incur the reproach of being the least handsome person in the palace, and the design she had upon the heart of the young prince would not admit of her neglecting anything that would bring them to bear. His education was entrusted to 6 fairies, who led him each morning into the gallery of the globe for 3 hours. They explained the various interests of princes. He learned their languages. He heard and saw the effect of their politics, their battles by land and sea, which displayed to him the ability of ministers and of generals. Already he was able to form sound opinions and to speak of things with the knowledge acquired from experience. His noble mind developed itself. He burned with a desire for glory. He blushed at having been afraid of it. He also appreciated the pleasures of royalty. He began to find a satisfaction in being master, but he did not at all covet the soft and effeminate life which he perceived in the seraglio of the sovereigns of Persia or Constantinople. He preferred those kings who reigned absolutely over their subjects, with a certainty that they would shed their blood to preserve theirs. Insensibly he became the most accomplished prince living. He was not ignorant upon any point, his fine intellect assisting his slight experience. He evinced in everything the greatest judgment and discernment.
"But where can one see this land and the inhabitants that I observe in my model?" said he sometimes to Cornue.
"I will show you some day," answered she. "It is not time yet."
That would vex him. He was desirous of appearing to some consequence himself in this fine plan of the universe. He was annoyed at not seeing himself in it. This caused him many reflections, but, as they only sprang from his brain, they did not distress him much, though suggested by the heart, more interesting he knew nothing of yet. The fairy did not fear that the beauties whom he saw in the model would awaken him any emotions contrary to her wishes. They were so exceedingly small that he could but take them for pretty little puppets, the largest figure of a man even, not being taller than one's thumb. His great amusement was the opera and comedy. He went to them very often. The little figures acted wonderfully well, and he had a great appreciation of genius. He attended all orations of the Academy, and commented upon them with great sagacity. Until he was 18 years old, this gallery continued to be his greatest pleasure. In fact, he knew no other. At that age he began to wish to know the people whose portraits he saw. The fairy, desirous to please him, dared not oppose him too much. She put him off with promises, but feared he would escape her. "I hunt in your park," he said. "I walk in it. I always see the same things. It tires me. I should like something to see, something different."
"Ah, truly," said the fairy, "you have well preserved the faults of humankind. Miserable state of men! Can they be perfectly happy? They cannot believe themselves to be so. They sigh for what they do not possess, and when they have obtained it, they are disgusted with it. Ah, what have you to wish for there? Do you not reign here? Are you not the master? Do you fear treachery here, false friends, or bad advisers? We live but to please you. You are all-powerful in this palace. You command. We obey you. What being could be grander and happier than you are?" The prince bent his head at the enumeration of all the happiness the fairy had surrounded him with, and found that he still desired more. He said nothing, but his uneasiness, his agitation, his weariness, appeared in spite of him in all his actions. Cornue increased the magnificence of her dress. The prince did not notice it. He scarcely ever looked at her. She was disconsolate, for the idea entertained ever since she had carried him off. The hope of being ardently loved by him had strengthened with time, and the prince's increasing beauty had contributed much to her passion. He was just at that happy age in which we please without much trouble, and love with that frankness which is so soon disregarded. Cornue was enraged that he did not think of her. "You ought to love me were it only to amuse you," she said to him one day when she was very melancholy.
"Love you?"
replied he, looking very vacantly at her.
"Do I not love you?"
Then, without thinking of it, he added immediately,
"I feel certain I shall never love."
"Ah, why?" said the fairy. "Who prevents you?"
"Nobody,"
he replied, then rose and took a gun and went shooting for the rest of the day. The fairy, in despair at his indifference, and fearing she should lose him if she still persisted in opposing him, perceived also that he was thinner and that his colour had faded, determined to allow him to change the scene, and for this reason one morning she sent for him. "The time has arrived," she said, "that I can give you your liberty to leave the palace. You will find the vast universe of which I am about to open the roads to you resemble a very stormy ocean. But since you wish to expose yourself to it, I will not detain you. All I advise you to do is to confide in me when in trouble, for you will have much to endure before you become king, and to commence your excursions by going to my sister Tigreline and asking her from me for the wonderful necklace which can alone preserve you from the misfortune attached to your fate. Take this bottle, pour a drop of the spirit it contains upon the clouds which surround the park. They will open for you to pass, and this dog will guide you on your way back to the palace." The prince, who did not expect so great a favour, displayed such transports of gratitude that the fairy felt nearly recompensed for her trouble by the caresses she received from him. He promised to follow her advice upon every point, and set out immediately.
The boundaries of the park adjoined a forest so wild and frightful that Coquerico found the world was not quite so beautiful as he imagined it to be. Notwithstanding, he entered this vast wilderness, accompanied solely by his dog. Guided by his faithful companion, he was pursuing a path which led to the forest of tigers, when suddenly he saw a lion of extraordinary size coming straight toward him. At first he was startled at such a meeting, never having seen a lion in Cornu's park, but recovering himself a little, he shot an arrow with so true an aim that it pierced the lion's heart, and he fell dead at his feet. He proceeded as fast as possible, but his attention was arrested a moment afterwards by a frightful roarings. He looked in the direction from whence they came, and he saw in the distance another lion, running at full speed, with a young child on its back. He was about to pursue it, but his dog pulled him by the coat so hard that he thought the fairy Cornu had appointed this dog to be his guardian. And so, giving himself up to his guidance, he arrived at Tigreline's abode without further incident. As soon as he had told her the reason for his journey, she replied, "Prince Coquerico, you will inform my sister that I have disposed of the necklace that she asked me for. Doubtless it was for you she wanted it. I hope, however, that it will not fall into your hands so soon, whatever advantage you might desire from it. But to make up for the loss of this gift which I am no longer able to bestow, I warn you that if you ever pronounce your name rashly, or without its being absolutely necessary, you will lose, perhaps forever, that which is most dear to you. I advise you, therefore, to conceal your name from everyone, or at least not to mention it lightly. Go, Prince, I can do nothing more for you." The prince thanked the fairy very much, kissed her hand, retired, and returned to Cornu's palace, very well satisfied with the little he had seen. He was received most graciously. They asked him many questions. He related all his adventures. He fancied he should never have finished talking about them. Everything had seemed of such singular beauty to him. He was in high spirits all the evening. They praised him, they caressed him, but that did not content him. He was resolved to go out again, and the fairy, perceiving how good-tempered he was, permitted him to do as he wished. For a whole year he roamed to the furthest extent of the beautiful country in the neighborhood. Sometimes he went on horseback, and often dismounted to sleep under the trees during the heat of the day. This sort of exercise increased his stature and his strength. He was now in the prime of his beauty. He was very anxious to ask the fairy to restore him to his subjects. He was tired of his life of privation. His mind, as fine as his person, made him anxious to revisit his kingdom. But he dared not as yet request Cornu's permission, lest he should appear ungrateful. This brought back his former melancholy. Cornu became alarmed. She endeavored to amuse him in every imaginable way. He scarcely ever went out. He passed his days almost entirely in the gallery of models, and when he saw a battle he could not be got away from it. What was still worse, he one day witnessed the coronation of a young king. At this sight they thought he would go mad. The shouts of joy, the warlike instruments, the pomp of the ceremony, transported him with anger as well as with delight. "Why, then," said he, "am I to be imprisoned here during my youth when I could be at the head of these people, making either war or peace, enjoying really my rights of birth? They would detain me here, a captive, render me as effeminate as Achilles at the court of Lycomedia? Can I not find a Ulysses who will come to my rescue?" He would have given still greater vent to his vexation had they not come to announce to him that the fairy was waiting for him to order them to begin an opera she had commanded the performance of. "What, always some fete?" said he. "Well," he continued, "I must submit to it." The opera they were to perform was Armide. The fairy, who had been told what an ill humor the prince was in, watched him during the performance. She thought that he seemed amused by it, for he was so attentive to the piece. The 4th and 5th acts he certainly did think wonderful. He spoke of it the whole evening. He admired above everything the idea of the shield which restored the hero to glory. "What?" said the fairy. "Does not Armida interest you at all? Do you not pity her? So much affection deserves a better recompense." "By my faith, madame," replied the prince, "your Armida has what she deserves. I should like to know if the heart is to be commanded. I believe it to be perfectly independent of the will, as far as I am concerned. Cornue felt the cruelty of this answer, but she did not appear to do so, and turned the conversation to another subject. The prince retired early that he might go the next day shooting. This was the day that his hand was wounded by the beautiful Lionette's arrow. Upon returning to the fairy's palace, the prince considered whether he should speak of this adventure. He was astonished at himself for wishing to keep it a secret. A sweet feeling, hitherto unknown to him, stole over his mind, and took such possession of it that he was unable to conceal it. He asked himself what it could mean, and he could find no reason for it. The name of Lionette enchanted him. He repeated it incessantly. The grace, the beauty of this young girl enchanted him, and he found himself within the palace without being aware how he had arrived there. It was then he began to recover himself a little. Under the effect of this intoxicating feeling, he said 1,000 gallant things to the fairy. She was surprised at it, but flattering herself that her charms had produced this altercation, she did not inquire the reason of such extraordinary joy. His wound made her uneasy, but he took care to tell her that he had hurt himself with one of his own arrows, and the enamoured Cornue, anxious about everything that concerned him, cured it by breathing upon it. He was in charming spirits for the rest of the day. Cornue thought he had lost his senses. She ordered some music that he thought delightful, although he had heard the same every day without noticing it. So much does love embellish the slightest objects. His passion led him to indulge in delicious meditations, and to discover in his heart the existence of emotions he had never dreamed of. He retired early and hastened to the gallery, seeking for a representation of her whom he had seen during the day. He was successful in his search. He saw the lovely Lionette seated between the old people in the cavern, and when on separating for the night, they extinguished the light, and she was in darkness. He still remained gazing in the direction of the cavern, and did not leave the gallery until the following morning was sufficiently advanced for him to go and meet the lovely huntress herself. In traversing the forest he lost himself, and that was the cause of being so long before he rejoined his beautiful Lionette. Unfortunately for the fairy, her skill was now useless to her. From the moment fairies fall in love, their art cannot protect them. When they recover their reason, they regain their power, but in the interim they can neither punish their rivals nor discover them, unless chance assists them, as it might common mortals. 3 months elapsed without her having an idea of the cause of the change in Prince Coquerico. She heard no more of his ambitious aspirations. A country life and retirement was all he now desired. He dressed himself as a shepherd. He composed eclogues and madrigals. He engraved them upon the trees in the park, accompanied by gallant and amorous devices that the fairy could not understand. When she asked him for an explanation, he smiled and told her it was not for him to instruct so learned a person as she was. "Ask your own heart, madame," added he. "That will teach you. It was mine that dictated it all to me." The fairy was quite contented with this answer. She interpreted it according to her own wishes, but she could not reconcile to herself the prince's frequent absence. After all he had said to her, for he went out the first thing in the morning and did not return till the last thing at night. She passed whole days in thinking about new dresses and different entertainments. As she had a lively imagination, she succeeded with the later, but the former were absolutely useless. Her age and her horn entirely defeated all attempts at decoration. It was upon this occasion that she invented the bal masqué, which have been ever since so successful. The prince often indulged in this agreeable delusion, and with his heart full of the beautiful Lionette, he spoke to the fairy as though he were addressing his love, and the credulous Cornue took it all to herself. Towards the end of the 3rd month of this intense and secret passion, the prince at length resolved to ask the fairy to conduct him to his own kingdom. It was not ambition that induced him to wish it, but a higher and more delicate sentiment. Why conceal it? Love itself made him anxious to ascend the throne, that he might place the beautiful Lionette on it beside him. He had scarcely spoken to the fairy about it before she consented, flattering herself that he wished to share his crown with her. With what pleasure did she order everything for his departure. The prince, as we know, took leave of his lovely shepherdess and set out with the fairy on a numerous suite for the kingdom of the Fortunate Isles. Cornu was seated with him in a car of rock crystal drawn by a dozen unicorns. Their harness was of gold and rubies, as brilliant as the sun. A dozen other chariots as pompous followed, and the prince, as beautiful as Cupid and magnificently dressed, attracted the attention of everyone. He had most carefully concealed the necklace that the lovely Lionette had given him. He wore it on his left arm as a bracelet, and his dress covered it. He was delighted at the thought of appearing before Lionette in such grand apparel, and to read in her looks the joy such proof of his love would give her. But he could not help feeling a secret anxiety, which at times cast a cloud over his mind. He attributed it to the distance between him and his love, and sometimes he thought he had done wrong in going so far away from her.
"The happiness I am seeking, is it worth what I lose?" he said. "Lionette loves me as she has seen me. Will she love me more for possessing a crown? Ah, Lionette, I know you too well to wrong you so much. Your noble and simple heart only estimates that true grandeur which places man above his fellows by the elevation of his mind."
At length he arrived at the Fortunate Isles, and the people, delighted to see their prince again, received him with acclamations. He was crowned, and by the attentions of the enamored Cornu, the ceremony was followed by magnificent fetes. In which the prince, from gratitude, insisted on her sharing all the honors. The fetes ended, and the affairs of this fine kingdom, put in order by the fairy and the minister she had chosen, she determined to have a complete explanation with the king, and began by adroitly proposing that he should marry. She had gained the ministers over to her wishes, and induced them to join in the proposition she had made him. But who can tell Cornu's astonishment when the young prince replied by acknowledging his love for the beautiful Lionette, and entreating her to assist in rendering him happy by enabling him to share his throne with the object of his affections.
"Ah, where have you seen this Lionette?" replied the fairy, with a look in which astonishment, rage, and vexation were equally visible. "What, then," added she, "is this the return for my care for you?" The prince, astonished at this sharp reply, and not fearing her reproaches, ended by relating his interview with Lionette, and painted his affection in such glowing colors that she plainly saw the opposition she might make against it would only tend to irritate him and increase his passion. Then, cleverly making her decision, "I would not speak thus to you," said she, "but to reproach you for your want of confidence, that you did not open your heart to me. I should have served you better, and Lionette would have been today Queen of the Fortunate Isles. But you have acted like a young man without experience, and I doubt if I can serve you at present as I could otherwise have done."
"Ah, madame," replied the king, "you can, if you will, give me your chariot and let me go and seek my beautiful Lionette."
"I will do better for you," said she, with a forced smile. "I will go with you as soon as it strikes midnight. Hold yourself in readiness. We shall be on our way back before the sun is up, and I know no other means of satisfying your impatience."
The prince embraced the fairy's knees, transported with joy and gratitude, which wounded her much more than his unfortunate confidence. She took leave of him under a pretext of consulting her books, but really because she couldn't contain herself, and her fury had risen to a most horrible height. Who could describe it? All that an amorous, jealous, and mistaken woman could feel, she, as a fairy, felt still more, nor could the most forcible language paint but feebly the tortures which racked her heart. She had promised, however, to accompany the prince, but that would enable her to execute the vengeance she meditated. She felt the more assured of her revenge as the prince had let the necklace fall from his arm, and had left her without being aware of his loss. She picked it up, and thanking the stars for so lucky an accident, no longer delayed taking measures for her revenge, which would have been useless without that precious necklace. She closed the doors of her apartment, that her absence might not be perceived, and desired the king might be told she must consult her books in private, and at midnight she would be visible. She mounted a flying dragon and speedily arrived in the cavern, where everything was in profound repose. The dragon sneezed, which was a clap of thunder, and enough to rend the cavern. She accomplished, as we have already seen, her wicked intentions, and returned to the Fortunate Isles as the clock struck 11. She could hardly restrain her delight while waiting for the king, but soon the idea of being in love, and without doubt loved in return, renewed her fury. She was in a transport of rage when he entered her room, with an eagerness which assisted not a little to increase it. She endeavored to calm herself, or rather to dissemble her rage. Her fury was at such a height that her horn was in a flame, and the enamored and too credulous Coquerico, thinking it was an attention she was paying him to guide him in the darkness of the night, thanked her 1,000 times for this precaution. They mounted a chariot drawn by 3 owls, set off at full speed, and descended in the forest close to the cavern, wherein Lionette had been reared. The prince only knew it from Lionette's description of it. Love invests with interest the most trifling circumstances connected with its object. He had often asked her to describe the place she inhabited. He remembered every little detail distinctly. He could not be deceived. Besides, he knew her bow and arrow that were in the cabinet in which she slept. His grief was excessive at not finding her. He called her. He went in and out of the cavern 1,000 and 1,000 times. He entreated the fairy to follow a light from her horn upon places that were obscure, and seeing some little pictures she had painted.
"Ah, this is her work," cried he. "I will preserve them all my life."
The fairy was so irritated at his transports that she threw out a flame from her horn, which in a moment destroyed everything that was in the cavern. The prince had great difficulty to save himself from this conflagration. The fairy protected him, however, and triumphed within herself at the absence of her rival. She advised the prince to seek for her elsewhere. "Perhaps," said she, "her parents have married her, or perhaps," she continued ironically, "grief at your loss has caused her death."
"I know not what has happened," said the prince in a tone which marked the agitation of his mind, and distracted at not being able to find his mistress. "But I would rather believe her to be dead than unfaithful, and if it be true that she exists no longer, very soon I shall follow her to the grave."
"Here is a furious determination of a lover," cried the fairy, but considering that under the circumstances it would be better not to irritate the king, she changed her tone. "What I have said," pursued she, "is to prove the interest I take in you. I am sorry you should have conceived an affection for a person of such low extraction, and I cannot sufficiently thank fate that, in accordance with my own opinion, has removed the shepherdess, and thus assisted your heart to recover from its error."
"I know not if fate has assisted you to drive me mad," replied the prince sharply, "but if so, I feel she has been more successful in that attempt than the other. As to Lionette, I will repair the deficit, if it be one, to be born of obscure parents, not that I believe it possible for her to be what she appears. In any case, however, happy are the princesses who are high-minded as she is."
The prince, now seeing how uselessly he was seeking for her in this place, entered the chariot again with the fairy and returned to the Fortunate Isles, where they arrived at sunset without having spoken a single word, both of them occupied, one by her fury, the other by his grief. The king, upon his return, shut himself up in his palace, and thought of nothing but by what steps he might recover Lionette. It occurred to him that he ought to go to Tigreline. This resolution taken, he proceeded to Cornue to tell her his project.
"I cannot imagine," said he to her, "why you do not assist me in this affair. Is your power so limited? Is Tigreline's more extensive than yours? For I believe," he added instantly, "you are so interested in my happiness that you would exert all the skill you possess to increase it if it were possible. I could not even doubt it without being ungrateful. I have had sufficient proofs to be quite sure of it, and I feel that I can never forget them."
Cornue blushed at this question, which she did not expect, and becoming acquainted with the extent of her misfortune by the later part of the king's discourse. "It is in consequence of that very affection I have for you," said she, "as you ought to know that I will not serve you in fostering a passion that would diminish your glory, and if you are as grateful as you say you are for the care I have taken to make you happy, and for preserving your life, you will discard an infatuation which will be your ruin. What an idea will your people, will the whole universe, have of a king so little master of himself that he runs after a poor shepherdess to give her a crown which he might share with the first princesses in the world, no matter whom, perhaps even a fairy might not have disdained to partake of one with you." These last words, which escaped her in spite of herself, opened the king's eyes, and looking at the fairy with astonishment, he was convinced of the truth of his suspicions when he saw her standing silent, confused, and carefully avoiding his gaze. These last words, which escaped her in spite of herself, opened the king's eyes, and looking at the fairy with astonishment, he was convinced of the truth of his suspicions when he saw her standing silent, confused, and carefully avoiding his gaze. End of section 34. Recording by Jennifer Wysk. Section 35 of 4 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Wysk. Princess Lionette and Prince Coquerico by Mademoiselle de Lebert. Translated by James PLANCHÉ. Part 3. It was some time before he could find words to answer. From his excessive astonishment, but unwilling either to irritate the fairy at the moment he so much wanted her assistance, or to encourage a hope that he felt incapable of sustaining. "The knowledge you have of the human heart, madame," he said at last, "ought to have taught you that a king cannot dispense with the laws of nature more than other men. So pure and intense a passion as I have for Lionette is none of a character to be easily extinguished. Why do you not exert your power to render me insensible? I should not then have felt the grief I have today, nor the happiness you speak of. This choice of a great prince, or of a fairy who could design to receive my vows and my crown, this happiness, I say, does not at all affect me. It is necessary that to be happy I must sacrifice myself for ever to the whims of my people? I must choose for myself. I would willingly make them happy. I feel a pleasure even in desiring and being able to do so. But what can it signify to them who I give them for their queen? I value my greatness only because it enables me to elevate her whom I love. This sweet pleasure would induce me to support the weight of a crown. Without it, what would be every other enjoyment? And I am compelled because I am their master to be deprived of the only pleasure I sigh for? No, madame. In giving them Lionette, I consider that I make them as happy as I make myself. Should they refuse her, they will repent their temerity, and whoever ventures to oppose me will find that my love has not made me forget I am a king." "Proceed, ungrateful one, proceed to destroy me," said the fairy. "You know too well all the violence of my love for you, and you only pretend not to see it to overwhelm me the more by your severity. It is I only, who will expose myself to the danger of resisting thy base inclinations. Dare to punish me, and so complete the measure of your crimes, but how wilt thou do it? Thou art in my power, and the necklace which I hold, and which dropped from thine arm yesterday in my room, will revenge me for thy ingratitude." In saying this, she arose, and touching the king with her wand, as she advanced to recover his mistress's love-token, she transformed him into a cock. Then, opening one of the windows, she threw him down into the court of the palace, which, after assembling the council, she informed them that the king had absented himself upon urgent business, and she, not being able to remain longer in that kingdom, had determined to appoint a regent. This affair concluded, she ascended to her chariot and disappeared from their sight. The king was dizzy with his fall, but his wings had supported him in spite of himself, and when he had a little recovered his senses, he jumped upon a balustrade of white and rose-colored marble, which surrounded a piece of magnificent water in the center of the courtyard. To see himself in it, he was astounded at his appearance, but not that he was the most beautiful bird in the world. His body seemed as though it was covered with emeralds. His wings were of a bright rose color, and his head was a crest of brilliance, which threw out a most amazing, dazzling light. His tail was a plume of green and rose color, his feet
of the latter hue, with claws blacker than ebony, and his beak was a single ruby. We will leave this unhappy king reflecting upon the cruelty of his transformation, and return to Lionette, whom we left still more unhappy. This beautiful princess, after having been 6 months among the tigers of the fairy Tigreline, deploring her sad fate, was at length withdrawn from them by the fairy herself, who, pitying her situation, came to seek her and carry her to her palace, with both their unfortunate companions. Then, after caressing them and conducting them to a very comfortable den, she said to the princess, "My dear Lionette, you have been a sufficiently long time punished for your imprudence in having given away your necklace, without my adding further useless remonstrance to the misery you endure in not being able to change your form until you have recovered that talisman. Therefore, my dear child, I shall not scold you any more. On the contrary, I will mitigate your penalty as much as I can, and I am going to prove it to you by restoring your good guardians to their natural forms, that they may have the pleasure of talking to you and consoling you." Poor Lionette threw herself at the fairy's feet, and by the tears she shed, evinced at the same time her joy and her sorrow at not being able to answer her. Tigreline touched the lion and lioness with her wand. In an instant they resumed their human form, and after embracing the fairy's knees, they embraced Lionette 1,000 times, who returned their caresses as well as she could. After this affectionate scene, at which Tigreline herself could not restrain her tears, she thus addressed the old man and his wife. "Good people, the days of our transformation will not be reckoned in the term of your existence, neither will Lionette's when she has passed through hers. Live to serve and console her until the time of her severe punishment shall have ended. I will not have her shut up any longer. She can run freely about my gardens and in my forest. As for yourselves, you will remain in my palace and have charge of her. Let us wait patiently for time to bring about a more happy termination to this adventure. Then I can dare to hope for, and at least by our fortitude cause fate to blush for her injustice." The fairy ceased speaking and embraced Lionette with all her heart. Lionette's was so full that she shed a torrent of tears and uttered groans which increased the affliction both of the fairy and the good people. She spent her days in the forest hunting game which the fairy had ordered to be put there for her. The tigers respected and saluted her whenever she passed. She reclined during the heat of the day in the most secluded and shady places, meditating on her fate and feeling less distressed at her own situation than at the absence or the loss of Prince Coquerico. She sighed affectionately at the remembrance of him, and her greatest grief was her separation from him. She scrawled with her talons on the barks of the trees rudely formed initials, hearts and arrows, and wept over her lovers and her own misfortune. At night she returned to her den and to the fairy, who showed her great kindness. The old man and his wife amused her by relating anecdotes to her. One day that she was at the fairy's with her guardians, she seized a sheet of paper and a pen, and wrote a request to the fairy that she would tell her who she was. She presented it to Tigreline, who, as she was very clever, contrived to read what the lioness had written. No one but a fairy could well have deciphered it. She sighed and raised her eyes to heaven. Then, looking affectionately at Lionette, she said, "I am going to satisfy you, my dear. The trials that mortals encounter often serve as lessons to persons of your rank. May it please the just gods that those which you have endured from the commencement of your life be the only trials ordained for you. But do not cease to bear them with resignation and courage. You are a princess, my dear child. They did not deceive you when they told you so. You are the daughter of a king of the Island of Gold. The queen, your mother, died in giving birth to you, and the king, your father, resolved not to marry again, that he might preserve the crown for you. You were scarcely 4 years old when a fugitive queen, driven from her kingdom, came to implore your father's assistance to regain the throne that her rebellious subjects had made her descend from, for having persisted in reigning to the prejudice of her only son, whom she detained at a distance from the capital for fear he should claim the sceptre. This ambitious princess, perceiving that the king, your father, would afford his assistance too slowly for her impatience, turned her thoughts in another direction. She cared not where she reigned, provided she did reign.
She therefore resolved to marry your father, but knowing he did not wish for an increase of family that might deprive you of the crown, and that consequently as long as you lived he would never marry, she came to consult me. She did not attempt to conceal from me her sanguinary intentions respecting you, and I knew if I were mistress of the necklace that she wore, I should be able to save your life. I listened, therefore, quietly to her, notwithstanding the horror that these propositions gave me of her. Queen, I said to her, you will never obtain your object until I have possession of your necklace. Give it to me, and be sure of the success of your undertaking. A fairy who presided at my birth, said she, commanded that I should always wear it. Those were her only words, but since it has not prevented my falling from the throne to which my birth had entitled me, I part with it willingly, and place it in your hands, relying much more on your assistance than on the pretended charm to make me happy. Go, said I, return to the Isle of Gold, and wait patiently the effect of my power, and above all, do not attempt the life of the young princess. I will serve you without adopting such cruel means. She returned to the island, and after some time married your father. That very day I transported you, with the king and the queen, into the cavern where the old man found you, and changed them both into lions, the king because I feared his weakness, and the queen to punish her for her wickedness. I not only took from her the power of doing you any harm, but obliged her to take care of you. As for the king, I knew I need not inspire him with feelings of humanity. He retained them, notwithstanding the natural ferocity of the animal into which I had transformed him.
Poor Lionette, at these words, interrupted the fairy by a melancholy roar. Tigreline smiled, and caressing the lioness,
Take courage, my dear girl, said she. You mourn the death of a good father. Your susceptible heart will feel equal joy in learning that I have saved his life, that he is at present residing in a part of the world to which I transported him after I had cured his wound, and that he is as anxious to see you again as you can possibly desire.
Lionette, who was couched upon a great stone at the feet of the fairy, licked her hands softly to show her gratitude, and her eyes sparkled with so much pleasure that the fairy, delighted at the effect of her good tidings, kissed her most tenderly.
As for the lioness, your mother-in-law, continued Tigreline, she died not from grief at losing the lion, but from rage at finding her projects frustrated by his death, which she really believed, and the tears you have shed for her were far more than she deserved for the unwilling care she took of you.
The fairy had arrived at this point in her story when at the window flew a cock of singular beauty, and perched upon her shoulder. They were all very much astonished. The fairy, who was spinning, let fall her spindle, but quickly recovered herself. She held out her finger to the bird, which jumped upon it, and flapping its wings in token of gratitude, crowed out, Coquerico! Coquerico! 2 or 3 times. At the first note the lioness took fright and ran off as fast as possible, her guardians following her. In the meanwhile, Tigreline examined the bird, and seeing how wonderfully beautiful he was, immediately unraveled the mystery of this adventure.
Prince, said she, I believe I know you, and I am much deceived if you have not just told me your name.
The prince, for it was he, stooped his beak to her feet, and making a low bow to the fairy.
Oh, heavens, cried she, is it possible there should be such a complicated chain of misfortunes? The barbarous being who has reduced you to this sad state has only allowed you the power of pronouncing a name which is the cause of all kinds of evil to you. It has even now occasioned your princess to fly from you, and perhaps it may have been the last time in your life that you could have seen her.
The cock at these words looked at the fairy with amazement. He had only perceived in the room a lioness and 2 old people. He could not comprehend these words of Tigreline. She read his thoughts, for he could not express them.
She was here, I tell you, replied she, and I forgive you for not recognizing her, but if my sister, the cruel Cornu, had been able to change you into a cock, has she not the power also of turning the princess into a lion?
The cock felt as if he should faint at this cruel news.
O fate, Pitiless fate, continued the fairy, how blind are thy decrees! Why dost thou punish the innocent and let the guilty live? Her thoughts would have quite absorbed her if her eyes had not fallen upon the poor bird, who had fallen down and appeared dying. She took him in her arms, and giving him some wonderful liquid to smell, he recovered his senses, but sighed bitterly at being compelled to see the light again. "Do not distress yourself, my dear prince," said the fairy. "I will use all my skills to assist you, but to ensure my success you must second my endeavors. I cannot render you perfectly happy so long as Cornu is in possession of the necklace, and it is only through you that I can recover it. Repose yourself, dear prince. My books that I am going to consult tonight will enlighten me as to what we shall do tomorrow." The king could not sufficiently express his gratitude. He pressed his beak on the fairy's hand and squeezed her arm gently with his claw. In short, he displayed as much feeling as he possibly could. Tigreline, after giving him something to eat and drink, which he scarcely touched, placed him upon a shelf in her cabinet, and then saluting him, retired to her chamber to set about the work she had promised to undertake for him. While this was passing, poor Lionette, overcome with fear she could not recover from, fled with all her might, and had already gone far beyond the forest of tigers. Notwithstanding, those animals had used all their endeavors to detain her, for they were all fond of her, and several of them were in love with her, but she had forced her way through every obstacle, and having no guide but terror, still believing the cock was pursuing her, she ran 100 leagues at once, and never stopped till her strength failed her. Her poor guardians called to her and sought for her in vain. They returned very much distressed at daybreak to the fairy to tell her of Lionette's flight. The fairy, who knew that if Lionette went beyond the limits of the forest, she had no longer any power over her, and that she would be entirely at Cornu's mercy, left her unwillingly to her fate, and thought only of being of service to King Coquerico. She entered the cabinet wherein he had passed the night to tell him what he had to do. He flapped his wings at her arrival and flew to the ground to kiss the hem of her robe. The fairy took him on her hand, placed him on a little table, and drew it up in front of an armchair in which she seated herself. "Great king," said she, "the destiny that has nursed you since your birth commands me to tell you that you will not reign your natural form, but upon very severe conditions. You must be sufficiently fortunate to recover from Cornu the necklace given to you by Lionette. If you fail to do so, you can never become a human being again but by marrying Cornu. In that case, if Lionette, whom my wicked sister insists upon being a witness to this ceremony, can restrain the grief it must cause her, I foresee that you may become happy at last. But if she have not the courage to support the terrible sight of that marriage, I will not be answerable for anything." Coquerico at these words bent his head and shed tears, at which the fairy was much affected. "A tender heart," said the fairy, "is pardonable and even desirable in a king. Your grief, according to this principle, is very excusable, but you must not abandon yourself too much to sorrow. Leave to vulgar minds, my lord, complaints and lamentations, and without wishing to be stronger than humanity demands, courageously resist the blows of fate. And if you only succeed in testing your fortitude and finding it cannot be shaken, you ought to be content. It is the first of all advantages, and yet one we rarely ask of the gods, because we do not know the value of it. Take this bottle and endeavor to throw a drop of the liquid that is in it upon Cornu. That will make her swoon away, and you will then obtain your object." Coquerico, who was in no hurry to depart, looked at the fairy to ask her to explain herself still further. She understood what he would say. She related in a few words Lionette's history. He thanked her in the most affectionate manner he could, and he now recollected that the fairy, in speaking of her previously, had more than once called her the princess. He was enchanted to learn that this lovely girl was of such high birth, but that did not increase his affection for her. Nothing, indeed, could augment it. It was not so with respect to his indignation against Cornu. Every moment it became stronger, particularly when the fairy, at the end of her narration, told him that the unhappy princess had taken flight at his crowing, as well as at his name, from the antipathy that lions had naturally to the crowing of a cock, that the malicious Cornu had increased it in the case of Lionette, that he had so frightened her that she had flown beyond the bounds of the forest, and that she might have fallen already to Cornu's power, as, having once quitted the forest of tigers, she could not possibly re-enter it till she had resumed her own shape. King Coquerico was instantly anxious to depart, and indicated as well as he could to Tigrelane, who could understand at half a word. After embracing him and fastening the bottle under his right wing, she opened her window, and he flew away, perfectly resolved that rather than crow to frighten the lions, he would be devoured by them. To what fearful extent can passions increase in the hearts of those who do not try to conquer them? The implacable Cornu, distracted by turns, or rather at the same moment by the most violent love and by the most frightful jealousy, spent her days in the Opal Palace, meditating the deepest revenge against her rival and her lover. What more could she desire? Were they not sufficiently wretched? They could not recognize each other and flew from one another as soon as they met. Could anything more cruel be imagined? Poor Lionette, overcome by fatigue, fell down from faintness and fright upon some beautiful green turf, which answered as a bed for the moment. She had run 100 leagues without stopping, as we have said before, and with incredible swiftness, for she had quitted the ferry in the evening, and by sunrise next morning found herself in this strange country. So true it is that fear lends one wings. She looked around her and saw nothing but the green sward through which flowed a clear stream, refreshing the grass and the little wild flowers that adorned it. She slept there profoundly after drinking of the beautiful water, which possessed the property not only to quench thirst, but at the same time to appease hunger. She slept for 15 hours. When she awoke she felt much refreshed and continued her journey along the bank, at the end of which she saw a palace, of architecture as simple as it was wonderful. She entered it by a beautiful portico of foliage. In it she saw cabinets, chambers, and galleries all formed of green hedges, and what charmed her particularly was that in the middle of each room were large groups of flowers of all sorts, that greeted her with most friendly bows, and said with one accord as she approached, "Good morning, beautiful Lionette." This wonderfully astonished her. She stopped at a tuberose plant that had saluted her still more graciously than the rest. "Lovely flowers," she said to them. "By what happy chance is this that you have given me the power of speech? That is all the skill and friendship of a generous Tigreline could not restore to me. Is it you that have done this? Tell me, that I may return my thanks to you." "The stream that has quenched your thirst, beautiful Lionette," replied one of the tuberoses, "has the merit of it. We have no power, and it is only when we are watered by it that we have the faculty of hearing, seeing, and expressing ourselves. We are flowers from the garden of the fairy Cornu. For some time past she has been very sad. She came to converse with us, but we were unable to comfort her. Perhaps that task was reserved for you. You must use your endeavors. She will not return for 2 days, as she was here yesterday. Her palace is some distance from this. Wait for her. We will do all we possibly can to amuse you till she returns." The tuberose then ceased speaking, although she was naturally a little talkative, but she yielded some politeness to Lionette's desire to ask some questions. "I should like to know, obliging tuberose," said Lionette, "if Cornu, whom you speak and to whom you belong, is a beautiful fairy, and then I should be obliged to your telling me how you knew my name and who I was as soon as you saw me." "A rose tree who is the oracle of this place," replied the tuberose. "At the last sacrifice made to it by the fairy, our mistress pretended that a great princess in the form of a lion would one day come hither, and that here she would terminate all her distress. The fairy displayed immoderate joy at this. She redoubled the incense and the bees, they being the only victims that are immolated here. This is an answer to your 2 questions at once, for by the fairy's delight you can easily conceive her good intentions towards you." The innocent Lionette thought there was great truth in the tuberose conjectures. She thanked her heartily, and begged she would inform her where the rose tree was, that she might consult it as to what conduct she ought to adopt. The tuberose directed her, and she soon found the spot. It was not far from the cabinet of tuberoses. The apartment had some appearance of a temple, the hedges forming an arch above the rose tree, which preserved it from the heat of the sun. A little balustrade of jasmine and pomegranate trees surrounded this beautiful plant, which was covered with so many roses that it was quite dazzling. The lioness was obliged to shut her eyes once or twice. She tremblingly approached the balustrade, and prostrating herself respectfully, said, "Divinity of this lovely place, deign to receive my homage and tell me my destiny." The rose trees at these words appeared to be much agitated. The leaves and flowers trembled and became pale. Then a voice, interrupted by sobs, issued from its branches, and Lionette heard the following words:
"To the severe decree of fate and blind submission bend. A princess, most unfortunate, will hear her sorrows end."
The princess was frightened at the indications of grief the rose tree gave way to, and if the first words overwhelmed her, the later encouraged her a little. "Alas," said she, "I fear nothing but the prolongation of my existence. If I should end my miserable life here, I should bless the fate that led me to this spot. But wise and generous rose tree, before ending my days, may I not know if he to whom I would willingly consecrate them still lives, and if he is happy wherever he may be? This is my only anxiety. I should die without one regret if I knew his destiny was decided." The rosebush was again strongly agitated, and thus replied:
"For the last time, thy desire, I raise my warning voice. Thy lover only will expire, shallst thou oppose his choice."
"Ah, wise divinity," exclaimed the affectionate lioness, "I will ask you nothing more. If he live, I am too happy. May I alone suffer from the severity of the fairies? Their persecutions appear as nothing to me, if he be exempted from them, and I permitted to see him happy. Ah, why should I fetter his inclinations? Alas, the choice which I should be opposed to, whichever it might be, would never offend me. What can he owe me, and what can I offer him, worthy of his merits? The unfortunate Lionette, not having it in her power to make him happy, should not prevent him from becoming so. At least, I may be permitted the desire of being the cause of it." Saying this, she retired to the cabinet of the tuberoses, where she passed the night, talking of her shepherd, and telling her love for him to her faithful friend, who in return more fully informed her what she knew of the fairy Cornu, and of her floral companions. "As for the oracle rose tree," said she, "all we know is it is not of the rose tree race. It was here when we came, and I believe that the fairy, to embellish its dwelling place, transported us hither. It speaks without being watered, and appears a little amused by our conversation. It is naturally melancholy, and you have seen for yourself. It has a perfect knowledge of the past, the present, and the future. The fairy passes whole days when she comes here, in talking to it. Rarely does she do us that honor, and I think it is the consequence of the vexatious things she hears from it that she feels no pleasure in talking to us. A pomegranate blossom, a very great friend of mine, often repeated their conversation to me. The rose tree conceals from the fairy what it is. The fairy cannot discover it. All one can make out is that it was not always a rose tree." She had spoken thus far when a pink and ranunculus and some other flowers entered, and after paying their compliments to the lioness, they announced to the tuberoses that Cornu intended to visit them a day earlier than usual, that they might expect her the following morning, and that she proposed making a pompous sacrifice to the rose tree, that they were ignorant of the cause of the grand ceremony, but thought it denoted the approach of some great event. The flowers wondered among themselves what this great event could be, without coming to any definite conclusion. Then they talked about the weather, a conversation in which they shone greatly, and which would have amused Lionette had her been in another frame of mind, but she spoke little and listened less. At sunset the flowers retired each to their home, and Lionette, after taking a very slight repast of herbs from the mossy ground, and drinking the water from the wonderful rivulet, went to sleep at the feet of her faithful friend, the tuberose. The first rays of the sun having touched her eyelids, she awoke. The flowers were already on the move. Lionette arose and repaired to the rose tree. She laid herself down in one of the corners of its little temple, and saw all the flowers arrive and place themselves artistically to do honor to the fairy, who did not keep them long waiting. The whole of the temple glowed with the beautiful colors of these various flowers. Some formed themselves into arbors, others into garlands, crowns, girandoles, in short, into 1,000 and 1,000 kinds of ornaments, so marvelously arranged that the general effect was dazzling. The sweetness of her perfume was exquisite, and that which drew Lionette from her reflections was that after this arrangement, and on notice of the fairy's approach, they commenced so melodiously a concert that the most melancholy beings would have forgotten their grief, and have yielded to the sweet enchantment in which the music wrapped the soul. The tuberose, above all, was perfection. It charmed Lionette completely. She listened with delight to this wonderful melody, and admired the poetry of the hymn which they sang, when suddenly she saw the redoubtable Cornu enter, blazing with jewels, but more frightfully ugly than can be described. She was seized with a horror at this sight which she could not account for. She reproached herself for it. "It is impossible," said she to herself, "that I can still be affected by the weak prejudice of which my sex is so susceptible. Ought we to decide upon the qualities of the mind by the beauty or ugliness of the countenance? What feelings must I inspire if they judge poor Lionette by her form? Judge thyself before thou judgest others, and conceal not from thyself that if ugliness induces thee to take an aversion to any one, thou must thyself inspire a terrible horror." While Lionette was constraining herself to vanquish the dreadful feeling that the presence of the fairy had possessed her with, the latter, to the sound of joyful music which echoed throughout the temple of the rose-tree, advanced toward the balustrade, and saw the lioness, who, seated in the corner to which she had retired, crouched in the most humble manner as the fairy gazed upon her. Cornu's countenance brightened with intense joy at this sight. "Oracle, whose words are always those of truth," exclaimed she, "you have promised me that I should one day find that which I have sought for so earnestly, and which doubtless you have reserved as recompense for the many honors I have paid you. Come," said she to the fairies who followed her, "chain this wild beast and fasten it to my chariot, after which let us immolate our victims." 4 fairies threw a chain around Lionette, who allowed herself to be dragged out of the temple, notwithstanding the grief shown by the flowers that looked as they do when Aurora sheds her gentle dew upon them. For they all loved Lionette, but their tears did not in the least soften the inflexible heart of the jealous Cornu. The rose-tree shot from its stem a flame which consumed the offering of bees, which the fairies had just placed upon a little golden altar they had drawn towards it. Its roses became a amaranth color. Cornu was quite alarmed at this change. "What prodigy is this?" cried she. "Divinity of these realms, do you protect my rival, or is it the joy of delivering her into my power that has produced this mysterious change?" The rose-tree shuddered at these words, and with a strong and terrible voice thus answered the fairy.
"Immolate to my just wrath the first fowl that shall cross my path. Mercy to it dare to show, name thyself shall ever know."
The rose-tree after this closed its flowers and leaves, and by this action appeared to bid the fairy depart. She left the temple much discontented, and remounted her chariot, to which they had fastened Lionette, with 3 other lions who were very handsome. She took the reins that united these animals, and drove slowly over the velvet lawn by the side of the rivulet, the gentle murmuring of which favoured her meditations, until one of the fairies, following in another chariot, exclaimed that she saw a fowl in the water, which appeared to be drowning. Cornu stopped her chariot and ordered them to catch and bring her the bird that so luckily came to reconcile her with the oracle rose-tree. The fairies who were the lightest clad threw themselves into the stream and caught the poor bird, which was already insensible. They carried it to Cornu, who was not at all surprised at its beauty, for she instantly recognized it to her great dismay, the unfortunate King Coquerico. "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed she to herself. "Is it thus, cruel oracle, thou wouldst have me understand thee?" She held the king up by his feet, and having made him eject the water that he had swallowed, he reopened his eyes, already darkened by the approach of death. Then quickly touching him with her wand, said to him, "Resume thy proper form, and save me thereby from the horror of taking thy life, upon which mine depends." At these words the king, safe and sound, appeared more brilliant than the sun. his royal mantle on his shoulders, and his crown of brilliance graceful encircling his temples. What became of Lionette at this sight? Her lover stood before her, her lover, a king, and more beautiful than the day. She would have been speechless with astonishment even had she not resolved beforehand that she would not speak to the fairy until she had discovered her motive for ill-treating her so cruelly. She remained silent, therefore, but her eyes were so affectionately fixed on the king that if he had not been preoccupied by the adventure that had just occurred, he would easily have recognized his unhappy princess.
"What more do you require of me, madame?" said he to Cornue. "Is it to make me feel my mistress more keenly that you have restored me to my form of which you so unjustly deprived me? Or do you at last repent that you have done me so much mischief?"
"Ungrateful ever, and still more ungrateful," replied the fairy, presenting her hand for him to assist her to descend from the chariot. "Come and justify yourself, and do not excuse me." So saying, she stepped with him upon the mossy bank of the rivulet, and leaving her chariot and her companions at some distance, spoke thus to the king, whom she made to sit down beside her. "I need scarcely tell you that I have loved you from your infancy. The care that I have taken of you must convince you of it, if you still remember it, for I do not expect gratitude for such poor benefits. I will only slightly touch upon what has hitherto passed, for I experienced but cruel ingratitude, which my affection for you distinguished under the name of indifference, arising perhaps from my lack of beauty. I believed for some time that by kindness I should overcome this coldness. Beauty, I said, is but a poor possession. A sensible man is only caught at first by it. Unlimited power, a fairy who condescends so far as to desire to pleasure a mortal, is always sufficiently beautiful. I discovered but too late the abuse of my confidence, and saw with horror that I had a rival. What did I then do to be revenged but what every woman would have done? Far from availing myself of my power, I only exercised my discretion. I took Lionette away from you, but I did not kill her. What excess of weakness, for she was at my mercy, and what a proof of my love do you not recognize in that weakness? Your insults and contemptuous coldness drove me to despair. I deprived you of your form, and I left you. What greater cruelty could you show me than I had inflicted on myself? No, all your hatred did not torture me as much. In what misery did I pass my days after that frightful separation? I accused myself of cruelty. I forgot all of your injustice, and when becoming more calm, I thought of it as it really had been. I reproached myself with having given you cause for it by too much vivacity. In short, your image always present in my mind, the thought of your anger constantly weighing on my heart, I could get no rest. Some of the fairies who attended on me in the Opal Palace advised me to consult the oracle rose tree respecting my destiny. This oracle, without anyone knowing the reason, has established itself here, or at least has planted itself in the sward of elegance, the name that is given to that which you behold here, from the rivulet which surrounds it, because it possesses the faculty of making everything speak that is watered by it. Persecuted by my enemies, I came at last to consult with this new oracle. I found at first some relief to my troubles. I took great pleasure in embellishing its abode. By my art I caused all kinds of flowers to grow here. I raised a little temple of verdure, and watering all the flowers from the rivulet of eloquence, I enabled them to converse with the rose tree and entertain it. The information I gathered respecting my destiny made me grateful to the oracle, and gave me confidence in its predictions. I came often to question it, and I endeavored to discover by whom I could possibly be inspired. I ascertained that it was not one of these deities who take pleasure in manifesting themselves to mortals, as Delphi. It was a man transformed into a rose tree and protected by a power unknown to me, and carefully kept a secret. I offered him all my power as a reward for what he had promised me, but he constantly declined it. At last, having predicted an event which has occurred to me this very day, in the commencement of my happiness, he commanded me to sacrifice to him the first fowl that I should see. Judge if all the happiness I could expect from its promises to be weighed in the balance against your life, for that is what he demands of me. Could I know a comfort deprived of it? Let the oracle be angry with me, overwhelm me if it will with the most dreadful calamities. I will not avoid them by the sacrifice of your life. Continue if you dare to treat me inhumanely, cruelly. I will submit to it, provided I can still behold you, for I have resolved to suffer everything your hatred can inflict upon me, sooner than consent to immolate you to the strange caprice of the rose tree.
End of section 35. Recording by Jennifer Wysk.
Section 36 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Wysk. Princess Lionette and Prince Coquerico by Mademoiselle de Lebert. Translated by James PLANCHÉ.
Part 4.
Cornu ceased speaking, and the king, having expressed his acknowledgments, replied, "What can I do for you, madame? My heart is my own no longer. I have no wish to deceive you. Not only is such perfidy incompatible with my nature, but you too well know that I think for me to attempt to impose on your cruelty, and I owe you too much gratitude for saving my life willingly to deceive you, were it in my power. But why have you preserved one who never can make you happy? Far better would it have been for you to have obeyed your oracle. Certain that you will always oppose my happiness, I should have received my death at your hands with pleasure, since I can never entertain you a warmer feeling than gratitude. You would have relieved me from the shame of appearing thankless to you, and from being obliged to drag out an existence far from the object of my eternal affection." The king was silent, and the fairy greatly agitated. Neither spoke for some time. "What did this deceitful oracle promise you?" at length inquired the king. "If you can be rendered happy by ending my life, why defer the sacrifice? The generosity you have shown in preserving it excites in my heart a feeling of emulation. Conduct me to the temple. It will not be you that will immolate me, at least. Love will acquit you, for love will dispose of my life, as it is he who prevents my making you the mistress of it." "Talk no more of sacrifice," said the fairy, rising. "Your life is too precious for me not to struggle to preserve it, at the risk of all that may happen. Come to my palace, and we will see to morrow what can be done." She then moved towards her chariot, which she stepped into with the prince, and the lions went at such speed that they arrived almost immediately at the Opal Palace. Here it was that Lionette abandoned herself to the bitterest grief when she saw the fairy descend from her chariot with the prince, desiring that her lions might be put into a grotto, where 1,000 other wild animals were lodged that she drove in harness. "Oh heavens!" she cried, "to what am I reduced?" She permitted herself to be led away to the grotto, and retiring into a darker corner, stretched herself upon a little straw, and passed the night groaning at her fate. Some days elapsed without any one disturbing her sad repose, at the end of which time 2 young fairies came to take 4 lions, some tigers, and 2 bears, to be hunted for the entertainment of the fairy and in honour of the king. As the princess was ignorant of the purpose for which these animals were selected, she did not speak to the fairies. But what a situation for her! Her lover, whom she could not doubt was in the palace, and who could not know her, the severity of the fairy, the horror of passing her days in the strange place, all gave her a disgust to life, which would not yield to the love she possessed for the king, though it had been redoubled by the sight of him. "Ah, why should I continue to love him?" she exclaimed. "Doubtless he no longer loves me, and to render my punishment the greater, I feel he is more lovely than ever. Let me die, and may he never know the extent of the misery he has caused me. Bereft of his love, bereft of him, why should I regret to die?" She could not suppose him to be enamoured of Cornu. She tried in vain to think why he was at the Opal Palace. She lamented the timidity that induced her to fly from Tigreline at the crowing of the cock.
In recalling to her mind the few circumstances she was cognizant of, she felt convinced that the cock that flew in at the window was certainly the same which was brought to Cornu and retransformed upon the sword of elegance.
"How contrary is my destiny," said she. "My heart pants for an object which certainly compels me to fly from it. Let me hasten to put an end to this torment. Can the approach of death be a greater punishment? Coquerico, ungrateful Coquerico has forgotten me. Why should I any longer doubt it? He let me go and expire at the foot of the rose tree, and for ever fly from a place that only aggravates and redoubles my grief." Fortunately the fairies had not shut the door of the grotto. The wretched princess stole out, and found herself in Cornue's forest. She heard a great noise of horns and dogs. She entered a thick part of the woods which appeared likely to conceal her. Anxious to let the chase go by, she had thrust herself under some low branches, when she heard a dear voice she could not be mistaken in. This voice spoke to one whom she soon knew to be the Fairy Cornue.
"Yes, madame, I avow it. I have an invincible repugnance to hunt lions ever since the unfortunate Lionette has been changed into one. I know not what has become of her. You wish me to remain in ignorance about her. You object to my taking any means by which I might obtain knowledge of her present position. You wish to kill me. Ah, why then do you hesitate when your oracle demands my death? Let me go to consult it, or with my sword will I rid myself of a life which is rendered insupportable by your tyranny."
"How can you imagine," replied the Fairy, "that I should allow you to seek this oracle who demands your death? For it is not that he desires a cock as a sacrifice more than any other bird. It is you yourself that the barbarous oracle would have immolated. And do you think I will consent to that? I love you, and you hate me. That is all my offence in your eyes, and if I were to restore Lionette to you, you would soon forget even the trifling gratitude you might profess to entertain for me."
"I," exclaimed the King, "forget it? Never! I forget that I was indebted to you for the happiness of my existence? Do not imagine it. Restore her to her natural shape, and I swear to you I will agree to everything that depends upon myself. You will command my obedience, and my friendship will be unbounded. In fact, if I cannot give you my heart, at least there will be so little apparent difference that you yourself will scarcely perceive it."
"Enough," said the Fairy. "I trust to your oath, and I will yield to your impatience. To morrow we will proceed to the temple of the rose tree. I will expose myself to its anger. I will try to appease it, and then we shall see if your word is inviolable." The King and Fairy passed on, and the Princess, delighted to find her lover as faithful as she believed him inconsistent, turned her footsteps towards the temple of the rose tree, and arrived there late that night. All the flowers were asleep. She did not disturb any of them. She went and lay at the feet of the tuberose. She did not sleep. The beauty of the night filled her soul, already prepared to receive delightful impressions, with the purest joy unmingled with a shade of sorrow. The amiable Coquerico, faithful and loving, appeared in her idea so worthy of being loved, that she did not regret all she had suffered for him. She never thought about his being a king. She disdained every advantage that was the mere consequence of chance. He was worthy of her affection, that was all she considered. Cornue's reproach had revealed her jealousy. Lionette in an instant therefore understood why the Fairy had so ill treated her, and as the happiest love is subject to reverses, she distressed herself at what the King would have to suffer if he resisted the Fairy's passion. She immediately determined to abandon her lover to her rival in order to save his life, which the oracle had told her he would lose if she opposed his choice. Some mournful reflections upon the situation succeeded to those that had so pleasantly occupied her. She determined to seek the oracle without delay. She rose very quietly and entered the temple as the day broke. King Coquerico was not in a better situation. The horror with which Cornue had inspired him by her new barbarity in wishing his mistress to perish by his hand under the pretence of affording him the entertainment of a lion hunt was unconquerable. His patience was exhausted, and he only feigned to agree to her wishes in order to gain time to be revenged by getting the necklace out of her possession. The Fairy had luckily not noticed the little bottle under his wing the day she restored him to his form. He therefore still possessed it, and trusted it would be of great use to him. He retired early that night under pretence of being fatigued, and the Fairy begged he would wear the ornaments that she had ordered to be put into his room, that he might make a grander figure in the eyes of the rose tree. He was no sooner in his own apartment than the recollection of what Cornue had said, and of what he had promised, threw him into deepest distress. as he foresaw that if he could not anticipate the artful fairy's intention, he should only obtain from his jealous enemy the pleasure of once more seeing Lionette, in return for which Cornue would undoubtedly insist upon his marrying her. This cruel thought made him more eager for revenge, and that feeling was increased by his observing a large basket made of pearls and garnet and filigree work which stood on a table beside him. He made no doubt it contained the presents she had requested him to wear. He raised the white taffeta embroidered in gold which covered this elegant basket, and perceived with astonishment, mingled with rage, the royal robes that are worn at the marriage of the kings of the Fortunate Islands. As they were the work of the fairies, it is impossible to describe their magnificence. A moment afterwards, recollecting that he should appear thus attired before the princess, he could not divest himself of the idea that occurred to him, that perhaps such magnificence might make an impression on her. However, believing the fairy to be asleep, he resolved to put his plan in execution without delay, and throwing all the ornaments back into the basket, he ascended a private staircase which led to Cornue's bedchamber. He arrived without any obstacle at her bedside. The curtains were opened and held back by cupids of mother of pearl. These also supported crystal chandeliers filled with wax lights to illuminate the room. When she could not sleep, the cupids sang or read to her the news of the day, gazettes, or fresh stories that were written about the fairies. On that night they must certainly have been reading to her as long a story as this, for she snored terribly. She could not have foreseen the king's unseasonable visit, for no one could look so ugly in bed as she did. She had neither rouge nor patches, and her livid and unhealthy looking skin gave her more the appearance of a corpse than a living and amorous fairy. Her horn assisted in making her more hideous. She had the fatal necklace around her neck, which was partly uncovered. The king was not at all enchanted by the sight of her. His desire to free himself from so hideous an object made him hastily draw forth his little bottle, in order to fling some drops of its contents over the fairy, when all the cupids suddenly began to cry, "Who goes there? Who goes there?" The fairy opened her eyes, and the king remained more surprised and more distressed than it is possible to say. "What do you here, Prince?" said she, sitting upright. "What has brought you into my room without having sent me word of your intention?" She would have asked him 1,000 other questions if she had had the time, for the king, more alarmed at her ugliness than at the menacing tone she gave to her words, allowed her to talk, and did not answer her. "What would you do?" she said again. "Explain your object."
"I am very sorry, madame, to have disturbed your rest," at length said the king, "but not knowing your projects before I definitively pledge my word to you, I wish to know what you propose to exact from me."
"Would there not have been time to-morrow," said the fairy, "to have asked me this mighty question, and was it necessary to awake me for so silly a purpose? Go to your rest, my lord, and to-morrow we shall be in a condition for you to propose and for me to resolve." The king, truly seeing no other way of getting out of this embarrassment, was very well disposed to return to his room, when the fairy called him back. "Come here," cried she. "Where are you going? Ought you not to apologize for your imprudence, or do you think you have not committed any?" The king, annoyed by this fresh obstacle which prevented him from retiring, said,
"Ah, but madame, do not make me commit a greater fault in any longer disturbing your rest. It ought to be precious to me in the respect I owe you."
"No, no," replied the fairy. "Approach. I do not wish to sleep any more, and I will absolutely know what brought you here. Do not fear to offend me, but dread to conceal your feelings from me. I wish for a candid avowal, and," continued she, looking at him most affectionately, "I expect you will entertain me as a punishment for awakening me." The king, at this disagreeable proposition, thought he should lose all patience, but being in the power of this terrible person, he suppressed his first movement, and seating himself out of respect some distance from the fairy's bed, said,
"Since you wish it, madame, I will obey you. I came, not thinking you were asleep, to ask you to restore the princess to her natural form immediately, and to declare, without that I cannot follow you to the temple of the rose tree."
"Truly," replied the fairy, much annoyed at this commencement, This is a beautiful subject to disturb every one about. Could not that have been deferred till tomorrow?"
"No, madame," replied the King, "and I am very sorry I did not urge it yesterday without being under the necessity of waiting another day."
"Well," said the Fairy, "what will you do for me in return? And what have I to expect from your gratitude?"
"I have told you, madame, the strongest friendship and all that an affectionate heart could further give."
"Friendship," replied the Fairy. "No, no, King Coquerico, it is not at such a price that I dispense my favours. It must be of more value than that. Shall I tell you what it is? It is not worth while to wait till tomorrow to inform you. I cannot ask you for your love, I am convinced of that. You are incapable of feeling it for me. You have made me sufficiently understand that. But I will forgive you upon condition that tomorrow you will solemnly give me your faith." The King, prepared as he had been for this event by Tigreline, could not quietly listen to her discourse, and find himself so near renouncing for ever a princess whom he loved, without feeling it most cruelly.
"If my heart were free,"
he replied in a tone of voice changed by the excessive effort he made to suppress his fury,
"I could offer you the one or the other, but, madame, I have disposed of my heart beyond my own control, and I will not offer you my hand, the possession of which would make you miserable, for at every instant I should make you feel in spite of myself that my heart being separated from it, I was not worthy the honour you conferred on me. The gratitude I owe you, therefore, obliges me absolutely to refuse you at the peril of my life."
"We shall see that tomorrow," replied Cornue. "Go and strengthen or change your noble resolutions, but remember that if you resist mine, it will not be your life that will answer to me for it. I shall know how to find, in spite of you, the sensitive place of a heart you assure me is so indifferent." The King, maddened by rage and grief, departed and returned to his own apartments, where he abandoned himself to the deepest despair. 20 times he was about to plunge his sword in his heart and sacrifice his life to the Princess, but thinking he might perhaps revenge her, or at least save her from the fury of the Fairy, he abandoned that frightful idea, and resolved upon going to the temple of the Rose tree. As soon as the morning appeared, the palace of the Fairy resounded with the music and nuptial hymns. She sent to know if the King was ready, giving an order that they should attend to him as her husband. A pompous chariot was in the palace court. All the fairies from far and near were summoned to this ceremony. They arrived from every quarter. Tigreline only announced that she should be at the temple. At length the King appeared. His pale and thin face indicated that he was the victim of the sacrifice rather than the person to whom it was to be offered. With all that he was as lovely as the day. Cornue was attired as a queen. All the skill in the world had been employed about her robes. She seated herself with the King in her chariot, and all the fairies followed according to their rank, riding upon eagles, dragons, tigers, and leopards. A dozen beautiful young fairies in the court of Cornue led in couples a dozen lions, upon which, during all the journey, the King had his eyes fixed, seeking to discover if the unfortunate Lionette were not amongst them. They set out amidst a flourish of drums and trumpets, and they arrived at the sward of elegance. The flowers were already on the boundaries, and formed 2 ranks 6 feet high, between which the brilliant procession passed, amidst loud acclamations and joyous song. The temple was crowded. The most beautiful flowers had formed 2 thrones of exquisite taste, and the coude was enchanting, so well was everything arranged. The unfortunate Lionette was already in the temple, and the pleasure of seeing Tigreline there, whom she remembered directly, had relieved in a slight degree the deep grief she was in at becoming compelled to witness the happiness of her cruel rival. "I shall die, madame," said she to the Fairy, "but at any rate let the King know after my decease that my affection has equalled his own, and that I pardon him a fault which fate has made him commit. I do not condemn him for his inconsistency." She wept so bitterly in finishing these words that she was so overcome by the violence of her grief that she did not see the King and the Fairy enter. Cornue first approached the rose tree. "I come," said she, "to redeem my word. Divinity of this place, you demanded of me the sacrifice of a fowl. I have too well understood your oracle. Behold what you required, and I think I shall interpret your wishes by demanding of him, at the foot of your altar, the hand he is so reluctant to bestow upon me, a sacrifice which is to him greater than that of his life." The rose tree drooped its leaves and blossoms as if in approval of the words of the Fairy. Cornue, then turning to the King, who had remained a few steps behind her, said, "Approach, my lord, and fulfil the decree of fate." He was at this moment much more occupied with what he saw than what was said to him. He had perceived Tigreline, and he no longer doubted that the lioness at her side was his divine princess. He looked at her tenderly and sorrowfully, not daring, however, to approach her, for fear of displeasing Tigreline, who had made him a severe sign to prevent him. Cornue, surprised at his silence, turned towards him and saw him in this pleasant occupation. Then placing on the altar the crown which she held in her hand, in order that the King might put it on her head, she approached him. "What are you about?" said she. "Is this a time for dreaming?"
"I delay my reply, madame," said the King without much emotion, "till you shall render to the Princess of the Golden Island the form which you have so unjustly deprived her of. Afterwards I will do what gratitude demands of me, and I will not deceive you."
Cornue, perceiving that it was not time to recede, especially as she saw Tigreline present, her superior in power, and that the day which she had chosen for this ceremony was precisely that on which the fairies are subject to death, was very cautious not to let the King know this, for fear that he should take advantage of those 24 hours to revenge himself for the cruelty which she had exercised on him and the Princess. Yet nevertheless she was not willing to delay the fulfilment of her happiness. Knowing, therefore, that it was impossible to deceive the King any longer, she turned to Tigreline, who led the lioness to the altar. "My sister," said Cornue, taking off the necklace and presenting it to Tigreline, "I restore the Princess to you, and you can use your power to make her resume her proper form, but spare her the grief of seeing me crowned by the hand of her lover, and depart with her as she can never be his." Tigreline lost not a moment. In lieu of replying to Cornue, the good Fairy touched the lioness with her wand, and the Princess stood before them more beautiful and more amiable than ever. She was, by the care of the Fairy, clothed magnificently and in the finest taste. She had a dress of cloth of silver, covered with garlands of everlasting flower, the gurdula flower, her beautiful light hair adorned with diamonds and the same sort of flowers as those on her dress, fell in curls on her shoulders and made her appear more beautiful than the day. The King was transported. He advanced towards her, and falling on one knee, "Will you permit, beautiful Princess," said he, "that the faith which I have plighted you should be taken from you, and that the unjust Fairy who has made us so unhappy should quite enjoy a crown which should be yours?" The Princess Lionette, during the time that her lover was speaking, kept her eyes tenderly fixed upon him, and by the tears which gently rolled down her cheek, let him see the effort which she made in giving him up. "I cannot," said she at length, "oppose fate. Yes, my dear Prince, you must submit. I release you from your vows. Live happy without me, if it be possible for you to do so, and as I must of necessity lose you, I quit this life without regret, and I am happy in dying at having been able to tell you once more, without its being a crime, that I love you." "Yes, you shall die," cried the furious Cornue. "I have borne enough insult, and that is another happiness which you have not counted against those you boast of at this fateful moment." The King at these words rose from the feet of the Princess, who did not seem alarmed even at seeing her rival advance towards her with a poniard in her hand. He arrested the Fairy with one hand, and with the other drew his sword.
"It is I who will perish," cried he, "and you cannot attempt the life of my Princess, which mine will answer for."
"Oh, heavens!" cried the Fairy and Lionette at the same time.
"Hold."
Tigreline then advanced towards Cornue. She had not spoken till that moment. She had allowed everything to proceed, and those to speak who were most anxious to do so. She raised her wand, and touching Cornue, "Receive," said she, "to-day the reward of your misdeeds, and witness in your turn the happiness of these two lovers." At the words Cornue remained motionless, but her eyes shone with such terrible fury that, not being able to find expression for it, her horn seemed on fire, and she foamed with rage. "And you, wise Rose tree," continued Tigreline, "resume your form and enjoy the pleasure of embracing your amiable daughter." She had not finished these words when the rose tree, bending itself a little, appeared in its true form. It was that of a man about 50 years of age, nobly made, and magnificently attired. He had a long regal mantle and a crown of gold, set with 2 precious stones on his head. Lionette resembled him so extremely that no one in the whole assembly could doubt that she was his daughter. That beautiful princess threw herself into his arms with so much natural delight that all the company were affected by it. The good King received her with transports of joy, which would have been more prolonged if he had not perceived at his feet the young King of the Fortunate Islands, who embraced his knees. He quitted his daughter a moment to raise the handsome Coquerico.
"I give you my daughter,"
said he to him, embracing him.
"Receive her, my lord, and live as happily as I have seen you miserable. I add my crown to this gift, and though I do not expect it will increase your happiness, judging by the vexations it has brought on me, still, such as it is, I give it to my daughter to present to you."
At this moment the King would have taken off his crown, but the young King cried, "No, sire, you shall not cease to reign. The charming, the tender Lionette fulfils all of my wishes, and my crown is at her feet. Permit us to live with you, and let nothing separate us any more." Tigreline applauded this mark of generosity in King Coquerico, and taking Lionette by the hand, she presented her to him. He received her with transports of love more easily imagined than described. Then, raising his crown and placing one knee on the ground, he presented it to Lionette, who accepted it as she plighted her troth to him. The temple resounded with the nuptial hymn. It was only interrupted by Cornue, who uttered a piercing cry and expired, it being her day of doom. Her death caused no extraordinary sensation. The young King and the Princess alone appeared affected by the result of her despair. Tigreline had her carried away, and the ceremony was concluded. King Coquerico was turning toward the King, his father-in-law, asked him if he wished to witness the coronation of the Queen Lionette, or if he would prefer waiting where he was for some days. "I would entreat a favour of the kind Tigreline, and of my dear husband, if I dare speak at this moment."
"My dear Princess," replied the King tenderly, "what do you fear?"
"I would then," said the Princess, "that, disembarrassed of the cares of the government, we could live here always, and that, content with my happiness, I might be occupied with nothing but the pleasure of enjoying it. It is here that I have regained what is to me most valuable. What signifies to me the rest of the world, if I live with these 2 persons, and if you, madame," added she, addressing the Fairy, "deign to come and see me, and restore me to my 2 fortunate guardians."
"I consent,"
said the 2 kings at once. "Yes, my daughter," said the Fairy in her turn, "I approve of these noble sentiments, and you shall live here as a queen, but without feeling the inconvenience of it. You shall both also enjoy the gift of fairydom. I bestow it on you." Then, touching the hedges that formed the walls of the temple, the whole structure was changed into a palace of emeralds so brilliant and so magnificent that never was anything seen to equal it. The flowers became living and speaking persons, having as the sole mark of their transformation a flower of their name on the head. The greensward became a magnificent garden. On one side appeared a vast forest, at one end of which the Fairy caused to be built a little palace of rose colour and white marble, and at the other one of rock crystal, in which she had the kindness to place the fine model of the universe which had been the delight of the King in his youth. The Princess was enchanted.
"It is for me," said the King, "an inestimable gift. It will recall to me without ceasing the pleasure I have enjoyed in exploring it in search of my dear Princess."
"And I," said she, "will hold it dear because it has taught you that I was occupied with your memory." The Fairy was charmed to see them so happy with a degree of love so little known in our time or even in that at which they lived. "Love each other always thus, my children," said she, embracing them. "I can give you nothing preferable to that blessing. It is the only real happiness." She then made them observe that each palace had its separate gardens, its cascades, fountains, and charming flower beds. On the other side of the garden was a large and flowing river, upon which were 1,000 superb gondolas, silver and guillotin, which wound around towards a castle built entirely of flowers, the marvellous variety of which had an admirable effect, and crowning the summit of a mountain with terraces laid out as gardens, descending to the brink of the river, and which served as a country house to the palace of emeralds. "I give you all this," said Tigreline, embracing Lionette. "Live here, my children. Millions of years your subjects will love you and never betray you. If you wish for more, a touch of this wand," said she, giving hers to Lionette, "will change all the flowers into speaking and rational beings, and they will become flowers again at your will." The King and Lionette threw themselves at the feet of the Fairy and thanked her heartily. She raised them and again embraced them. "Wave your wand," said she to the Princess, "that your guardians may have the pleasure of being recalled by yourself." The beautiful Lionette quickly made this first trial of her power. The good people appeared immediately. She ran to embrace them, but they feared to receive her caresses. The beautiful Queen, however, pressed them to her heart so affectionately that they at length returned her embraces with a tenderness which drew tears from all beholders. The Queen, seeing them so aged and decrepit, turned her beautiful eyes full of tears on the Fairy, who comprehended what she suffered. "I like to see so much sensibility, madame," said Tigreline. "Use your power. You cannot employ it better than in the way you at present desire." She had not finished these words when the old man and his wife appeared to be, he a man of 20 years, and the old woman a girl of 18. They threw themselves at the feet of the Fairy and kissed the hands of the Queen, who, delighted to see them so young and amiable, embraced the Fairy to thank her for this great favour. The good King then addressed his daughter, who turned her eyes affectionately on him.
"Do not confer on me the same gift, my dear daughter. I do not wish to possess second youth. I see you happy. That is the only thing which would affect me. I shall never be sensible of greater joy. Leave to the gods the disposal of my days." "It is for me," said the Fairy, "to render them happy. You shall live, sire, till you are sufficiently tired of life to wish to lose it. Adieu. My affairs compel me now to leave you, but I shall speedily see you again." The Queen conducted the Fairy to her car. The two Kings handed her into it, after which they returned to the palace, where, charmed with each other's society, they passed their golden days more happy than they had ever been miserable. They lived millions of years, and the King and Queen presented the world with fairies and beneficent genii, who are at this moment actually occupied in promoting the happiness of the universe. End of section 36. Recording by Jennifer Wysk.
Section number 37 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Prince Désir and the Princess Mignone by Madame the Prince de Beaumont. Translated by James Planchet. There was once upon a time a king who passionately loved a princess, but she could not be married because she was enchanted. he went in search of a fairy to learn what he should do to be loved by this princess. The fairy said to him: "You know that the princess has a large cat of which she is very fond. She is destined to marry the man who shall be sufficiently adroit to tread on the tail of her cat." The king said to himself: "That will not be very difficult." So he quitted the fairy, determined to crush the tail of the cat rather than fail to tread on it. He ran to the palace of his mistress, where Mignone came towards him, putting up his back, as he was accustomed to do. The king raised his foot, but when he thought he was certain to set it on the cat's tail, Mignone turned round so quickly that his majesty trod on nothing but the floor. He tried for 8 days to step on this fatal tail, but it appeared to be full of quicksilver, so continually was it in motion. At length the king had the good fortune to surprise Mignone whilst he was sleeping, and stamped upon his tail with all his force. Mignone awoke, squalling horribly. Then suddenly he took the form of a great man, and regarding the prince with eyes full of anger, he said to him: "Thou shalt wed the princess, because thou hast destroyed the enchantment which prevented thee from doing so, but I will be avenged. Thou shalt have a son who shall be always unhappy until the moment when he shall discover that he has too long a nose, and if thou darest to divulge the threat I have uttered, thou shalt die immediately." Although the king was very frightened at the sight of this great man, who was an enchanter, he could not help laughing at this threat. "If my son has too long a nose," said he to himself, "unless he be either blind or without arms, he can always see it or feel it." The enchanter having disappeared, the king sought the princess, who consented to marry him, but his happiness was of brief duration, for he died at the end of 8 months. A month afterwards the queen brought into the world a little prince, whom they named Désir. He had large blue eyes, the most beautiful in the world, and a pretty little mouth, but his nose was so big that it covered half his face. The queen was inconsolable when she saw this great nose, but the ladies who were with her told her that the nose was not so large as it appeared to her, that it was a Roman nose, and that she might learn from history that all heroes had large noses. The queen, who passionately loved her son, was charmed at this discourse, and from constantly looking at Désir, his nose did not appear so large to her at first. The prince was brought up with care, and as soon as he could speak they told all sorts of shocking stories before him about people with short noses. They allowed no one to come near him but those whose noses in some degree resembled his own, and the courtiers, to pay their court to the queen and her son, pulled their noses of their little children several times in the day to make them longer, but it was no use pulling, for they appeared snub-nosed by the side of Prince Désir. As soon as he could understand it they taught him history, and when they spoke of any great prince or beautiful princess they always said they had long noses. All his apartments were full of portraits of persons with large noses, and Désir became so accustomed to regard the length of the nose as beauty that he would not for a crown have had his in the least diminished. When he was 20 years of age, and they thought of marrying him, they presented him with the portraits of several princesses. He was enchanted with that of Mignone. She was the daughter of a great king, and heiress to several kingdoms, but Désir thought nothing of that, so much as he was engrossed by her beauty. This princess, whom he found so charming, had, however, a little turned up nose, which had the prettiest effect in the world on her face, but which threw the courtiers into the utmost embarrassment. They had acquired the habit of ridiculing little noses, and they could not restrain a smile at that of the princess. But Désir would allow no raillery on the subject, and he banished from his court 2 courtiers who dared to disparage the nose of Mignone. The others, profiting by this example, corrected themselves, and there was one who said to the prince that in truth a man could not be handsome without a large nose, but that female beauty was altogether different, and that a scholar who spoke Greek had told him that he had read in an old Greek manuscript that the beautiful Cleopatra had the tip of her nose turned up. The prince made a magnificent present to the person who told him this good news, and he sent ambassadors to demand Mignone's hand in marriage. They granted his request, and he went more than 3 leagues to meet her, so anxious was he to behold her; but when he advanced to kiss her hand, the enchanter descended, carried off the princess before his face, and left him inconsolable. Désir resolved not to return to his kingdom till he had recovered Mignone. He would not allow any of his courtiers to follow him, and being mounted on his good horse he put the bridle on his neck and let him take his own road. The horse entered a large plain, over which he travelled all day without seeing a single house. The master and the horse were both dying of hunger, when at length in the evening the prince saw a cavern, in which was a light. He entered, and perceived a little woman who appeared to be more than 100 years old. She put on her spectacles to look at the prince, but she was a long time adjusting them, because her nose was too short. The prince and the fairy, for she was one, each burst out laughing at seeing the other, and cried out both at once, "Ah, what a droll nose!" "Not so droll as yours," said Désir to the fairy; "but, madam, let us leave our noses as they are, and be so good as to give me something to eat, for I am dying of hunger, and so is my poor horse." "With all my heart," said the fairy; "although your nose is so ridiculous, you are no less the son of my best friend. I loved the king your father like my own brother. He had a very handsome nose, that prince." "And what is wanting in mine?" said Désir. "Oh, there is nothing wanting," replied the fairy; "on the contrary, there is but too much of it. But never mind, one may be a very good man, even with too long a nose. I have told you that I was the friend of your father. He came to see me very often in those days. And apropos of those days, let me tell you I was then very pretty, and he used to say so. I must tell you a conversation we had together the last time that he saw me." "Oh, madam," said Désir, "I shall listen to you with much pleasure when I have supped. Think, I pray you, that I have not eaten all day." "Poor boy," said the fairy. "He is right. I forgot all about that. I will give you your supper directly, and whilst you eat I will tell you my history in a few words, for I am not fond of long stories. Too long a tongue is still more insupportable than a long nose, and I remember when I was young that I was admired because I was not a great talker. They told the queen my mother this, for notwithstanding what you see me, I am the daughter of a great king. My father—" "Your father ate when he was hungry," said the prince, interrupting her. "Yes, without doubt," replied the fairy, "and you shall sup also, presently. I wanted only to tell you that my father and I will listen to nothing till I have eaten," said the Prince, who began to be in a passion. He calmed down, however, for he had need of the Fairy, and he said to her: "I know that the pleasure I should have in listening to you would make me forget my hunger, but my horse, who will not hear you, has need of food." The Fairy bridled up at this compliment. "You shall not wait any longer," said she, calling her domestics. "You are very polite, and notwithstanding the enormous size of your nose, you are very good looking. Plague take the old woman with my nose," said the Prince to himself. "One would imagine that my mother had stolen from her the quantity of which her own nose is deficient. If I did not so much want something to eat, I would leave this chatterbox who thinks she talks so little. One must be a great fool not to know his own defects. This comes of being born a princess. Flatterers have spoiled her, and have persuaded her that she is a little talker." Whilst the Prince was thus thinking, the servants laid the table, and he could not but wonder at the Fairy, who put 1,000 questions to them merely for the pleasure of talking. He admired above all a waiting woman, who, whatever the Fairy said, praised her mistress for her discretion. "Well," thought he, whilst eating, "I am charmed at having come here. This example makes me see how wisely I have acted in not listening to flatterers. Such people praise us shamelessly, hide our defects from us, and change them into perfections. As for me, I shall never be their dupe. I know my faults, thank God." The poor Désir believed this thoroughly, and did not feel that those who had praised his nose mocked him as much as the Fairy's waiting woman mocked her, for the Prince saw that she turned aside from time to time to laugh. As for him, he said not a word, but ate with all his might. "Prince," said the Fairy, when he began to be satisfied, "turn yourself a little, I beg. Your nose throws a shadow which prevents my seeing what is on my plate. Now come, let us speak of your father. I went to his court at the time that he was a little boy, but it is 40 years since I retired to this solitude. Tell me a little about the way they live at court at present. The ladies, do they still love running from place to place? In my time one saw them the same day at the assembly, at the theatres, at the promenades, at the ball. How long your nose is! I cannot get accustomed to the sight of it." "Indeed," replied Désir, "I wish you would cease to speak of my nose. It is as it is. What does it matter to you? I am content with it, and I would not have it any shorter. Every one has his nose as it pleases Providence." "Oh, I see plainly that you are angry, my poor Désir," said the Fairy. "It was not, however, my intention to annoy you. Quite the contrary. I am one of your friends, and I wish to render you a service. But, in spite of that, I cannot help being shocked at your nose. I will, however, try not speak of it. I will force myself even to think you are snub nosed, although, to tell you the truth, there is enough material in that nose to make 3 reasonable noses." Désir, who had supped, became so impatient at the endless talk which the Fairy kept up on the subject of his nose, that he threw himself on his horse and rode off. He continued his journey, and wherever he passed he thought everybody was mad, because every one exclaimed at his nose; but notwithstanding this, he had been so accustomed to hear it said that his nose was handsome, that he could never admit to himself that it was too long. The old fairy, who wished to render him a service in spite of himself, took it into her head to shut up Mignone in a crystal palace, and place this palace in the road of the prince. Désir, transported with joy, strove to break it, but he could not succeed. In despair, he wished to approach so as at least to speak to the princess, who, on her part, also stretched out her hand close to the glass. He wished to kiss this hand, but whichever way he turned he could not get his mouth near it, because his nose prevented him. He perceived for the first time its extraordinary length, and putting his hand to it to bend it on one side, "It must be confessed," said he, "that my nose is too long." At that moment the crystal palace fell to pieces, and the old woman, who held Mignone by the hand, said to the prince, "Confess that you are under a great obligation to me. I might have spoken in vain to you of your nose. You would never have believed in the defect had it not become an obstacle to the attainment of your wishes. It is thus that self-love hides from us the deformities of our soul and body. Reason in vain seeks to exhibit them to us. We do not admit them till the moment when this same self-love finds them contrary to its interest. Désir, whose nose had now become an ordinary one, profited from this lesson. He married Mignone, and lived happily with her for a great number of years. End of section 37. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 38 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John N. Daly. Prince Chéri by Madame le Prince de Beaumont. Translated by James Planchet. There was, once upon a time, so excellent a monarch that his subjects called him King Good. One day, when he was hunting, a little white rabbit which the dogs were about to kill jumped into his arms. The king caressed the little rabbit, and said, "As it has put itself under my protection, I will not allow any harm to be done to it." He carried the little rabbit into his palace, and gave it a pretty little house and nice herbs to eat. At night, when he was alone in his chamber, a beautiful lady appeared before him. She was arrayed neither in gold nor silver, but her robe was white as snow, and her head-dress consisted simply of a crown of white roses. The good king was much surprised to see this lady, as his door was locked, and he knew not how she had entered. She said to him, "I am the fairy Candide. I passed through the wood as you were hunting, and I wished to ascertain if you were as good as everybody said you were. For that purpose I took the form of a little rabbit, and I saved myself by jumping into your arms, for I know that those who have pity for animals have more still for men, and if you had refused me your assistance, I should have thought you wicked. I come to thank you for the kindness you have shown me, and to assure you I shall always be your friend. You have only to ask me for anything you wish. I promise to grant it." "Madam," said the good king, "as you are a fairy, you ought to know all I wish for. I have but one son, whom I love exceedingly, and on that account they have named him Prince Chéri. If you have any affection for me, become the friend of my son." "With all my heart," said the fairy, "I can make your son the handsomest prince in the world, or the richest, or the most powerful. Choose which you wish him to be." "I desire none of those things for my son," said the good king, "but I shall be much obliged if you will make him the best of all princes." "What will it profit him to be handsome, rich, to have all the kingdoms of the world, if he should be wicked? You know well he would be miserable, and that nothing but virtue can make him happy." "You are quite right," said Candide, "but it is not in my power to make the Prince Chéri a good man in spite of himself. He must himself endeavor to become virtuous. All I can promise you is to give him good advice, to point out to him his faults, and to punish him if he will not correct them and punish himself." The good king was quite content with this promise, and died a short time afterwards. Prince Chéri wept much for his father, for he loved him with all his heart, and he would have given all his kingdoms, his gold, and his silver to have saved him, if such things had power to change the will of fate. 2 years after the death of the good king, Chéri being in bed, Candide appeared to him. "I promised your father," said she to him, "to be your friend, and to keep my word, I come to make you a present." At the time she placed on the finger of Chéri a little gold ring, and said to him, "Keep this ring carefully. It is more precious than diamonds. Every time you commit a bad action it will prick your finger. But if, in spite of this pricking, you persist in the evil deed, you will lose my friendship, and I shall become your enemy." Candide disappeared as she uttered these words, and left Chéri much astonished. For some time his conduct was so faultless that the ring did not prick him at all, and this gave him so much gratification that his subjects added to his name Chéri, or beloved, that of heureux, or happy. One day he went out hunting, and caught nothing, which put him in a bad humour. It appeared to him then that the ring pressed his finger a little, but as it did not prick him he paid no great attention to it. On entering his apartment, however, his little dog Bibi came jumping about him affectionately, when he said, "Get thee gone, I am not in a humour to receive thy caresses." The poor little dog, who did not understand him, pulled at his coat, to oblige him at least to look at him. This irritated Chéri, and he gave him a violent kick. In a moment the ring pricked him, as if it had been a pin. He was much astonished, and seated himself, quite ashamed, in a corner of the room. "I think the fairy mocks me," said he to himself. "What great evil have I done in kicking an animal which worried me? Of what use is it to be master of a great empire, if I may not chastise my own dog?" "I do not mock you," said a voice which replied to the thoughts of Chéri. "You have committed 3 faults instead of 1. You have been in an ill humour because you did not like to be disappointed, and because you believe both beasts and men were only made to obey you. You put yourself in a passion which is very wrong. And lastly, you have been cruel to a poor animal that did not deserve to be ill-treated. I know you are much superior to a dog, but if it were a reasonable thing, and permissible for the great to ill-treat those who are beneath them, I would at this moment beat you, kill you, for a fairy is stronger than a man. The advantage of being master of a great empire is not to be able to do all the harm that you may wish, but all the good that you can." Chéri confessed his fault, and promised to correct it, but he did not keep his word. He had been reared by a foolish nurse who had spoilt him when he was little. If he wanted anything, he had only to cry, pout, and stamp his foot, and this woman gave him all he wished for, and this had made him wilful. She had told him also, from morning to night, that he would be king some day, and that kings were very happy because everybody must obey them, and treat them with great respect, and that no one could prevent their doing whatever they pleased. When Chéri grew up, and was capable of reasoning, he soon learnt that there was nothing so odious as to be proud, vain, and obstinate. He made some efforts to correct himself, but he had unfortunately contracted all 3 defects, and a bad habit is very difficult to eradicate. It was not that he had naturally a bad heart. He wept with annoyance when he had committed a fault, and said, "How unfortunate am I in having to fight thus all my days against my pride and my temper. If they had corrected me when I was young, I should not now have had so much trouble." His ring pricked him very often. Sometimes he stopped immediately, at others he persisted in his ill behaviour, and what was very singular was, that it pricked him very slightly for a light offence. But when he did anything really wicked, it would make the blood spurt from his finger. At length he grew impatient at this, and wishing to sin at his ease, he threw away his ring. He thought himself the happiest of men when he was released from its pricking. He abandoned himself to all the follies which entered his head, till at length he became quite wicked, and nobody could bear him. One day that Chéri was out walking, he saw a young maiden so beautiful that he determined to marry her. She was called Zélie, and she was as good as she was pretty. Chéri imagined that Zélie would be most happy to become a great queen, but the girl told him with much firmness, "Sire, I am only a shepherdess. I have no fortune, but in spite of that, I will not marry you." "Am I displeasing to you?" asked Chéri, a little offended. "No, Prince," replied Zélie. "I think you are very handsome, but what would be the advantage to me of your beauty, your riches, the fine clothes and magnificent carriages which you would give me, if the bad actions I should daily see you commit forced me to despise and hate you?" Chéri became enraged with Zélie, and ordered his officers to carry her by force to his palace. He brooded all day long over the contempt with which this girl had treated him, but as he loved her, he could not make up his mind to harm her. Amongst the favourites of Chéri was his foster brother, whom he had made his confidant. This man, whose inclinations were as low as his birth, flattered the passions of his master, and gave him very bad advice. When he saw Chéri so sad, he asked the cause of his grief. The prince, having replied that he could not bear the contempt of Zélie, and that he had determined to correct himself of his faults, because he must be virtuous to please her, this wicked man said, "You are very good to give yourself so much trouble for a little girl. If I were in your place, I would force her to obey me. Remember that you are king, and that it would be a shame for you to submit to the will of a shepherdess, who should be only too happy to be amongst your slaves. Make her fast on bread and water, put her in prison, and if she continue to refuse to marry you, let her die by torture, in order to teach others to yield to your wishes. You will be disgraced if it be known that a simple girl resists your pleasure, and all your subjects will forget that they are placed in this world only to serve you." "But," said Chéri, "shall I not be disgraced if I put to death an innocent girl? For, in fact, Zélie is guilty of no crime." "No one is innocent who refuses to obey your commands," replied the confidant. "But suppose you do commit an injustice, it is better to be accused of that than to let it be known that it is permitted to be wanting in respect for you or to contradict you." The courtier knew Chéri's weak point, and the fear of seeing his authority diminished made such an impression on the king that he stifled the good impulse which had given him the wish to correct himself. He resolved to go the same evening into the chamber of the shepherdess, and to ill-treat her if she still refused to marry him. The foster brother of Chéri, who feared some good change in him, assembled 3 young lords as wicked as himself to carouse with the king. They supped together, and the courtiers took care to cloud the reason of the poor prince by making him drink deep. During the repast they excited his anger against Zélie, and made him so ashamed of the tenderness he had shown for her that he rose like a madman, swearing that he would make her obey him or sell her the next day as a slave. Chéri, having entered the chamber in which the girl had been shut up, was surprised not to find her there, for he had the key in his pocket. He was in a frightful rage, and swore to be avenged on those whom he should suspect of having aided her to escape. His confidants, hearing him speak thus, resolved to profit by his anger to rid themselves of a nobleman who had been Chéri's governor. This worthy man had occasionally taken the liberty of pointing out to the king his faults, for he loved him as though he had been his own son. At first Chéri had thanked him, but at length he grew impatient at being contradicted, and then began to think it was only from a spirit of opposition that his governor found fault with him, whilst everyone else praised him. He ordered him, therefore, to retire from court, but, notwithstanding this order, he admitted now and then that he was an honest man, that he no longer loved him, but that he esteemed him in spite of himself. The favourites were always in dread of the king recalling the governor, and they now imagined they had found a favourable opportunity of getting rid of him altogether. They represented to the king that Suliman, such was the name of the worthy man, had boasted that he would set Zélie at liberty. They bribed 3 men, who deposed that they had overheard Suliman speak to this effect, and the prince, transported with anger, commanded his foster brother to send a guard to bring the governor to him fettered like a criminal. After having given these orders, Chéri retired to his room, but hardly had he entered it when the ground trembled, he heard a tremendous clap of thunder, and Candide appeared before him. "I promised your father," said she to him in a severe tone, "to give you advice, and to punish you if you refused to follow it. You have scorned that advice. You have retained but the form of a man. Your crimes have changed you into a monster, the horror of heaven and earth. It is time I should fulfill my promise by punishing you. I condemn you to become like the beasts whose inclinations you already copy. You have resembled the lion in your rage, the wolf in your gluttony, the serpent by wounding him who has been your second father, and the bull by your brutality. You shall bear in your new form the trace of all these animals." Hardly had she finished these words before Chéri saw with horror he was the monster she described. He had the head of a lion, the horns of a bull, the feet of a wolf, and the tail of a viper. At the same time he found himself in a great forest on the brink of a fountain wherein he saw his horrible form reflected, and heard a voice which said, "Consider attentively the state to which thy crimes have reduced thee. Thy mind is become 1,000 times more frightful than thy body." Chéri recognized the voice of Candide, and in his fury he turned to throw himself on her, and if it had been possible, to devour her. But he saw no one, and the same voice said to him, "I mock thy impotent fury, and will humble thy pride by placing thee under the power of thine own subjects." Chéri thought that by flying from this fountain he should escape from much of his vexation, as he should no longer have his ugliness and deformity before his eyes. He rushed therefore into the wood, but hardly had he gone a few steps when he fell into a hole which had been made to catch a bear, and immediately the hunters, who had climbed the trees to watch for their prey, descended, and having secured him with chains, led him towards the capital city of his kingdom. On the way, instead of perceiving that he had drawn on himself this chastisement by his own fault, he cursed the fairy, gnawed his chains, and gave himself up to his rage. As he approached the city to which they were conducting him, he observed great rejoicing going on, and the hunters, having asked what had happened, were told that Prince Chéri, who had had no pleasure but in tormenting his people, had been destroyed in his chamber by a thunderbolt, for so they imagined. The gods, said they, could no longer support the excess of his wickedness, and have thus ridden the world of him. 4 lords, accomplices of his crimes, thought to profit by the event, and to divide his kingdom amongst them. But the people, who knew that it was their evil counsel which had corrupted the king, tore them to pieces, and have offered the crown to Suliman, whom the wicked Chéri had wished to put to death. This worthy lord has just been crowned, and we celebrate this day as that of the deliverance of the kingdom, for Suliman is virtuous, and will restore us to peace and prosperity. Chéri groaned with rage at hearing this discourse, but it was far worse when he arrived in the great square before the palace. He saw Suliman on a superb throne, and heard the people wish him a long life, to repair all the evils which his predecessor had committed. Suliman made a sign with his hand to request silence, and said to the crowd, "I have accepted the crown which you offered me, but only to preserve it for Prince Chéri. He is not dead, as you believe. A fairy has revealed this to me, and perhaps some day you will see him again as virtuous as he was in his youth. Alas, continued he, shedding tears, flatterers ruined him. I knew his heart, for it was formed for virtue, and but for the poisonous discourse of those who surrounded him, he would have been a father to you. Detest his vices, but pity him, and let us all pray the gods to restore him to us. As for me, I should esteem myself too happy to bathe this throne with my blood if I could see him ascended again with those good dispositions which would make him fill it worthily. The words of Suliman went to the heart of Chéri. He found then how sincere had been the attachment and fidelity of this excellent man, and for the first time reproached himself for his wickedness. Hardly had he listened to this good impulse than he felt the rage which had animated him subdued. He reflected on the crimes he had committed, and confessed he had not been punished as severely as he had deserved. He ceased to struggle in his iron cage, and became mild as a lamb. They placed him in a large menagerie, where they kept all sorts of monsters and wild beasts, and chained him up with the rest. Chéri then came to the resolution of beginning to amend of his faults, by showing obedience to the man who kept him. This man was very brutal when he was in an ill temper. Although the monster was very docile, he beat him without rhyme or reason. One day that this man was asleep, a tiger that had broken his chain threw himself upon him to devour him. At first, Chéri felt an emotion of joy at seeing himself about to be delivered from his persecutor, but immediately after he condemned this feeling and wished himself at liberty. I would, said he, render good for evil by saving the life of this unhappy man. Hardly had he formed the wish than he saw his iron cage open. He threw himself before the man, who was now awake and defending himself from the tiger. The keeper thought himself lost when he saw the monster, but his fear was soon turned to joy. The benevolent monster sprang upon the tiger, strangled him, and then laid himself down at the feet of him whom he had saved. The man, penetrated by gratitude, was about to stoop to caress the monster which had rendered him so great a service, when he heard a voice which said, "A good action never goes without its reward," and at the same moment he saw only a pretty dog at his feet. Chéri, charmed at this metamorphosis, bestowed 1,000 caresses on his keeper, who took him in his arms and carried him to the king, to whom he related this marvelous story. The queen desired to have the dog, and Chéri would have been very happy in his new condition had he been able to forget that he was once a man and a monarch. The queen loaded him with caresses, but fearing that he would grow larger, she consulted her physicians, who told her that she must give him no food but bread, and only a moderate quantity of that. Poor Chéri was dying of hunger half the day, but he was obliged to have patience. One morning that they brought him his little roll for his breakfast, he had a fancy to go and eat it in the garden of the palace. He took it in his mouth, and walked towards a canal which he knew was a short distance off, but he could nowhere find it, and in its place he saw a large mansion, the exterior of which blazed with gold and precious stones. He observed in it an immense number of persons of both sexes, magnificently dressed. They sang and danced, and fared sumptuously within the building, but all those who came out of it were pale, thin, covered with wounds, and nearly naked, for their clothes were torn into shreds. Some fell dead as they issued from it without having strength to drag themselves a step further. Others proceeded with great difficulty, whilst some remained lying on the ground, dying of hunger, and begging a morsel of bread from those who entered the house, but who did not vouchsafe a look at them. Chéri approached a young girl who was trying to tear up some grass to eat. Touched with compassion, the prince said to himself, "I have a good appetite, but I shall not die of hunger if I wait till dinner-time and sacrifice my breakfast to this poor creature. Perhaps I shall save her life." He resolved to act on this good impulse, and placed his bread in the hand of the girl, who put it to her mouth with avidity. She soon appeared quite restored by it, and Chéri, transported with joy at having so opportunely come to her relief, was about to return to the palace when he heard loud cries. It was Zélie in the hands of 4 men, who dragged her towards the mansion which they forced her to enter. Chéri then regretted his form of a monster, which would have afforded him the means of rescuing Zélie, but a poor little dog as he was, he could only bark at the ravishers and strive to follow them. They drove him away by kicks, but he resolved not to quit the spot and find out what had become of Zélie. He reproached himself for the misfortunes of this beautiful girl. "Alas," said he to himself, "I am indignant with those who have carried her off. Have I not committed the same crime myself? And if the justice of the gods had not frustrated my attempt, should I not have treated her with the same barbarity?" The reflections of Chéri were interrupted by a noise which he heard above his head. He saw a window open, and his joy was extreme when he perceived Zélie, who threw from this window a plateful of meat so well dressed that it made him hungry to see it. The window was shut again immediately, and Chéri, who had not eaten all day, was about to devour the meat, when the young girl to whom he had given the bread uttered a cry, and having taken him in her arms, "Poor little animal," said she, "do not touch that food. This house is the palace of voluptuousness. All who come out of it are poisoned." At that same moment Chéri heard a voice which said, "Thou seest a good action never remains unrecompensed," and immediately he was changed into a beautiful little white pigeon. He remembered that this color was the favorite one of Candide, and began to hope that she might at length restore him to her good graces. He was desirous of rejoining Zélie, and, rising in the air, flew all round the palace, and found with joy one window open, but in vain did he traverse all the building. He could not find Zélie. In despair at her loss, he resolved not to rest till he should meet with her. He flew for several days, and having entered a desert, observed a cavern, which he approached. How great was his delight! Zélie was seated there by the side of a venerable hermit, and sharing with him a frugal repast. Chéri, transported with joy, flew on to the shoulder of the lovely shepherdess, and expressed by his caresses the pleasure he felt at seeing her. Zélie, charmed with the gentleness of the little creature, stroked it gently with her hand, and although she thought it could not understand her, she told it that she accepted the gift it made her of itself, and that she would always love it. "What have you done, Zélie?" said the hermit. "You have plighted your faith." "Yes, charming shepherdess," said Chéri to her, who resumed at this moment his natural form. "The termination of my metamorphosis was dependent on your consent to our union. You have promised always to love me. Confirm my happiness, or I shall hasten and implore the fairy Candide, my protectress, to restore me to the form under which I have had the happiness of pleasing you." "You need not fear her inconstancy," said Candide, who, quitting the form of the hermit under which she had been concealed, appeared before them in her proper person. "Zélie loved you from the first moment she saw you, but your vices compelled her to conceal the passion with which you had inspired her. The change in your heart leaves her at liberty to show her affection for you. You will live happily, because your union will be founded on virtue." Chéri and Zélie threw themselves at the feet of Candide. The prince was never tired of thanking her for her goodness, and Zélie, enchanted to find that the prince detested his former evil ways, confirmed to him the fairy's avowal of her affection. "Rise, my children," said the fairy to them. "I will transport you to your palace, and restore to Chéri a crown of which his vices had rendered him unworthy." Hardly had she finished speaking when they found themselves in the chamber of Suliman, who, charmed to see his dear master once more become virtuous, abdicated the throne, and remained the most faithful of his subjects. Chéri reigned for a long period with Zélie, and it is said that he applied himself so well to his duties that the ring, which he again wore, never once pricked his finger severely enough to draw a single drop of blood. End of section 38. Recording by John N. Daly.
Section 39 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen Mariner. The Widow and Her Two Daughters by Madame le Prince du Beaumont. Translated by James Planchet. Once upon a time there was a widow, a very worthy woman, who had 2 daughters, both of whom were very amiable. The eldest was named Blanche, the second Vermeil. They had been given these names because the first had the fairest complexion in the world, and the second cheeks and lips as red as vermilion or the finest coral. One day the good widow, sitting at her door spinning, saw a poor old woman who could with difficulty walk even with the aid of a stick. "You seem very tired," said the good widow to the old creature. "Sit down a moment and rest," and immediately desired her daughter to place a chair for her. They both rose directly, but Vermeil ran quicker than her sister and brought the chair. "Will you take something to drink?" said the good woman to the old one. "With all my heart," replied she. "I could even eat something if you would give me a morsel to refresh me." "I will give you all in my power," said the good widow, "but I am poor, and it will not be much." At the same time she told her daughters to attend on the old woman, who placed herself at the table, and the good widow told her eldest daughter to go and gather some plums from a tree which the young girl had planted herself, and of which she was very fond. Blanche, instead of obeying her mother cheerfully, murmured against this order and said to herself, "It was not for this old greedy creature that I have taken so much care of my plum tree." She dared not refuse, however, to gather some of the plums, but she did so with an ill grace and unwillingly. "And you, Vermeil," said the good woman to her second daughter, "you have no fruit to give this good lady, for your grapes are not yet ripe." "True," said Vermeil, "but I hear my hen cluck. She has just laid an egg, and if Madame will like to eat it warm, I will give it her with all my heart." At the same time, without awaiting the reply of the old woman, she ran to fetch her egg, but at the same moment that she presented it to the stranger, she disappeared, and they saw in her place a beautiful lady, who said to their mother, "I am about to reward your 2 daughters according to their deserts. The eldest shall become a great queen, the second a farmer's wife." At the same time, striking the cottage with her stick, it disappeared, and they saw in its place a pretty farm. "There is your lot," said she to Vermeil. "I know that I have given to each that which she will like best." The fairy departed as she uttered these words, and the mother, as well as her 2 daughters, remained struck with astonishment. They entered the farmhouse and were charmed with the style of the furniture. The chairs were only of wood, but they were so polished that they could see themselves reflected in them as in a mirror. The bed linen was white as snow. In the farmyard there were 20 rams and as many sheep, 4 oxen, 4 cows, and in the poultry yard all kinds of fowls, hens, ducks, pigeons, etc. There was also a pretty garden filled with fruits and flowers. Blanche saw without envy the present which had been made to her sister, and revelled in the delightful anticipations of being a queen. Suddenly she heard hunters passing, and going to the door to see them, she appeared so beautiful in the eyes of the king, who was returning from the chase, that he resolved immediately to marry her. Blanche, having become queen, said to her sister Vermeil, "I will not have you remain a farmer. Come with me, sister, and I will give you in marriage to a great lord." "I am much obliged, sister," replied Vermeil, "but I am accustomed to the country and wish to remain there." For the first few months, Queen Blanche was so much occupied with balls, fine clothes, and plays that she thought of nothing else.
But she soon became accustomed to such things, and they amused her no longer. On the contrary, she became very miserable. All the ladies of the court paid her great respect in her presence, but she knew that they did not like her, and that they said amongst themselves, "Look at this little peasant, how she assumes the fine lady. The king had a very low taste to choose such a wife." This kind of conversation made the king reflect. He began to think he had done wrong in marrying Blanche, and as his love for her declined, he neglected her, and passed his time with the handsomest ladies of his court. When it was perceived that the king no longer loved his wife, the courtiers ceased to pay her any respect. She was very unhappy, for she had not a single real friend to whom she could relate her griefs. She saw that it was the fashion at court to betray friends for interested motives, to appear to love those whom they hated, and to tell falsehoods every moment. She was obliged to look serious because they said a queen ought to have a grave and majestic air. She had several children, and during all this time she had a doctor continually attending her, who examined everything she ate and took from her everything she liked. They put no salt in her soup. They forbade her to walk when she was inclined to do so. In a word, she was contradicted from morning till night. They gave governesses to her children, who brought them up very improperly, without her having the liberty to find fault. Poor Blanche was near dying of grief, and she became so thin that she excited the commiseration of everybody. She had not seen her sister during the 3 years that she had been queen, because she thought that a person of her rank would be degraded by visiting a farmer. But being overcome with melancholy, she resolved at length to go and pass some days in the country to amuse herself a little. She asked permission of the king, who willingly granted it, because he thought it would be a good riddance. On her road she came to the farm of Vermeil, and at a distance she saw before the door a troop of shepherds and shepherdesses dancing and amusing themselves with all their hearts. "Alas," said the queen, sighing, "when shall I ever divert myself like these poor people, with no one to find fault with me?" As soon as she appeared, her sister ran to her to embrace her. She had such a contented air, she was grown so stout, that the queen could not help crying at seeing her. Vermeil had married a young peasant who had no fortune, but he always remembered that he was indebted to his wife for all that he possessed, and he sought, by his indulgent manner, to mark his gratitude for her. Vermeil had not many servants, but they were as fond of her as if they had been her children, because she treated them as such. All her neighbors also loved her, and all sought to give her proof of it. She had not much money, but she had no need of it, for she obtained from her land corn, wine, and oil in sufficiency. Her flocks furnished her with milk, with which she made butter and cheese. She spun the wool of her sheep to make clothes for herself, as well as for her husband and for 2 children which she had. They were in wonderfully good health, and in the evenings, when their work was done, they amused themselves with all kinds of games. "Alas," cried the queen, "the fairy has made me an unlucky present in bestowing on me a crown. Happiness is not to be found in magnificent palaces, but in the innocent occupations of the country." Hardly had she uttered these words when the fairy appeared. "I intended not to reward you, but to punish you by making you a queen," said the fairy, "because you begrudged giving me your plums. In order to be happy, you must, like your sister, only possess such things as are necessary and wish for no more." "Ah, madam," cried Blanche, "you are sufficiently revenged. Terminate my misery." "It is ended," replied the fairy. "The king, who loves you no longer, has just repudiated you to marry another wife, and tomorrow his officers will come to order you, in his name, not to return to the palace." This occurred as the fairy had predicted. Blanche passed the rest of her days with her sister Vermeil in peace and happiness, and never thought of the court but to thank the fairy for having brought her back to the village. End of section 39. Recording by Kathleen Mariner.
Section number 40 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Prince Fatal and Prince Fortune by Madame le Prince de Beaumont. Translated by James PLANCHÉ. There was once upon a time a queen who had 2 little boys, who were perfectly beautiful. A fairy, who was a great friend of the queen, had been requested to be the godmother to these princes, and to endow each with some gift. "I endow the eldest," said she, "with all sorts of misfortunes until he attains the age of 25, and I name him Fatal." At these words the queen uttered piercing cries, and conjured the fairy to change her gift. "You know not what you ask," said she to the queen. "If he be not unfortunate, he will be wicked." The queen dared to say no more, but she begged the fairy to allow her to choose a gift for her second son. "Perhaps you will make a bad choice," replied the fairy, "but never mind. I will agree to give him all that you shall request of me for him." "I wish," said the queen, "that he may succeed always in everything he may desire to do. That is the way to make him perfect." "You may be deceived," said the fairy. "Therefore I grant him this gift only for 25 years." They selected nurses for the 2 little princes, but on the 3rd day the nurse of the eldest prince caught a fever. They gave him another, who fell and broke her leg. A third lost her milk as soon as she was appointed, and the report being spread that the prince brought misfortune on all his nurses, no one would suckle him or approach him. The poor child, who was famished, cried, and no one pitied him. A fine, stout countrywoman, who had a great number of children whom she had much trouble in supporting, said that she would take care of him if they would give her a large sum of money, and as the king and queen did not like Prince Fatal, they gave the nurse what she asked, and told her to carry him to her village. The second prince, whom they had named Fortune, got on wonderfully. His papa and mamma loved him passionately, and never thought of their eldest born. The wicked woman to whom they had given him was no sooner in her own home than she took from him the beautiful clothes in which he was enveloped, and gave them to her own son, who was the same age as Fatal, and having wrapped the prince in an old petticoat, she carried him into the wood, where there was an immense number of wild beasts, and put him into a hole with 3 little lions, in order that he might be devoured. But the mother of these lions did him no harm. On the contrary, she suckled him, which made him so strong that he ran quite alone at 6 months. Meanwhile the son of the nurse, whom she made pass for the prince, died, and the king and queen were charmed to think they had got rid of him. Fatal remained in the wood until he was 2 years old, and a nobleman of the court, who went to hunt there, was astonished to find him in the midst of the beasts. He took pity on him, carried him to his house, and having learnt that they sought for a child to keep Fortune company, he presented Fatal to the Queen. They gave a master to Fortune to teach him to read, but they forbade the master to make him cry. The young prince, who had overheard this, cried every time that he took up his book, so that at 5 years old he did not know his letters, whilst Fatal read perfectly, and already knew how to write. To frighten the prince, they commanded the master to whip Fatal every time that Fortune failed in his duties. Thus Fatal, however good he might be, did not escape being beaten, whilst Fortune was so wilful and so naughty that he always ill-treated his brother, whom, however, he did not know to be such. If any one gave Fatal an apple or a toy, Fortune snatched it out of his hands. He made him be silent when he wished to speak, obliged him to speak when he wished to be silent. In a word, he was a little martyr, on whom nobody had any pity. They lived like this till they were 10 years old, and the Queen was much surprised at the ignorance of her son. "The fairy has deceived me," said she. "I thought my son would be the wisest of princes, because I wished he might succeed in all that he should desire to undertake." She went to consult the fairy on the subject, who said to her, "Madam, you should have wished your son to have a good disposition rather than talent. He only desires to be wicked, and he succeeds in being so, as you see." After having said these words to the Queen, she turned her back on her. The poor princes, much afflicted, returned to the palace. She would have scolded Fortune to oblige him to do better, but instead of promising to correct his faults, he said that if they vexed him he would starve himself to death. Then the Queen, quite frightened, took him on her knee, kissed him, gave him sugar plums, and told him that he should not study for a week if he would but eat as usual. Meanwhile Prince Fatal became a prodigy of learning and of gentleness. He was so accustomed to be contradicted that he had no will of his own, and devoted himself to forestall the fancies of Fortune. But that naughty child, who was enraged at seeing him more clever than himself, could not bear him, and the masters, in order to please the young prince, beat Fatal every minute. At length the wicked boy told the Queen that he would not have Fatal any longer in his sight, and that he would not eat till they had driven him from the palace. Thus poor Fatal was turned into the street, as they were afraid of displeasing the prince. No one would receive him. He passed the night under a tree, dying with cold, for it was winter, and having nothing for his supper but a morsel of bread which some one had given him in charity. The next morning he said to himself, "I will not remain here doing nothing. I will work to gain my livelihood until I shall be big enough to go to the wars. I remember having read in history that common soldiers have become great captains. Perhaps I may have the same good fortune if I am an honest man. I have neither father nor mother, but God is the father of orphans. He has given me a lioness for my foster mother. He will not forsake me." After having said this, Fatal rose up and said his prayers, for he never failed to pray to God morning and evening, and when he prayed he cast down his eyes, joined his hands, and did not look about him. A countryman, who was passing, and saw that Fatal was praying with all his heart, said to himself, I am sure that must be an honest boy. I should like to take him to keep my sheep. God will bless me for his sake. The countryman waited till Fatal had finished his prayer, and then said, My little friend, will you come and keep my sheep? I will feed and take care of you. I will, certainly, replied Fatal, and I will do all in my power to serve you well. The countryman was a large farmer, who had a great number of servants who robbed him very often, and his wife and children robbed him also. When they saw Fatal, they were very well contented. He is a child, said they, he will do all we wish. One day the wife said to him, My little friend, my husband is a miser who never gives me any money. Let me take a sheep, and you can say the wolf has carried it off. Madame, replied Fatal, I would render you a service with all my heart, but I would much rather die than tell a story or be a thief. You are a little fool, said the woman. No one will know what you have done. God will know it, madame, replied Fatal. He knows all that we do, and he will punish liars and those who steal. When the farmer's wife heard these words, she threw herself on him, beat him, and tore out a handful of his hair. Fatal cried, and the farmer, hearing him, asked his wife why she beat the child. Because, said she, he's a glutton. I saw him this morning eat a pot of cream which I was going to take to market. Fie! How horrid it is to be greedy, said the farmer, and immediately called a servant and bade him whip Fatal. It was of no use the poor child saying he had not eaten the cream. They believed the mistress rather than him. After this, he went into the fields with his sheep, and the farmer's wife said to him, Well, will you now give me a sheep? I should be very sorry to do so, said Fatal. You can do what you will with me, but you cannot oblige me to tell a lie. To revenge herself, the wicked creature then set all the other servants to treat Fatal ill. He remained in the fields day and night, and instead of giving the same food to him as to the other servants, she sent him nothing but bread and water, and when he returned she accused him of all the harm that was done in the house. He passed a year with this farmer, and although he lay on the bare ground and was so ill fed, he became so strong that he appeared to be 15 when he was only 13. Besides, he was become so patient that he did not mind even when they scolded him unjustly. One day that he was at the farm, he heard that the neighbouring king was engaged in a great war. He asked his master to discharge him, and went on foot into the kingdom of this prince to become a soldier. He engaged himself to a captain, who was a great lord, but behaved himself more like a common porter. He was so brutal, he swore, he beat his soldiers, he robbed them of half their money, which the king gave for their food and clothing, and under this wicked captain, Fatal was even more unhappy than with the farmer. He had engaged himself for 10 years, and although he saw the greater number of his comrades desert, he would never follow their example, for he said, I have received the money to serve 10 years. I should rob the king if I failed in my word. Although the captain was a wicked man, and ill-treated Fatal like the others, he could not help esteeming him, because he saw that he always did his duty. He gave him money to do his commissions, and Fatal had the key of his chamber when he went to the country, where he dined with his friends. This captain was not fond of reading, but he had a large library, to make believe to those who came to his house that he was a clever man, for in that country they thought that an officer who did not read history could never be anything but a fool and an ignoramus. When Fatal had finished his duties as a soldier, instead of going to drink and gamble with his comrades, he shut himself up in the captain's chamber and tried to learn his profession by reading the lives of great generals, and by these means he became capable of commanding an army. He had already been 7 years a soldier when he went to the war. His captain took 6 soldiers with him to make a search in a little wood, and when in this little wood the soldiers said quite low, "We must kill this wicked man, who beats us and steals our bread." Fatal told them they must not do such a wicked action, but instead of listening to him, they said they would kill him with the captain, and all 5 drew their swords. Fatal placed himself by the side of the captain, and fought with so much valor that he alone killed 4 of the soldiers. His captain, seeing that he owed his life to him, begged his pardon for all the ill had done him, and having reported his conduct to the king, Fatal was made a captain, and the king granted him a large pension. Oh, you may be sure the soldiers did not wish to kill Fatal, for he loved them like his children, and far from robbing them what belonged to them, he gave them his own money when they were wounded, and never took it away when in an ill humour. Meanwhile a great battle was fought, and the general commanding the army having been killed, all the officers and soldiers were retreating in disorder. But Fatal cried aloud that he would rather die sword in hand than fly like a coward. His own men answered that they would not abandon him, and their good example having shamed the others, they rallied round Fatal and fought so well that they routed the enemy and took the hostile king's son prisoner. The other king was very pleased when he heard that he had gained the battle, and said to Fatal that he would make him general of all the army. He presented him to the queen and the princess, his daughter, who gave him their hands to kiss. When Fatal saw the princess, he remained motionless. She was so beautiful that he fell madly in love with her, and then he was indeed miserable, for he felt that a man like himself was not fit to marry a great princess. He resolved, therefore, carefully conceal his love, and every day he suffered the greatest torment. But it was much worse when he found that Fortune, having seen a picture of the princess, who was named Gracious, had fallen in love with her, and that he had sent ambassadors to demand her hand in marriage. Fatal thought he should die of grief, but that the Princess Gracious, who knew that Fortune was a wicked, cowardly prince, begged the king, her father, so hard not to make her marry him, that he replied to the ambassador that the princess did not wish to marry yet. Fortune, who had never been contradicted, was in a fury when he heard the reply of the princess, and his father, who could refuse him nothing, declared war with the father of Gracious, who did not distress him much about it, for he said, "So long as I have Fatal at the head of my army, I do not fear being defeated." He sent for his general, and ordered him to prepare for war, but Fatal, throwing himself at his feet, told him that he was born in the kingdom of the father of Fortune, and that he could not fight against his native sovereign. The father of Gracious was in a great rage, and told Fatal that he would put him to death if he refused to obey him, but that, on the contrary, he would give him his daughter in marriage if he gained the victory over Fortune. Poor Fatal, who loved Gracieuse passionately, was sorely tempted, but in the end resolved to do his duty. Without saying anything to the king, he quitted the court, and abandoned all his wealth. Meanwhile Fortune put himself at the head of his troops, and marched to give the king battle, but at the end of 4 days he fell ill of fatigue, for he was very delicate, never having taken any exercise. The heat, the cold, everything made him ill. However, the ambassador, who wished to make his court to Fortune, told him that he had seen at the court of Gracieuse the little boy who had been banished from the palace, and that they said the father of Gracieuse had promised him his daughter. Fortune at this news put himself in a great passion, and as soon as he was better, set out again determined to dethrone the father of Gracieuse, and promised a large sum of money to anyone who would bring Fatal to him, dead or alive. Fortune won a great victory, although he did not fight himself, for he was afraid of being killed. At length he besieged the capital city of his enemy, and resolved to take it by assault. The eve of this day they brought Fatal to him, bound in chains, for a great number of people had been tempted by the reward to seek for him. Fortune, charmed at being able to revenge himself, resolved, before commencing the assault, to have Fatal beheaded in sight of the enemy. That same day he gave a great feast to his officers to celebrate his birthday, being just 25 years old. The soldiers in the besieged city, having learnt that Fatal was taken, and that in an hour he was to be beheaded, resolved to perish or save him, for they remembered the benefits he had conferred on them whilst he was their general. They asked permission of the king to make a sortie, and this time they were victorious. The gift of Fortune had ceased, and he was killed in endeavouring to escape. The victorious soldiers ran to take off the chains of Fatal, and at the same moment they saw 2 brilliant chariots appear in the air. The fairy was in one of these chariots, and the father and mother of Fatal were in the other, but asleep. They only awoke as their chariot touched the ground, and they were very much astonished to find themselves in the midst of the army. The fairy then addressing the queen, and presenting Fatal to her, said, "Madam, behold in this hero your eldest son. The misfortunes which he has undergone have corrected the defects of his character, which was violent and passionate. Fortune, on the contrary, who was born with good inclinations, has been entirely spoilt by flattery, and God has not permitted him to live longer, because he would have become more wicked every day. He has just been killed, but to console you for his death, learn that he was on the point of dethroning his father, because he was tired of waiting to be king." The king and queen were very much astonished, and embraced Fatal with all their heart, of whom they had heard speak honourably. The Princess Gracieuse and her father learnt with joy the adventures of Fatal, who married Gracieuse, with whom he lived a long time in perfect happiness, because it was founded in virtue. End of section 40. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 41 of 4 and 20 Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Appendix, Charles Perrault, by James PLANCHÉ. Member of the Académie Française and Premier Commis de Bâtiment du Roi, was born, as he himself tells us in the Memories that he left to his children, in Paris on the 12th of January 1628, and at 8½ years of age was sent to the College of Beauvais, where he gave early proof of his literary abilities. He died in 1703. Although the author of many credible compositions, both in prose and verse, he is indebted for his celebrity to that collection of fairy tales which, under the titles of Histoires ou Contes du Temps Passé, were first published in 1697, and speedily obtained a worldwide popularity as Les Contes de la Mère de l'Oie, known in England as Mother Goose's Fairy Tales. They were published by Perrault under the name of his son, Perrault d'Amicourt, at that time a child only 10 years old, whose name is appended to the dedication of the first edition to Mademoiselle, i.e. Elizabeth Charlotte d'Orléans, sister of Philippe, Duke of Chartres, and after the death of Louis XIV, Regent of France. Mademoiselle was born 13th September 1676. The title, Conte de la Mère l'Oie, has given rise to much controversy, and a great deal of paper, not to say learning, has been wasted in the attempt to discover the original source of the stories, and the reason of their being called those of Ma Mère l'Oie. The former question I shall reserve for discussion in my notices of the tales themselves. The latter we will dispose of at once. Monsieur Colin de Placey, in his valuable edition of L'Œuvre Chaussée de Charles Perrault, 8 volumes, Paris, 1826, and Baron Wackener, in his Letters sur le Conte de Fées attribuées à la Perrault, etc., Paris, 12 mots, same date, have pretty well exhausted the subject. The 3 principal derivations that have been insisted upon are, firstly, that in an ancient fabuleux a goose is represented telling stories to her goslings, worthy of them and of her. Secondly, that in the frontispiece to the first edition of Perrault's Fairy Tales, an old woman is represented spinning, and beside her are 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls, whom she is apparently amusing by her stories, and that as underneath this are the words Conte de ma Mère l'Oie. Footnote. Ce qui nous indique que ce recueil contenait le conte vulgairement connu sous ce titre. B.W. End footnote. This old woman is no less a personage than Ma Mère l'Oie in propria persona. Thirdly, that Ma Mère l'Oie is one and the same individual, with la Reine Pédauque, the goose or bird-footed queen, a sobriquet applied by some to a Bertha, Queen of France, and by others to Saint Clotilde and the Queen of Saba. The first is an assertion without proof, the second a mere opinion, which is instantly met by another, namely, that the old woman is repeating to her hearers the story of Ma Mère l'Oie. The third is a tangible proposition, and has been dealt with accordingly. At St. Marie de Nesle, in the diocese of Troyes, at St. Benin de Dijon, and at St. Pierre de la Neve, St. Porcon de Auvergne, and in divers other churches in France, the statue is to be seen of a queen with a webbed foot, and therefore called La Reine Pied d'Oie, or Pedique. Footnote: Oie being derived from the Low Latin word occa, du cange in vos. This statue is said by Malbion, but without giving any authority for his assertion, to represent Saint Clotilde. The Abbé Lebeuf believes that the origin of this name is to be found at Toulouse. He quotes a passage in Rabelais, who, speaking of certain large-footed persons, says, "They were splay-footed, like geese," or Queen Pedique in her portrait formerly at Toulouse. And the Abbé concludes, says Monsieur de Plancy, "Curious enough that the Queen Pedique is the Queen of Saba," supporting his opinion by the following tale in the Targum of Jerusalem. The Queen of Saba was so fond of bathing that she plunged every day in the sea. When she went to visit Solomon, he received her in an apartment of crystal. The Queen of Saba, on entering it, imagined that the monarch was in the water, and in order to pass through it to him, she lifted her robe. The king then seeing her feet, which were hideous, said to her, "Your face unites all the charms of the most beautiful women, but your legs and feet correspond but little to it." Even if we could suppose Solomon to have been so ingallant, there does not appear much in this Hebrew story to bear upon the subject, for what possible reason was there for attributing these stories to the Queen of Saba? Bleuette, doyen of the University of Besançon, goes back to the 11th century in France for the source of this epithet. The good King Robert had married his relative, Bertha. George V. compelled him to divorce her, and imposed on him penance of 7 years. The king, who loved Bertha, refused obedience, and the Pope excommunicated him. He was deserted by everybody except 2 servants. In the meanwhile, Bertha was said to have been brought to bed of a monster resembling an ill-formed duck, or, according to others, a goose. Abbon, abbot of Fleury, brought the supposed offspring to the king, who, horrified at the sight of it, repudiated Bertha, leaving her, however, the title of queen. The dreadful story was circulated that she had given birth to a goose, and that she had herself become goose-footed, as a punishment for her criminal marriage. Her name of Bertha gave more authority to this story in the eyes of the people. They remembered that Bertha, or Bertrade, wife of Pepin le Boeuf, was surnamed Bertha with the great foot, because she had 1 foot larger than the other, and they called the repudiated wife of Robert Bertha au Pied d'Oie. It is possible also, remarks Monsieur de Plancy, that this fable was invented to flatter Queen Constance, who succeeded her, for it was the period of credulity and superstition. Constance went to Toulouse. She was lodged in front of an aqueduct so narrow that a man could not pass through it. To amaze the princess, they told her it was the bridge of Queen Goose, or of the queen with the goose's foot. This story was afterwards amplified, and it became a saying that Queen Pedique was of Toulouse. In the Contes d'Entrapple, by Noel de Faille, published during the latter half of the 16th century, a man is made to swear by the spindle of Queen Pedique, and therefore Bleuette assumes that she must have been Queen Bertha, because there is an old French saying, "When Queen Bertha spun." Footnote: the Italians have the same proverb, "Nel tempo ove Bertha
Filava, which is applied to any marvellous story of bygone days, or to events that are said to have happened once upon a time. This is very inconclusive. In the Middle Ages, spinning was a favourite occupation of queens and princesses, and Queen Bertha was by no means an exception. In the coffin of Jeanne de Bourgogne, the first wife of Philip de Valois, were found the Queen's ring of silver, her distaff and spindle. The tomb of Jeanne de Bourbon, Queen of Charles V. of France, also contained part of her crown, her golden ring, and her distaff of gilt wood. Vive Léonore, Notes historiques sur l'exhumation faite en 1793 dans l'Abbaye de Saint-Denis. There is another French saying similarly applied to an incredible tale. It is of the time when King Robert sang to the lute, the said King Robert being the husband of Queen Bertha. This is all tantamount only to our old English sayings, when Adam was a little boy, and when Adam delved and Eve span, etc. It is also more than probable that the Bertha of the proverb is identical with the Frau Berchta of German superstition. She is said to live in the imaginations of the Upper German races in Austria, Bavaria, Swabia, Alsace, Switzerland, and some districts of Thuringia and Franconia. She appears in the 12 Nights as a woman with shaggy hair, to inspect the spinners, when fish and porridge are to be eaten in honour of her, and all the distaffs must be spun off. This superstition was also common in England. Partly work and partly play, you must on St. Distaff's day. That is the day after Twelfth Day, and is evidently the relic of some pagan rite in honour, most probably, of Freya or Frega, the Venus of the Scandinavians. Dame Bertha Horned is one of the characters in Les Évangiles de Quinoles, the joint composition of Jean d'Arras and 3 other writers in 1475. It was translated into English and printed by Winkelin de Worde, with the title of The Gospels of Distaffs. See a learned and interesting paper on the distaff and spindle by J. Y. Ackerman, Esquire, Sec. F.S.A. Archipelagia, Volume 37. A writer who signs himself Philetissimus has actually pointed out a more probable origin of the title of Comte de la Mare, or de la Mare de l'Oie, which it is clear from passages in Boileau and Molière were applied to a certain collection of old stories, long before Perrault published his Histoire du Temps Passé. This writer refers us to customs of antiquity and the superstitions of the Middle Ages. He recalls to us that the ancient Romans confided their dwellings to the care of their geese. He alludes to the 200,000 Crusaders who, in 1096, directed their march by the flight of a goose from Hungary to Jerusalem, to the guardian fairies of the Château de Piron in the Contes Anin, who, at that time of the invasion of the Normans, transformed themselves into wild geese, to the benevolent and protecting dwarfs of the canton of Bern, who are said to have been all goose-footed, and above all to Marguerite de la Navarre, who, in her Heptameron, calls herself Oisille, and he concludes by saying, C'est que la bonne dame Oisille, veuve de grande expérience, y représente la mère de l'Oie. C'est que un conte de moins discret, elle s'est tarie toujours une conclusion favorable à la morale. Conte de la mère l'oeil, c'est à dire conte de la vie grand-mère. J'accuse un crien comme l'oeil, mais comme l'oeil, surtout gardien vigilante de la maison. Je l'ai dire de la vertu. There is, amongst all this suggestion, one fact to repose upon. It is that Perrault was not the inventor of the stories he published, that he merely transmitted to writing, no doubt with some touches of his own, tales of the nursery which had descended orally from the earliest ages of the Celtic occupation of America or Bretagne, to the particular superstitions of which we shall find, as we proceed, they have more or less reference, and that the particular stories printed in the first edition of his Histoire du Temps Passé had long been popularly known as Contes de la Mère l'Oie. In 1678, at the age of 50, Perrault retired from his public office to dedicate himself entirely to the literature and the education of his children. Some 10 years afterwards he composed a novel in verse, founded on a celebrated tale in the Decameron of Boccaccio, and well known to us as Patient Grisel, his title being La Marquise de Salusses, ou La Patience de Griselides. It was published at Paris by Jean-Baptiste Colinard in 1691. La Fontaine had, as early as 1678, said in the 4th fable of his 8th book, Le Pouvoir de la Fable, Et moi-même, au moment qui fait cette moralité, si peu de haine me était compté, j'y pretendais un plaisir extrême. These lines, it would seem, induced Perrault to versify the old nursery story of Peau de Haine, with which Louis XIV, when an infant, used to be rocked to sleep, and in 1694, on the publication of the second edition of his Gridelides, he added to his satirical version of Peau de Haine and Le Souhait Ridicules, known to us as the Three Wishes. The success of these stories led him to publish, in 1697, his collection of Les Contes de la Mère l'Oie, under the title of Histoires du Temps Passé, and in the name of his son, as before stated. This collection consisted of 8 stories only, all in prose: La Belle au Bois dormant, Le Petit Chaperon Rouge, Barbe Bleue, Le Chat Bot, Les Filles Cendrillon, Riquet à la Houppe, and La Petite Poussette, a proof that Peau de Haine was not one of the Contes de la Mère l'Oie, or any more than Griselides or Le Souhait Ridicule. The same 8 stories alone appear in the second edition in 1707, 4 years after the death of Perrault, and in the third edition by Nicholas Goslin in 1724. It is not until 1742, when an edition of the Histoire du Temps Passé was published at The Hague. Footnote: there was another edition, in French and English, published at The Hague 3 years afterwards, Contes de la Mère l'Oie, en français et en anglais, par Perrault, avec des figures graves pour folk, La Haye, Neuilly, 1745, 12 months. It was a rare book in 1784, when it was sold, at the sale of the library of the Duc de la Vallière, for 23 livres 19 sous. that we find any addition to the first 8 stories, and then we have for the first time the story of L'Adroite Princess, ou Les Aventures de Finette, presented to us, with a dedication to the Countess of Marant, as a story by Perrault, although a story with that title and on that subject was published by Mademoiselle Lehertier in 1696, in a work entitled Livre mêlé, contant nouvelles et autres ouvrages en verse et en prose, in which also appears a letter from the author to the daughter of Perrault, but even in the Hague edition of 1742 there is no peau d'âne, and it is only in comparatively modern collections that a prose version of that story, as well as the one in verse actually written by Perrault, is, with L'Adroite Princess, Griselide, and Le Souhait Ridicule, added to the 8 original Contes de la Mère au Lit, or Histoire de la Temps Passé. From these 8 stories I have selected 6, omitting only Le Petit Chaperon Rouge and Les Filles, so well known in the nursery as Little Red Riding Hood, Why Riding, and Toads and Diamonds, and for the atmosphere of which they are alone calculated. On the others I shall now offer a few observations in their order of publication, and in the same spirit as those apprehended to the fairy tales of the Countess d'Aulnoy. Bluebeard. La Barbe Bleue is founded, according to Monsieur Colin de Plancy, on a tradition of Lower Brittany, and he remarks that Perrault must have heard it from the lips of nurses, or perhaps peasants, to have written with so much naivety the scene of Sister Anne. He states also that it is pretended that Bluebeard was actually nobleman of the house of Beaumanoir. He does not, however, seem to have been aware that the original of this terrible portrait is also said to have been Gilles de Laval, Seigneur de Rez, created Marshal de France, June 21st, 1429, for his defence of Orleans against the English, but whose infamous conduct in Brittany so exasperated the public against him, that in 1440 he was arrested by order of the Procureur General de Bretagne, and, having been tried and found guilty, was condemned to be hanged and burnt, and underwent that sentence in a field at Nantes, on the 8th of October, some say 23rd of December, of that same year, after exhibiting, says the chronicler, great signs of repentance. His body was taken out of the flames and buried in the church of the Carmelites at Nantes. It was, we are told, his taste for luxury and libertinism which plunged him into all the crimes for which he was so fearfully punished. He squandered a revenue of 200,000 crowns per annum, an enormous sum in those days, and which he had inherited at the age of 20. He never travelled without being accompanied by an army of cooks, musicians, dancers of both sexes, packs of hounds, and 200 saddle horses. Unfortunately for him, he thought it necessary to include in his suite of attendants some fortune-tellers and pretended magicians, which it is possible in those days may have caused the credulous multitude to impute him some atrocities of which he may have been innocent. The whole process is said to be still extant, but we are not furnished with any details which would identify him with the gentleman who rejoiced in a blue beard, and expiated his offences by being run through the body with cold iron, instead of being roasted at a stake like the guilty but penitent Marshal. Mr. Dunlop, who alludes to this story, speaks of the murder of his wives. The author of L'Art de Verfer de Dates gives him but one wife, Catherine de Thouars, daughter and heiress of Mille de Thouars, Seigneur de Chabanais et Conflont, whom he married December 31st, 1420, and who survived him, and was remarried to Jean de Vendôme, Vidamine de Amiens. She therefore lived with him for 20 years, and bore him one daughter, Marie de Laval, Dame de Rays, who married twice, and died the 1st of November, 1458. Père Alsamy says he was contracted in 1416 to Jean Payel, daughter and co-heiress of Forks, Seigneur de Hamby, but that she died previous to the celebration of the marriage. Whether the line of Beaumar or Laval has the best claim to the honour of his relationship may still be a matter of dispute, but the fact more important to our present inquiry is, that in either case it is a tradition of Bretagne, and therefore strengthens the theory of Monsieur de Plancy and the Baron Walkenaer. There is no fairy in this story, but there is an enchanted key. La clef, says the author, était fée. In the old translations this is rendered the key was a fairy. Fée is, however, in such instances as these, not a noun of substantive, but an adjective, now obsolete, but to be found in Cotgrave, spelt with a third e in the feminine, fée masculine, feminine, fatale appointed, destined, also taken, bewitched or forspoken, also charmed, enchanted. Edit 1650. There is another popular passage in this story which requires a word of remark. Je vois rien que le soleil qui produit l'herbe qui verdoie. This has been generally translated, I see nothing but the sun which makes a dust, and the grass which looks green. Monsieur de la Plancy appends a note to this passage as follows: 1. Produire d'ardeur et bleuer les yeux. 2. Verdoyer jeter un éclat vert. With great submission to so high an authority, I must venture to differ with him on this point. Poudroyer is an old French verb, signifying to reduce to powder. Je poudroie, tu poudroies, il poudroie, etc. Un cheval espagnol poudroyant tout le champ. J.B. Rosse and Bachelier, in his Dictionnaire National, remarks, quoting the actual passage from Perrault, Simon sonore poétique, Espagnol un paraphrase et à regretter. Verdoyer is also a verb active, signifying to grow or become green, and I have therefore taken the liberty to render the above celebrated reply. I see nothing but the sun making dust, that is to say, reducing the soil to dust by its heat, and the grass growing green. It is the flock of sheep that afterwards raise or make a dust. It must be though I am making a dust, to use a familiar phrase, about a trifle, but I wish to point out that unless we could say in English, the sun that dusts and the grass that greens, we cannot approach the tense and graphic description of dear Sister Anne. Monsieur de Plancy observes that the incidents of the story, excepting, of course, that of the enchanted key, are not impossible, provided they are supposed to have occurred in the Middle Ages, but that Perrault has placed them nearer his own times, by saying that Bluebeard's widow employed part of her fortune in purchasing commissions for her two brothers, as the sale of commissions in the French army was not known before the reign of Francis I. But he does not notice that the mention of dragons and musketeers brings them still nearer. Bluebeard has been a favourite subject with the dramatists, both French and English. The celebrated melodrama by George Colman the younger, produced at Drury Lane Theatre in 1798, in which the scene was transferred to the East, was rendered still more popular by the music of Michael Kelly. The march in Bluebeard was perpetrated on every piano alternately with the Duke of York's March, the Battle of Prague, and the overture to Laodicea, the Sleeping Beauty in the Wood. The charming fairy tale of La Belle au Bois Dormant is the gem of the collection. Its popularity is as great as the present day as it was 200 years ago. I have called the reader's attention in a marginal note to the first mention probably of 7 League Boots. Footnote. In the marginal note I have mentioned Jack and the Beanstalk. This is an error. There are no 7 League Boots in that story. It is Jack the Giant Killer only who is the fortunate proprietor of the Shoes of Swiftness, which either suggested or were suggested by the boots aforesaid. End of footnote. But I reserve for the appendix some observations upon the earliest mention of ogres and ogresses. The Baron Walknaer, in his letters already quoted, has, I think, successfully combated the earlier notion that the word ogre was derived from a classical source. He deduces it from the Ogurs or Igors, a Turkish race mentioned by Procopius in the 6th century. Some tribes of the Igors established themselves in the Crimea, and their language was called Lingua Oguresa by the Italian merchants who first traded with them. In the 12th and 13th centuries all Tatars were confounded under the name of Ogurs. When the Magyars, a Tartar tribe from the banks of the Volga, overran Dacia and Panoria, the names of the ancient Huns and of the ferocious Ogurs were united to designate them. They were first called Hunni Gors, and their country Hunnic Gori, from whence Hungarus and Hungary. The atrocities committed by and attributed to the Ogurs spread horror and alarm throughout Europe. Their cruelties to infants, in which they have been only equalled by the barbarous sepoys in the recent calamitous events in India, took especial hold of the imaginations of those to whose care children were specially entrusted, and the appellation of augur or ogre became synonymous with that of cannibal, or any other ferocious monster in human form. In Roquefort's Glossaire de la langue romaine, ogre is also derived from the same source. That Hurco of the Italians, the Oracle of Bojardo and Aristo, may be derived from the Latin orcus, according to Minmusi, as Mr. Knightley imagines. I am not prepared to dispute. Such curious coincidences are common to all who have wandered in the mazes of etymology, but I will merely suggest that it is quite as probable that Orco and Huroko were also derived from augur, the name by which the Tartars of the Crimea were known to the Italians as early as the 12th century, as we have already seen. Florio, however, 1598, says, Orco as orca, a sea monster, which the ogre never was. Spinning with the distaff is the oldest form. A wheel appears in illuminations of the 14th century, but the woman hent stood to her work. The more modern spinning wheel, at which women sit, was invented in 1530 by a citizen of Brunswick, named Jurgen. For illustration of the accident to the princess, it is perhaps worthy of remark that in the Pyrenees and western provinces of France, the spindle is sometimes pointed with iron. It is thus, says Mr. Akerman, the author of a paper on the distaff in the Archaeologia, volume 37, rendered a stiletto, with which the woman could defend herself. The same antiquary informs us that the art of spinning in its simplest and most primitive forms is yet pursued in Italy, where the women of Caia still twirl the spindle unrestrained by that ancient rustic law which forbade its use without doors. So that the father of the Sleeping Beauty had a sort of precedent for his must not spin with spindles act. The Germans have a version of this story called Briar Rose, Vide Grimm's Kinder und Hausmärchen. Master Cat, or Puss in Boots. Maître Chat, ou Le Chat Bot. This capital story is said by Mr. Dunlop and Mr. Knightley to be taken from a collection of stories by Giovan Francisco Straparola, printed at Venice in 1550 to 1554, under the titles of Tredici Paisievole Not, and translated into French with considerable embellishments in 1585. That the first story of the 11th night is derived from the same source as Perrault's there can be little doubt, but I am not by any means prepared to admit that Perrault was indebted to that or any other printed collection for this or any one of these 8 stories, which is clear were well known in France as Les Contes de la Mère l'Oie. Straparola, who seems to have borrowed largely from Morlini and collected stories wherever he could find them, drew upon the traditions of Brittany as well as the fabliaux of Provence. It is indeed notorious that the Italian novelists were indebted almost entirely to the trouvères or troubadours of Languedoc, whilst they themselves admit that the plots of their romances were of Armorican origin. In Brittany of old time, these lays were wrought, so saith this rhyme. Says the old translator of Les Lefrain, the author of which Mr. Dunlop acknowledges must have been better informed than any modern writer. History of Fiction, 8 volumes, 1845, page 196. In the second edition of the Countess d'Aulnoy's Fairy Tales, I took an opportunity of vindicating that lady from the charge so hastily preferred against her both by Mr. Dunlop and Mr. Knightley. And now I contest as strongly the accuracy of the opinions of the same writers respecting the tales of Charles Perrault. Neither in the story of Straparola, first of the 11th night, nor in the Gagliuso of Signor Basile, whose Pentamorene, published in 1672, is also roundly asserted to have been the origin of the French conte de fées. Footnote: of the 10 stories in the Mother Goose's Fairy Tales of Perrault, 7 are found to be in the Pentamerone, says Mr. Knightley, in his Tales and Fictions, page 184. I have already shown that there were only 8 stories in the Conte de la Mère l'Oie, and in the Pentamerone I find but 2 that have any similitude to the tales of Perrault, viz. Gagliuso and La Gatta Centralota, both differing widely in many points from the ancient Breton traditions. Do we find Puss in Boots? What would Le Maître Chat be, were he not also Le Chat Bot? Nor is there an ogre, that especial characteristic of a legend of Brittany, not consequently the delicious scene between him and Puss, which so dramatically winds up the French story. The same unmistakable indications of its being veritable histoires du temps passé militate against the brief alluded to by Monsieur de Plancy, that the Marquis de Carabas was intended as a portrait of some particular nobleman of the time of Louis XIV., and therefore that the usurpation of the castle and property of the ogre might be an allusion to the indelicate seizure by d'Aubergine of the domains of a Protestant, and exile in consequence of the religious persecutions at the close of the 17th century. In which case, he adds, the cat would be Madame de Maintenon. What a pity so ingenious an idea would be destitute of foundation! It is more probable that the wits of the day compared the illustrious individuals to the Marquis de Carabas and his cat. I have kept the old English title of Puss in Boots, though it is not literally that of the original. It would have been an indictable offence to have altered it. The tricks of the cat to catch the rats are described almost in the words of La Fontaine, in his fable of Le Chat et le Vieux Rat, in which Maître Métis, Alexandre de Chat, a second Rodilliard, se peine la tête en basse, and se alafrane for the same purpose. Cinderella, or the Little Glass Slipper. Cendrillon, ou la petite panfolie de verre. Here again could it enter the heart of an Englishman to call this anything but Cinderella. I am proud to say I was not equal to such a sacrifice to principle. I should have been afraid to meet the eyes of my grandchildren. There are persons, however, who have been cruel enough to tamper with the second title, to destroy the Little Glass Slipper, and to tell us that in the original story it was not pantoufle de verre but du verre, i.e. a fur much worn in the Middle Ages, and from which the charge of verre in heraldry was taken. I thank the stars that I have not been able to discover any foundation for this alarming report. Even should it be unfortunately the fact, it would not affect the Conte de ma Mère l'Oie, as handed down to us by Perrault, in that it is an undeniable pantoufle de verre, and has been said to represent allegorically the extreme fragility of woman's reputation, and the prudence of flight before it is too late. There appears to be no doubt that this story is founded on an old American tradition, as in 1826 an alteration of an ancient Breton chronicle was published by Madame Petit, entitled Lorette de Carnabas ou la Nouvelle Cendrillon, which is taken from the same source, but divested of its fairy agency, and the Countess d'Aulnoy had previously availed herself of some portions of the tale of the Cendrillon in her story of Finette Cendron. The trial of the slipper is like that of the ring in the story of Peau d'Ane, and a little glass shoe is the subject of a German fairy tale. The Germans have also a version of Cinderella, in which the slipper is of pure gold. At the banquet it will be remembered that the prince is said to have given Cinderella both oranges and citrons. These do not appear to us at present as particularly suggestive of the magnificence of a royal collation, but in the 17th century Portugal oranges were considered a present worthy princes of the blood. Monsieur me vint voir, says the Duchesse de Montpensier in her memoirs, il me donne des oranges de Portugal. Molière, in his description of the comedy which formed a portion of the famous fêtes given at Versailles in 1668 by Louis XIV, tells us that d'abord on vit sur le théâtre une collation magnifique d'oranges de Portugal, and in his own comedy La Vere, when Harpagon apologizes to his mistress for not having prepared a collation for her, his son replies, J'ai pour vous, mon père, j'ai fait apporter ici quelques bassins d'oranges de la Chine, de citrons doux, et de confitures. Also, according to L'Emery, Trait de l'Amant, 1705, the citron was supposed to give a better colour to the lips, and the ladies of the court in the 17th century therefore portant une main de citron doux, qu'elle mordant de temps et temps pour avoir le vivre vermeil. Le Grand de Aussy, Vie privée de Français, tome I, page 251. Riquet with the tuft. Riquet à la houppe is perhaps the least known of the 8 Contes de la Mère l'Oye, but although it has not the attractive qualities which have occasioned the popularity of the others, it is an excellent story, with a valuable moral, though, strangely enough, the morality with which it concludes takes no notice of it. The object of the story is evidently to show the superiority of mental to personal qualifications, and the power of the former not only to compensate for ugliness and deformity, but even to make one forget them. The concluding verses, however, point only to the fact that love can embellish its object, and turn even defects into beauties, passing over the more important one of the cause of the love itself. Some writers have fancied the hero of this story to have been a person of distinction at the court of Louis XIV, forgetting that, like the rest of the collection, it is a histoire de temps passé, but as Monsieur de Plancy remarks, on voit souvent des allusions où il y en a point, and as in the case of Le Chat Bot, the application may have been made to the man from the story. The reader has been referred to this appendix by a marginal note at page 32, respecting the Queue de Renard. The explanation offered by the editor of the French edition of 1826 is, that le cuisineur Algan se coiffant dans le négligé de travail dans la penue de quelque animal dont le lézard pondre la queue. And he adds, on voit encore dans certaines provinces de chaussures coiffent ainsi, that a huntsman should sport a fox's brush, or wear a cap made of the fur of any animal, is not in the least remarkable or uncommon, but I do not see how it can be taken as a fact in support of the assertion that cooks did so either in the time of Louis XIV or at present, and the editor does not give us any authority for that assertion. Of all animals a fox would be the last I should imagine a French cook would select to furnish him with a trophy or a sign of company, and that 20 or 30 rosetiers should all have a landauer à la main et la queue de renard sur l'oreiller, appears to me, if we are to consider the author to have meant actually the tail of a fox, a very remarkable circumstance, as the use of the definitive article in both cases shows the queue de renard must have been as much the mark of a cook as the landau, or larding pin. I confess I am not satisfied with this explanation, and all my researches and those kindly made for me by friends both in Paris and London have hitherto failed in throwing any light upon this curious passage. Queue de renard is the name of a plant known by us as foxtail, and it is also applied to a particular family of flowers, but it is likewise the name of an implement. Ont-il et du bisseau un chafrains par le bout dont et se sert pour passer Bescherelle. This description looks vastly like some accessory to the larding pin. The same authority has also queue de renard et étoupé. Le queue est cet animal dont le servant de durs pour appliquer le fil d'or d'argent. This, as we know, is not the entire brush, but a portion of the hair. In default of any positive information, I will merely make 3 suggestions. 1. A portion of the herb foxtail, dried, which might be used as a whisk. 2. A small instrument for piercing or skewering. 3. A portion of the brush, as used by gilders of wood or metal, and probably by the rôtissiers of that day, as we find it was customary to gild the beaks and legs of the game and poultry served up at the royal banquets. Vavin, amongst other writers, tells us of a grand banquet in which le quatrième service fut d'assaut tant grand que petit, et tout le service fut doré. In the form of curry there is a receipt for making viande royal, in which the cook is told, after he has dressed it in dishes palette, to take a bar of gold foil and another of silver foil, and lay home them on St. Andrew's cross wise, above the potage, and then take sugar plate, or ginger plate, or paste royal, and cut horn of lozenges, and plant horn in the void places between the bars, and serve it forth. The peacock served in his heckle, i.e. neck feathers, or in his pride, i.e. with tail displayed, etc., has always his bill gilt. Whatever, in fine, the queue de renard may have been, I cannot doubt that worn sur l'oreiller it was a distinctive mark of a rôtissier of that day, as a pen behind the ear has been of a clerk in ours, and the probability is in favour of the third interpretation, as rôtissiers were, as their name implies, those cooks who prepared the roasted dishes only, and in all the old accounts it is especially the rôti than the doré. Riquet de la Houppe is supposed to have inspired Madame de la Villeneuve with the idea of the Beauty and the Beast. In my notice of that story I shall have a word to say in refutation of that supposition. Riquet with the tuft was the first of those fairy extravaganzas which the public have so kindly received during 20 years, at the Olympic, Covent Garden, Drury Lane, the Haymarket, and the Lyceum. It was written in conjunction with Mr. Charles Dance, and produced at the Olympic under Madame Vestris's management, December 26, 1836. Little Thumbling. Le Petit Poucet, This story, under the titles of Hop o' My Thumb, Little Thumb and His Brothers, etc., has been continually reprinted amongst our English nursery tales, and I have already spoken of ogres and 7-leagued boots. There is little else in it that calls for observation. The latter are said to have been fees, i.e. enchanted, as the key in Bluebeard. The attempt of the parents to lose the children in the wood is an incident in Madame d'Aulnay's story of Finette Citron, drawn, no doubt, from the same source as Cambry, in his Voyage au Finistère, bears witness to La Petite Pouchette having been an ancien conte populaire, which has for ages amused les enfants de la Basse Bretagne. I think it is quite unnecessary for me to go into the question of this story being founded on an episode in Homer's Odyssey, to prove that Perrault was not thinking of Ulysses in the cave of Polyphemus, or that the pebbles and bread were not suggested by the clue of Adrien. In Grimm's Kinder und Hausmärchen are several stories about thumbling, and I need scarcely remind the reader that England has her own renowned Thomas Thumb. End of section 41. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.